Well, a very good morning and welcome to Hove for day 2 of this county championship match between Sussex and Gloucestershire. The good news is that we are starting on time. We've got 104 overs to be bowled in the day with all sorts of strange times for tea, which I shall give you in a minute. We've got 26 minutes to make up today. So we're going to have 102 overs. Lunch will be at 1:06, not before, not after. Tea at 3:56 and close at 6:26, although I suspect we may be a little later than that. Your commentary team today, myself, Adrian Harms, delighted to be joined by Ed Seaborn, Izzy Duncan, and we've got someone watching us today to make sure that we behave properly, who is Oliver Shukesmith, who is a student who's watching what we do. So we're going to be on our best behaviour today. So good morning, everybody.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry, I thought you were just doing a sort of general good morning to the ground.
I thought there was going to
top of the morning to everyone. It's magnificent to be back. Another day on this planet. But no, it was morning to me.
I thought there was going to be a rousing good morning from the back of the box. Shall I try that again? Good morning, everybody. Wonderful. There we are.
I'm back at school
now. We're all here and we're in situ. And the most important thing we have to do here at Hove is make sure the commentary is going out around the ground. And there we are. We've got waving from the back of the Spenkarma. So we are going out around the ground. We're going out online. So actually, what can possibly go wrong? More seriously, the Sussex players are making their way out. Gloucestershire closing last night. Just get the correct page in my book. Come on, Adrian. 319 for 8, with Zafar on 23, Akhtar on 5. I spoke to Jack Carson last night. It was always good to speak to Jack. That interview's available online. Who did you speak to from Gloucester, Ed?
I spoke to Mr. Ben Charlesworth last night, who made 62, and he's now scored an awful lot of runs, only getting out once so far this season, so he's been in pretty decent touch. I talked to him a little bit about moving up the order, having been down the order, and kind of acknowledging, yes, the roles are quite different for when I bat down the order, and then effectively doing that for one game, and then because of the injury to Chris Dent, he's moved back up top. But the general tone of what he was saying was that Gloucestershire are pretty happy with their position.
Sure
they're pleased with the number of runs. They feel there's plenty in this pitch for the bowlers, and they're happy with 319. But obviously they'd like to push and maybe get one more bonus point.
Well, it's Ollie Robinson who's going to get us underway from the Cromwell Road in, coming in and bowling to Zafar, and beats him first ball outside of the off stump, and there is no run. Wicketless so far in the innings. Ollie Robinson. He had a drop yesterday. James Bracey was dropped off of Ollie Robinson by the usually reliable James Coles at third slip when Bracey had made 23, and he punished Sussex, going on to score a very fine 69. Robinson's bowling with 3 slips, a wideish third man, cover mid-off, mid-on, and 2 men set back on the leg side, a deep mid-wicket and a fine leg, as Robinson is on his way under cloudy skies at Hove, in and bowls, and again he beats Zafar, and Coles and Clark thought maybe Zafar got a little nick on that, but they ran towards the umpire, who was completely unmoved, was Mark Newell at the far end of the ground. I say a cloudy morning. In fact, as I say that, the sun has come out. But if you are coming down to Hove or thinking of coming to Hove, I would strongly advise putting a coat on or a couple of layers, because it's chilly.
And maybe some gloves as
well.
Yes,
that's a very good idea. I was talking to one of the stewards on the gate, and he was trying to send a text to his wife, and he couldn't do it because his hands were so cold.
Yes.
Well, that was his excuse, anyway. 3 slips go down as Robinson is on his way again. Bowls, and very struck round about the midriff, maybe the thigh pad. The ball bounces out into the offside, and there is no run.
We did see rather a lot of that yesterday, didn't we? I can remember one particular occasion when poor Miles Hammond was struck on a certain piece of protective equipment. Yeah. But it was kind of a running theme.
The great thing about Oliver being here today is that he's bought biscuits, which is always a good start to a day in the commentary box. So thank you, Oliver, for doing that. Much appreciated. In comes Robinson around the wicket, bowls, and I'll give Zafar the benefit of the doubt there that he pulled the bat inside the line, and there is no run. If you'd like to get in touch, we'd love to hear from you throughout the day. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or you could tweet at Ed Cricket and the digit 6. That's Ed Seaborn. At Fine Glance is Izzy Duncan. And at BBC Sussex Sport, we're trying to compile a list of countries where the commentary is going out for this game. So we'll tell you where we had from in a moment, as in comes Robinson. Around the wicket, bowls, and Zappa drives into the offside without timing, fielded by Pujara, and there is no run. So far, we've had Austria. We've had 3 listeners in France, in Strasbourg, Paris, and Metz yesterday. We've had a listener in Laos, a listener in Scotland, Bermuda, Thailand, Lanzarote, which I think is a country. I mean, it's part of the Canary Islands.
It's Spain, but
right.
We'll take it.
Macau, Luxembourg, Indonesia, and the USA. So if you're listening anywhere other than those, please let us know. In comes Robinson, bowls, and Zafar is back and steering this one wide of third slip. It's going to race away to the boundary. It's being chased by Finn Hudson-Prentice, who is just going to get there, about a yard inside the boundary. Good bit of fielding by Hudson-Prentice, but not before Zafar goes through for the first runs of the morning. He goes to 26, and the total to 322 for 8. And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. It's BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Gloucestershire, BBC Radio Bristol. I'm Adrian Harms, and here's Ed Seaborn.
Yeah, we saw quite a lot of runs scored down Fine yesterday, and especially if you weren't listening yesterday, we've got a short boundary over to one side towards the clock tower, and it's also downhill. When the bowling's from the Cromwell Road end, then it's going to be very hard to defend runs down through that area, and Zafar starting off today in quite a similar fashion from how we saw a lot of the runs scored yesterday. Now, it's not going to be Jaden Seals to bowl from the C end, it's Danny Lamb to open, and he starts off with a real loosener that's hammered for 4 by Zafar Gohar, short, wide, and begging to be hit. And Zafar's scored 7 runs off the last 2 deliveries. Gloucestershire's 326 for 8.
That must be really frustrating as a coach, mustn't it? Because you've warmed up, everybody's warmed up on a chilly day, and the first delivery is a wide one outside the off stump that's belted away for 4.
Lamb's coming round the wicket to Zafar. There are 3 slips in place. Deep square leg is out, as is deep point, and very much giving the impression that they want to bowl to Zaman Akhtar, and that's exactly what they're going to do, because Zafar pokes it to point where there is no fielder and takes a single. 327 for 8. A couple of late wickets last night, which I'm sure would have made Sussex feel a bit better about things if they'd managed, Gloucestershire that is, to have James Bracey still here this morning. Then I think they'd really have fancied their chances of pushing further on. Zafar has looked in pretty decent touch for his 31 so far, and if you had him together with Bracey, then that might have been danger for Sussex. Zaman Akhtar, the right-hander, facing his first ball. He plays a flowing drive through the covers. That'll be at least 2. They'd probably get 3 because it's a long boundary out there. They will turn and go as the throw is launched in somewhere near the pitch. And Zaman Akhtar gets underway first ball this morning with a 3, and Gloucestershire 330 for 8. Certainly somebody who's shown promise with the bat, as I said last night, Zaman
Nice shot, wasn't
Akhtar,
it?
and you see shots like that, and he does have them, and you do think, yeah, there's plenty of potential there with the bat. Lamb round the wicket, bowling to Zafar. It's short. Zafar pulls and misses. Taking on the short ball with 2 fielders out deep on the leg side. It has been an area that Zafar's been targeted in his career so far, actually more and more so as, I guess, teams have got more information about him. They have banged the deliveries in, but I don't know if Lamb is he quite quick enough for that. Lamb in, bowls another short ball. It's hacked at and missed by Zafar. That time it looks as if he was probably through the shot a bit early. He's still looking as if he wants to take it on, and so far he's not laid bat on it. But yeah, I mean those 2 wickets falling very late in the day. It wasn't easy at that time to bat. There was that kind of... I didn't ask Ben Charlesworth because he wasn't out there, but if I'd talked to James Bracey, then I might have just asked, how difficult is it when you're going from that kind of late, low sunlight to then cloud going in? This is a beauty from Lamb. That's much more where he needs to be, I think. Full, straight, and a bit of movement as he's been getting throughout his spell, and beating Zafar Gohar on the outside edge last delivery of the over. But a good one from Gloucestershire's perspective. 8 runs have come from it. Lamb 3 for 57. He has been probably the pick of the Sussex bowlers. He's been pretty tidy for the most part, but in general, probably not an ideal first over. But I think again that last delivery, you've got still a pretty new ball. It's the Duke's ball, so it's not as if it's going to stop doing anything at all after 12 overs. There should still be a bit out there with that ball, with it being first thing as well. And to be honest, I think you probably look at the wickets that have fallen, and I think they've really all fallen to balls that have been pitched up. So
they have
probably pitch it up.
A helmet's been bought out. We've got a slight break in play. The volunteers from the museum are very stoically sitting out in the cold. They've got their trestle table set up and a variety of photographs over there which are for sale. And Izzy Duncan went over there this morning with some cricket books which he's donated to the museum. So thank you, Izzy. And to add to the collection, as in comes Robinson over the wicket, bowls up on his toes. A no ball from Ollie Robinson. Akhtar is just up on his toes, plays it down onto the onside, and there is no run. And that's how the museum raises funds, is through the sale of books and various memorabilia. So if you're for the first time at Hove and you fancy a look around the ground, or fancy going to the museum, please come and have a little look around. Keith Ridge and his volunteers do a wonderful job, and it's just by the Spenkarma Pavilion. So please go and have a look around the museum if it's your first time to Hove. As in comes Robinson down the hill and bowls, and Akhtar, he was looking to play that down the ground. He gets a big inside edge, and Ollie Robinson almost looks with disgust as Akhtar picks up a single. Total goes to 333 for 8. We were talking about Park Run this morning because the curator of the museum, Keith Ridge, is a very keen runner, and he'd have been out running this morning somewhere in Brighton.
Yeah.
I think you said you saw people this morning.
Yes, on my walk along the seafront. It was beautiful, actually, with the sun out, just sea shimmering a little, very impressionistic, but rather conspicuous with the people in these high-vis jackets doing loops around one area of the promenade.
Robinson in bowls to Zafar, who works that one down to fine leg. In fact, he more than works it down to fine leg. He's clipped it quite firmly, and Danny Lamb, who's fielding here at fine leg, was round the boundary quickly, a sprawling dive, but he couldn't get there. And Akhtar picks up a boundary, goes to 35, 337 for 8. Was there anyone swimming in the sea this morning?
I think there were a couple of people.
People are crackers, aren't they?
Absolute madness on a day like this.
Well, it's meant to be very good for you.
Yes, that's true.
Cold
it is,
water
isn't
swimming.
It? At least that's what they say. But I'm not.
No.
I'm not willing
I've
to
said before,
believe them enough to find out personally.
Yeah, there's a friend of mine who every morning gets in a cold shower because it sets him up for the day. In comes Robinson and bowls, and driven by Zafar. That's a lovely looking shot. Seals is in hot pursuit, but he is not going to get there, and back-to-back boundaries. Over-pitched by Ollie Robinson. And Zafar, who looks a more than useful number 8, punches the ball away through point for 4 runs. Zafar goes to 39, and all of a sudden Gloucestershire are closing in on a third batting bonus point. 341 for 8, and that was a super shot.
It was, and I missed, I must confess, the first delivery of this over was a no ball as well, so that's already 11 runs from 3 deliveries.
In comes Robinson around the wicket, bowls to Zafar, who clips on some more runs here. Bujara dives, he can't stop it, he's racing up towards the boundary at deep mid-wicket. Jack Carson is in hot pursuit, he's just going to overhaul the ball as it crosses the boundary rope, but it's 3 more to Zafar, who goes to 42, and Gloucestershire to 344 for 8. So good stuff from Zafar this morning. He began the morning on 23. He's already moved on to 42, so he's added 19
Rattling
this
along,
morning.
isn't he?
And we're only in the overnight score was 319, so already Gloucestershire have added, 25 this morning, is that right?
I mean, I don't think we're going to see many 3s over there That might almost be about the only 3 that we see to that boundary.
To the short
it was
side.
so close to going for 4, and then it was one of those that a fielder in the ring had dived and missed. I think that's about the only way you're going to get a 3 over there.
Robinson, we have the 12th country, but we'll leave that hanging for a moment as in comes Robinson around the wicket bowls until that's short and the ball passes over the left shoulder through to Simpson, and there is no run. Sussex very much on the defensive here. There's just a slip, a third man, point, extra cover, a mid-on, there's a short leg, a mid-wicket, a deep backward square and a fine leg. So an interesting field has been set. Yes, so indebted to Charlie Askew, who's a Norfolk martlet, but he's enjoying the coverage from the Czech Republic. A break from wall-to-wall ice hockey coverage. You like ice hockey?
I do.
Ed? In comes Robinson, over the wicket this time, bowls. That's a good delivery. Now that was short, and it was well played by Actor, to be fair. He just watched the ball all the way through into the gloves of John Simpson, but an expensive over from Ollie Robinson, which cost 11, 13, 14 runs, is that right? 344 for 8, Actor on 9. Zafar is on 42. He's listening from, well, I'm going to spell this. Enjoy your coverage from BENESOV, that's one word, then a U in the middle, as in the letter U, then PRAHY. I can't begin to pronounce that, so I don't quite sure where.
I've never heard of that
in
place.
The Czech. I mean, I've heard of Prague. I've been to Prague. Bratislava. I think that is in, or used to be in Czechoslovakia.
It's a short from Lamb, and Zafar pulls it away a long way in front of square because he's got plenty of time. Lamb is not really quick enough at the moment to trouble Zafar with the pull shot unless he's going to hoik it straight down somebody's throat. And he had all sorts of time to play that one towards wide long on and hit it for 4. Zafar moves to 46, Gloucestershire 348 for 8. Is that Jack Carson at deep point already doing some warming up? This is baffling me at the moment, I must say.
Well, it's terrific stuff from Gloucestershire. We're only in the 4th over. We've only had, 19, there's been a no ball, hasn't there? 2 no balls, I think, actually, this morning.
Lamb in round the wicket, 2 slips in place. He bowls to Zafar. It's short. Zafar tries to uppercut and doesn't get anything on it. And it goes through to the keeper. They really are just looking, by the looks of things, for some sort of an error from Zafar out of this short ball ploy from Lamb. I don't know if Jayden Seals is feeling the effects of an awful lot of overs yesterday. 24 overs. I was really surprised, to be honest, to see him bowl that many overs, because I'd have thought there might be some sort of limit on him as he's coming back from injury. This is what his 3rd consecutive game. Lamb bowls. This is driven by Zafar to deep point, and Carson fields 1 more run. Zafar ticks up to 47. Gloucestershire 1 run shy of a 3rd batting point. But yeah, I think if you were going to bowl short, then presumably you would start off with your quicker bowler, but maybe they want to, well, I don't know. You can't surely be thinking about sort of spacing them out, because you want to finish these 2 wickets off as quickly as possible, don't you? I mean, you just want to get this innings wrapped up and over and done with.
Well, they're now moving Pujara back to a deepish square leg stroke deep mid wicket by the clock tower scoreboard.
There's a fielder in at a fairly close cover point as Lamb bowls to Zaman Akhtar, and this is dug out back to the bowler. So he tried the Yorker there, did Lamb. He's got a decent Yorker, which I'm sure Sussex supporters will see more in the blast.
Mike in North London's been in touch with a question for you, Ed. And he talking about your love of ice hockey. He says, ice hockey at Ali Pally. Have you ever been? At Alexandra Palace in London.
The Alexandra Palace. I've not been to ice hockey there. In comes Lamb, bowls full. Zaman Akhtar plays a gorgeous drive, but mid-off is able to cut it off. Ollie Robinson fires in towards the striker's end to send Akhtar back into his crease. No, I've not been there. Been to the Motorpoint Arena in Nottingham a couple of times. Enjoy watching the European games. So there is effectively an ice hockey equivalent to the Champions League, which I really enjoy. It's great to have the teams come over from continental Europe, as it were. This is a short ball, and it's slapped to mid-on, shy at the stumps, misses from Tom Haynes, and it would have been a close run thing if it had hit. Actor might have been home. It was a sort of short arm shovel, which wasn't that far to the right of Tom Haynes, but they pick up the single, and that is another batting point for Gloucestershire. So Ben Charlesworth mentioned that that was a target for the morning, and they've got there in a rather quicker time than I was expecting. 17 minutes in, Gloucestershire have added the 31 runs that they've needed to reach that third bonus point. 31 runs in 4 overs this morning.
Well, Sussex will want to stem the flow of runs. A very good morning wherever you're listening from. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Gloucester and Bristol. Adrian Harms and Ed Seaborn. In comes Ollie Robinson, bowls, and he beats Actor outside of the off stump, and he has that rather resigned look, doesn't he, Ollie Robinson? He sort of looks skyward as if to say, oh crumbs, how come you didn't get a little nick on that?
Yeah, luck hasn't been on Robinson's side. I mean, he hasn't. I don't think he's exactly been on prime form, Robinson. I think he's, as we've said, he seems to have battled his rhythm a few times in various spells, but he has beaten the edge quite a lot, and of course he had that catch of James Bracey dropped off his bowling yesterday.
The sun is out. Robinson is in. Bowls. Actor drives confidently enough to Pujara, who fields at short extra cover, and there is no run. Just to repeat our email address, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, if you'd like to get in touch. And we'll have a look around the ground to see what else is going on around the country. I rather think today ought to be a weather-free day in terms of rain. Let's hope so. As it comes Robinson, the sun has disappeared. 2 slips go down, Alsop and Clark in there. Robinson is in, bowls, and Actor is struck around about the thigh pad. The ball bounces to Jack Carlson, who's in at short leg, and there is no run. Just a quick look around, looks as if they are playing everywhere. Gloucestershire 180 for 2 against Derbyshire. These are all second division. Middlesex 98 for 3, trailing Yorkshire by 61. Glamorgan 219 for 7 at Wantage Road against Northampton. And Gloucestershire here, as we know, 350 for 8. So every game in the second division there is play. Robinson in again, bowls, and forward comes Actor, who, well, you said it when he came out to bat yesterday, Ed. He's a decent player, and for a number 10, more than decent, I would say. Gets into line. He's played some good shots, and this is a very productive partnership because these two came together when the 8th wicket went down on 308. So they've added 42 for the 9th wicket, which is, and all the way through this innings, it's been notable, Gloucestershire, by the steady partnership. It's only the 100 partnership, but steady partnerships throughout the innings. Robinson is in, bowls. Oh, and Actor's beaten outside the off stump. That was a play and a miss. He was looking to drive that one away, and again, Ollie Robinson looks slightly resigned as he wanders back to his mark.
This is sort of the problem that happens when you do pitch the ball up a bit more. Sorry to harp on about it, but then one of the differences with somebody batting down here versus up top is the selection of which balls to go after. I mean, that was not a half volley, and Zaman Akhtar's tried to drive that one on the up because there is that tempting gap in the covers for him.
Robinson again, bowls, and this time he does drive, and this time he's going to get 4 runs. That was slightly over-pitched by Ollie Robinson. It was slightly wide of the off stump, and Actor just threw the kitchen sink at that. He didn't actually time it that well, but with only 2 fielders in front of square on the offside, the ball raced away to the boundary for 4 runs, to that short boundary. He goes to 14, and Gloucestershire to 354 for 8, and Ollie Robinson 20 overs, 2 maidens, and no wicket for 77. Gloucestershire this morning have added 1 plus 35 runs this morning, and Zafar on the verge of a half-century, and this partnership between these two is now worth 46, which will be very irritating runs for Sussex, who would have hoped to have taken these last 2 wickets by now and be starting their reply. But credit to Gloucester, they've been very positive this morning against some, I think I'd have to say, some indifferent bowling.
Here's Danny Lamb starting a new over. Round the wicket, bowls to Zafar. This is turned behind square on the onside, down towards long leg. 1 run taken. Zafar moves to 48, 355 for 8. And I was talking about Zafar's 2022 versus 2023 with the bat. And if he is going to add these sorts of useful runs, then it does change the balance and the dynamic of Gloucestershire's batting lineup, because, you know, to start of 2023, Gloucestershire were quite happy to have Zafar as a number 7. Lamb bowls to Akhtar, lets that one go outside the off stump. And then, as it is the 1-year anniversary of that day, Tom Price scored that extraordinary 100 at New Road, which is a day that will stay with me for the rest of the time that I have my faculties, because you don't get to see a day like that ever, because it's never happened. Nobody's ever done it. Hat-trick and 100 on the same day in a first-class match. There's a wafty drive from Akhtar outside the off stump, and he rehearses leaving that ball alone. That happened, and then Price Tom that is, continued to grow with the bat, and he came in ahead of Zafar in this one, and you would expect to see him do the same when they're both playing in the same 11, but adding that extra depth to the batting lineup is so handy. Lamb bowls and tighter to off stump, and this time Akhtar is not drawn into a shot. Should also say it's the start of the Rachel Hayhoe-Flint Trophy today, so the 50 over tournament played by the women's regions, and this of course the last year of that regional setup as we move back from regions to counties, having been counties and then before that been regions and then before that been counties. You know, it's a classic English cricket tale really, isn't it? In goes Lamb, bowls to Akhtar on 14, and once again wide outside the off stump. Can't tempt Akhtar this time. So not only are we playing in all of the championship matches, but there is play in all 4 of the Rachel Hayhoe-Flint Trophy games. And I'm feeling a bit guilty because part of me feels I should be at Cardiff for the start of the Western Storm season, especially considering that they're not going very well, unfortunately. They're 34 for 3.
Ouch.
Here comes Lamb, bowl short to Zaman Akhtar, and he ducks underneath it. That was a better bumper from Lamb because it had the surprise factor. But once again, there was time for Akhtar to see it coming and evade it. 355 for 8. 96 overs bowled, so this feels extremely ambitious to be talking about 400, despite how well these two have started the day. But in theory, there is, especially given the rate that they've come out at, there is plenty of time for that. So, you know, maybe I'll lose 2 wickets without adding another run, but in theory, they do know that. I guess what I'm saying is they don't have to do anything that they're not already doing if they are thinking about going that extra 45 runs from here.
In comes Robinson around the wicket, bowls to Zafar, who drives nicely through the covers. More runs here, and he's going to pick up a couple of runs, and this means it's going to be a half century for Zafar Goho, who's batted really well here today. Batted well last night in the gloom, and you can see his Gloucestershire teammates applauding from hands above their heads on the balcony away to our left-hand side. That's a fine knock. 50 and 79 balls. He's carried Gloucestershire to 357 for 8, and importantly, this partnership is now worth 49 between this pair.
12th time that Zafar has passed 50 in his first-class career, and like you say, rewards for sticking it out last night, because that was not easy.
Robinson in again, bowls, and Zafar is forward to ball a good length, punches it into the covers. Fielded there by Finn Hudson-Prentice. There is no run. There are 2 slips, Alsop and Clark with hands in pockets, unsurprisingly, because it's a chilly day down here at Hove. There's a 3rd man, a deep point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and then 2 men set back on the leg side, a deep backward square and a finding. So actually, I mean, this ball is only 16 overs old, And Sussex have got 4 fielders on the boundary. Robinson down the hill from the Cromwell Road in bowls to Zaffer, who's hit round about the thigh pad. The ball bounces onto the onside. Ollie Robinson turns away as if he's annoyed with himself. It is another... Well, I didn't actually see the leg by signal. I'm sure it was a leg by. And indeed Zaffer's score hasn't gone up above 50, so it must have been, yes, there we are. It's a leg by shown on the scoreboard. The new scoreboard here at Hove this year, pretty much the same as the old one. There's been 1 or 2 little adjustments,
Right,
but in
general, because I didn't notice any difference.
No, in general, everything. The only thing I would say is that where the over 8 is, where it shows -1, that's not that clear from where we are, but it may be clear from other parts of the ground. Now we've got a break in play because the short leg is going to go in place for Actor. It's Jack Carson who's putting on the helmet and the other protection. And now the sun is back with us in all its glory, and Robinson is down the hill. Bowls to Actor, who very nearly breaches his defence. He's forward, and Ollie Robinson ruefully looks. I thought it had breached his defences, but in fairness to Actor, he gets into line, he plays it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. John Simpson, the Sussex skipper, claps his gloves. He'll be frustrated, Simpson. Sussex would have hoped by now to have picked up these 2 remaining wickets, but credit to the Gloucestershire players. This 9th minute partnership now worth 40... actually, that's the 50 partnership. In comes Robinson, bowls, and it's over the head of Actor, who ducks underneath it. There is no run. That is the 50 partnership between the pair. I'm sorry, I missed that. 308 for 8 when they came together.
I had it in my head.
Yes, I did as well.
Just escaped, as so many things do.
So, you know, it's been that leg by.
I think it was, yes, it came up with a leg by. It was the most auspicious way to have brought it up. That was
a slight
part of the
anticlimax.
issue. But it has been a cracking partnership, and you know, I was talking yesterday about how there was the ton partnership between Hammond and Charlesworth, but there's been sort of 40s and 50s after that. But you know, if you do keep adding 40s and 50s together, then you still get to a handy total.
Robinson in again, bowls to Actor, who's going to get 4 runs, and that won't improve Ollie Robinson's mood any. Was outside the off stump, and he's got a big outside edge on that. There's only 2 slips in place, and the ball races away for 4 runs. Actor goes to... I can't quite get the number. Is it 18?
Yes.
382 for 8. So Gloucestershire have really got it. There's Zafar Gohar's figures: 50 in 81 balls in 101 minutes with 6 boundaries. So beginning this morning, 362 for 8. They started this morning on 319 for 8. So Gloucestershire have added 43 this morning in the first half hour of play. So very good effort indeed.
The 6th time that Zafar has passed 50 in his Gloucestershire career. 4 50s in 2022, but just the 1 last year. He pretty well have fairly happy memories of batting on this ground, though. A couple of years back in the One Day Cup, he had a decent score here in a Gloucestershire loss. As Lamb bowls to Zafar, this is played away towards extra cover for no run. Of course, last year in the One Day Cup on this ground, it was Jack Taylor grabbing the headlines with the fastest List A 100 in Gloucestershire's history, which came in a shortened game. And he was in the squad for this game as Jack Taylor. I almost wonder whether from the memories from that game he might end up playing, but no. This is driven to mid-on by Zafar and fielded by Robinson.
He's not in a good mood, Ollie, is he? He sort of hurled that ball towards John Simpson.
I think, you know, last year he just made it look ridiculously easy, didn't he, in terms of the games that he played. Was that game at New Road? Yeah,
he was magnificent at New Road. I mean, he very nearly won Sussex the game pretty much on his own down there.
I was watching a bit of that. Striking him on the pad here. This looks very close. No, in fact, it was...
What if he nicked it?
Strangled in the end. The appeal from some of the Sussex fielders, I must say, it was probably slightly obscured by Lamb in his follow-through, but it looked quite full and quite straight. But like you say, maybe there was the inside edge that caused the appeal to be a little bit...
Yes, it was stilted, wasn't it?
Shortened, yeah.
Yes.
And Neil Bainton, who I think has been bang on the money so far, was fairly quick to turn that one down. Lamb is in bowls, pushed into the offside by Zafar off the front foot, and there is no run there. But they'll certainly be hoping that in terms of runs with the bat, that this translates into his form with the ball as well for Zafar, because it certainly wasn't the season that he was after last year with the ball. And getting his chance here in round 3. Zafar plays this one towards cover. The go. Oh, there's massive hesitation. Too bad in the middle of the pitch.
Dear,
and the
dear.
throw misses the stumps. And now there might be a second run-out opportunity as Zafar has run to the non-striker's end, as the fielder backing up has a shy at the stumps. And that was an absolute Horlicks of a piece of cricket from just about everybody. And it ends in a single, 363 for 8.
Well, I don't know why Cheteshwar Pujara shied at the stumps, because he really didn't need to. He just needed to lob the ball into John Simpson, because Zafar was miles out of his ground, but he shied at the stumps and missed, and he really didn't need to do that.
Oh, did you see 2 run-out attempts?
Wow, that
the same delivery.
wasn't great cricket all round, was it?
Absolutely wild. 363 for 8. Lamb bowls to Zaman Akhtar, who comes forward and goes across his stumps and plays a shot that any top-order bat would be proud of. Clipped through straight mid-wicket with exquisite timing and calmness restored after the madness of the previous delivery. It's 367 for 8. Zaman Akhtar has 22, Zafar Gohar has 51, and I think it's time to bring in Izzy Duncan for the first time today.
Thanks very much indeed, Ed. Ed Siebel will be back with us after 12 o'clock. What a start to the morning glow for Gloucestershire. 367 for 8, began the day 319 for 8. So these two have added, by my rather poor maths, 48 this morning in a little over half an hour. And these will be very, very frustrating runs for Sussex. But full credit to Gloucestershire, who have really taken the game to Sussex this morning, and they prompted a change in bowling. I think Ollie Robinson is out of the attack. And it gives me a chance. In fact, we're going to get some spin. I think Jack Carson is coming into the attack. A very good morning to Izzy Duncan.
Good morning, good morning.
You're looking bright and breezy this morning.
Yes, a little bit chilly on the chilly side. I'm glad we're inside and not outside.
Yes.
But the sun is out. Just a little bit shocked at the way Sussex are bowling and taking on Gloucestershire here. Runs leaking all over the place. And you just feel that a little bit wasteful with the new ball as they were at the beginning of the innings yesterday. Ollie Robinson perhaps needs to pitch it up a little bit more. It was only 10 overs old when we started this morning, and you just feel they could have made more of that new ball. And now we have a change of bowling.
Yeah, no, I agree. You carry on. It is Jack Carson into the attack. So John Simpson not hanging around here, but terrific effort by these two.
Yeah, it certainly is, particularly with Gohar. I mean, really, he's batting well. He looks like a top-order bat to me. Particularly fluent today, one slip in place, and here's the off spin of Carson. In he comes, hop, skip and a jump, bowls, floats it up. That's almost doing the splits there as he plays the forward defensive Zafar. He's on 51. But surprising that we haven't seen Seals. I know he had a marathon stretch of overs yesterday. It was 24 overs, wasn't it, Adrian, that he bowled Seals yesterday?
Yes, it is terrific as well, and he picked up a wicket late on.
Jack Carson again coming around.
Ooh, what happened there?
I think that was a double bouncer, wasn't it?
I think it was.
From Carson. I think he forgot to let go of the ball, let go of it rather too late. And an aberration from Jack Carson. Now, was that given as a dead ball?
No.
It was a no ball, wasn't it? It was a no ball. That's another extra added, and 26 now, the extra column. This is better. It's pitched up, and an attempted drive there from Zafar. He got hold of it, but it's well fielded at extra cover, a shortish extra cover. It's Ollie Robinson who's dived on top of that. Looking a little bit frustrated by things today, Ollie Robinson, giving it the double teapot. Carson continues from the Cromwell Road end, bowling wide of the crease. There's another drive, and again finding the fielders on the offside. But Zafar Gohar of Lahore looking pretty good with the bat today, and has really got on with it. That strike rate up to 58 now, 51 off 88 deliveries. In he comes, Carson twirling it, and this will be slapped away backward of point, where it's picked up by Haynes. That comes back in. And one more run added to the total, 374.8. Sorry, it was Coles who picked that up. And Zafar goes on to 52.
Well, they have their eyes on another batting bonus point here. I mean, they've got another, was that 96 or 98 overs on the scoreboard?
Oh, God, we've both got bad eyesight, haven't
Well,
we?
it's quite difficult to see, it's quite difficult to see from this angle, isn't it?
Yeah, so we've had 98,
Yes,
haven't we?
98, there we are,
98.4.
yeah.
We've had 98 before. Carson coming over the wicket now, this time to the right-handed actor. What's happened to that? He's swept it away, and it's gone for 4 runs.
Well, Danny Lamb down at fine leg was saying, I can't see where it's gone. I mean, he obviously lost it in the background. But Hector's just enjoying himself here. That was a reverse sweep, and it's picked up 4 more runs.
Wow, I'm going to watch the replay of that in just a moment. These batters seem to be all over the bowlers at the moment.
They do.
They're not behaving like a tail.
No.
They're behaving like batters in the top 6. 374 for 8 following that reverse sweep. Short leg in place, Carson bowls. And Actor will get a single here. Possibly it might have come off a pad. Let's just see what is signalled by the umpire. No, it's come off bat, and he goes through for 1 more. So Actor on to 27, and the score 375 for 8. And we've had 99 overs now, 93 overs remaining in the day's play if we get through them. But really, there's a lot of leakage going on here. Sussex need to rein it in. And surprisingly, we haven't seen Seals. I said it before, but Jaden Seals possibly being rested after his marathon yesterday. But expecting Ollie Robinson and Seals to open the bowling here with a newish ball.
Yeah. Well, certainly the double change looks like as is Finn Hudson-Prentice coming into the attack for Sussex. Bowled 17 overs yesterday, 2 maidens, took 1 for 60. If you just joined us this morning, a very good morning, whether you're watching on the live stream or listening to the BBC online coverage. Don't forget every ball of every game of every county right through the season available online with the BBC. I'm Adrian Harms. Izzy Duncan sitting next to me, and Ed Seaborn, the 3rd member of our commentary team here on BBC Radio Sussex, Gloucestershire and Bristol. Finn Hudson-Prentice in conversation with Ollie Robinson, who's fielding at mid-off. As in comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls, and forwards comes Actor, who just doesn't bat like a number 10. I mean, most tailenders can bat these days, but he's made a very competent 27 off 36 balls. Yes, he's had the odd waft and the odd shot that you think, oh, that's not textbook, but it's been mighty effective. And these two who came together when the score's 308 for 8 have now added 67 for the 9th wicket.
Yeah, it's remarkable. Sussex has got to do something about this.
The sun is out brightly, as bright as it's been all morning, as Hudson-Prentice in bowls. Actor drives through the covers. More runs here, at least 1, and there should be 2, as Jaden Seals trots round the cover boundary to field. 2 more to the total. 377 for 8. I tend to agree with Jaden Seals, and Ed was making the point in the commentary earlier that the fact he's out on the field suggests that there's not a problem with his fitness at all, but he's well, if he comes on now, he'll be sort of 4th change, won't he? Because we've had Carson, well, 3rd change, Carson, Hudson-Prentice, and now.
Yeah, maybe it's exhaustion. Or
yes, it might be. Maybe
possibly a niggle or 2.
Yes, possibly. Hudson-Prentice is in and bowls, and Actor is forward, plays firmly and crisply to mid-wicket, and there is no run. I think probably as a tail ender, you're enjoying this because you've come in. These are terrific runs as far as your team are concerned. There's nothing to lose here. And actually, last night when it got really gloomy, Gloucester had it all to lose. We were talking about that in the commentary with, Robinson and Seals steaming in. They lost, obviously, James Bracey in that time, then Dom Goodman, and you thought, oh, Sussex with 3 or 4 overs to go might wrap this innings up here. So it's the way that 4-day cricket changes, which is what we enjoy so much about it. Hudson-Prentice in again, bowls. Actor is forward confidently enough, pushes that into the offside, fielded by Lamb, and there is no run.
But you're right, that they're playing with a certain amount of freedom out there, these two. I don't call them tailenders, they're not really tailenders,
No.
because they're playing so correctly and so well. But they haven't got anything to lose. You're absolutely right, and they're thinking about batting points. And you need to get them within 110 overs. And they've already got 3 on the board, and they've got on with it this morning. Foot on the accelerator. That's the grand plan.
Hudson Prentice again. In and bowls to Hector. That kept a little low, but he's got his head right. I mean, that was I said some of his shots haven't been textbook, but that was almost a textbook forward defensive, wasn't
yeah.
it? Foot to the pitch of the ball, head still, and just played it out into the offside. Ball of good length. You know, block the balls that are going to hit the stumps and hit the others, seems to be what Hector's policy is here, and it's been very, very effective. 2 slips, 3 men saving 1 on the offside, a sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a deep backward square as Hudson Prentice in again, and it's glided this time by Actor down towards Finder. That could go all the way for 4 runs, you know. It's being chased down to the boundary by Jack Carson. He just about manages to get there and overhaul the ball, gets in a good throw. 2 more to Actor, who goes to 31, and Gloucestershire 379 for 8. Actor on 51, Zafar is on, sorry, Actor on 31, Zafar on 52.
This partnership now. 70 between these two, Akhtar and Gohar, who look pretty set, comfortable, unrattled. Sussex don't appear to be causing them any problems. There are freebies to be had out there as well, pitching the ball too short. Now it's going to be Carson who continues with his off breaks. He's going to be bowling to Gohar, the left-hander. There's 1 slip in place. They've done away with short leg. And we've got 1, 2, 3 men patrolling the boundary. And here is Carson, the tall man. Tiptoes past the umpire, floats it up. Ooh, that was almost Yorker length there. Manages to dig it out just. Zafar Gohar, who's facing, just about keeps it out with the toe end of his bat and a puff of dust. Carson will continue here. There's a backward point there, mid-off, mid-on. In he comes again, Carson. Whoa, there's a big shout here. Oh, well, let's call it a half-hearted shout. No interest from the umpire at the other end. Mark Newell. A little twitch from the umpire, but nothing more. So Carson, once again, giving it a bit of rip from that Cromwell Road end. In he comes. A little bit quicker this time from Carson, but sees it well. Zafar comes forward. Puts it out of its misery, the ball. So there's a mid-wicket and a mid-on, and there's a deep mid-wicket and a long leg down there. All hands in pockets at the moment, everyone looking a bit chilly. Hand warmers in pockets. As Carson again is in and bowls, rocks onto the back foot here. There'll be a single as that ball just pierces the ring and goes out towards deep cover. That Seals is out there. Jaden Seals, who we've yet to see bowling, wings the ball back in and they take a single. And that takes the score to, is that 380 for 8?
Yes.
It is.
We've got a request for you, Izzy, which I shall read in a moment. At the end of the over. I'll keep you waiting.
Short leg in place now for the right-handed Actor as Carson is in, bowls, and that's nurdled into the legs by Actor. And there is no run. 380 for 8. Actor on 31. Zafar on 53. Carson continues. Breeze across the ground. 1 slip. Carson once again in, bowls. And that's driven into the covers. Not powerfully, but they will come back for 2. It's picked up by Pujara out there at deep extra cover. And the score ticks on to 382 for 8. And we've had 101 overs here. Gloucestershire on top. I just feel like this game drifting away from Sussex.
No, I would agree. It's certainly been Gloucestershire's morning. I don't think the Sussex coaching staff will be desperately pleased with the way that it's gone. So an email has come in from Kaz, who's sitting again in the so legal area. There she is. She's in the front row, waving there. There we go.
She's waving.
Yeah.
We're waving back. We're waving back, Kaz.
Great to be here again and enjoying the commentary. I have Izzy's book, Skirting the Boundary.
Ooh.
And I wondered if at some point I could get her to sign it for me.
Absolutely. They are rarer unsigned, I might add.
Are they?
Yeah. But I'm very happy to do that.
Hudson Prentice, with a slip and a gully, comes in and bowls, and there's a better delivery, and Zafar plays it a little uncomfortably down the track, and there is no run. Probably the best thing to do, Kaz, is Izzy will be on commentary until 12:30. If you wanted to pop up to the commentary box then, or at lunch, Izzy will be here, and I'm sure she'd be very happy to sign it for you.
Absolutely, I will be poised and waiting.
Yeah. The guys in the museum are waiting over there as well. If you want to visit there, please do so. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, and Zafar plays into the offside, fielded by Ollie Robinson, who picked up the ball, and he sort of looked at the non-striker's end as if to say, if you go at your ground again, I'm going to throw the stumps down. And I think that Actor was just wandering slightly out of his ground. He might have been teasing Ollie Robinson a little bit there and just sort of adding to the overall Sussex frustration this morning.
Oh, he's an angry man this morning, Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, he doesn't look best pleased. In comes Hudson Prentice again, bowls, and Zafar cuts firmly. That's going to be 4 runs. Wide of the off stump, and he just cut the ball away through the slip cordon for 4. Zafar goes to 57, and Gloucestershire to 386 for 8. And now, just 14 runs away from what would be a very unlikely looking 4th batting bonus point. There's been excellent stuff from Gloucestershire this morning.
Well, it does feel like an obvious time to bring Jayden Seales back into the attack, doesn't it?
Well,
there's something preventing it, because we've had other bowlers instead, and it's a bit puzzling.
This partnership now worth 78 between these two. As Hudson Prentice in again, bowls to Zafar, who's at it again, cutting firmly to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Jack Carson is there, who's run very quickly, gets in the throw to John Simpson. It is 1 more to Zafar. He goes to 59. I thought he was already on 59. He's showing us 58. 387 for 8. In terms of the overs, you get 110 overs, as I'm sure most of our listeners are aware, to get your bonus points in. So plenty of time to pick up this 4th batting bonus point for getting to 400. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Actor, who drives to Lamb, who fields at mid-off. And there is no run. So this morning, Gloucestershire have added 69 runs, I reckon, in no time at all. Sussex haven't helped themselves, I don't think, with some fairly wayward bowling. But these two, full credit, as in comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, and it does up on his toes, and he hammers this away down towards deep backward point. Jayden Seales is there, he's to the ball very quickly, gets in the throw, and Actor and John Simpson very nearly collide. But 2 more to the total. Finn Hudson Prentice kicks away in frustration at the crease. 2 more to Actor, he goes to 35. And the total to 389 for 8. And Finn Hudson Prentice has now bowled 19 overs, 2 maidens, and taken 1 for 71.
Yeah, what is John Simpson, the skipper of Sussex, going to do next with his bowlers here? He's got to stem the flow, because at the moment it's out of control, and Gloucestershire are scoring runs freely. These two, Actor and Zafar. And what a partnership between these two. Unexpected.
Yeah, 81 now, is he? These two have added. And I'm just going to work out 389, doing some very quick maths.
Oh, Carson's going to continue here with his off breaks. He'll come around the wicket to Zafar Gohar, the Pakistani. 1 step still in place. In he comes, Carson. Bowls, and it's a respectful defensive shot off the back foot there. No run.
They've added 70 this morning in 12 overs.
They're galloping along.
Well, they're going up virtually 6 and over.
This was their plan, I'm sure, this morning. Let's try and get these batting points, if at all possible. And they've been given too many freebies. Carson, once again, past the umpire. Bowls, and comes forward there. Forward well onto the front foot, Zafar, and just muffles the ball. No run. And
these bonus points, they're always important, but I think in a division that's going to be very, very tight this season, you know, a point here, a point there, come September could make all the difference. And Sussex will be thinking, well, they want another wicket because they want to wrap this up, but they want to take full bowling points at this. When you've won the toss, put the opposition in, the least you expect is to get 3 bonus points for bowling.
Yeah.
And at the minute, they're on 2.
Right, well, long leg has been brought in for the single as Gohar continues to face. Carson in. hop, skip and a jump, bowls, comes forward again. That long stride, positive stride forward there from Zafar Gohar. He's on 58 of 102 deliveries. The score now is 38948 as we continue in the sunshine. I'm wondering if batting has got a little bit easier. There's a slightly less green tinge on the pitch. It's got a bit of sun on it. As once again he comes around the wicket, Carson. Plays that rather late, gets the bat down on it late, Zafar, but gets away with it. He's trying to work it into the offside. There are plenty of fielders on the offside. There's an extra cover mid-off. There's also a backward point. And fine legs up on the one, mid-wicket and mid-on. And we've got a fielder out there patrolling Pujara, deep mid-wicket. He's in again, Carson. That's cut away. They won't get a single. That's well fielded there by James Coles, who wings that back in pretty niftily, cuts off the run. So 389 for 8 here, Gloucestershire, sitting pretty with that score on the new scoreboard here at Hove. Again, Carson, right arm around, left alone this time. It's a little bit of grip and turn, feeling confident out there, Gohart, to leave that one well alone. End of another over. We've had 103, 389 for 8, approaching that fourth batting point. If they get there within 110 overs, they'll gobble it up.
They will. We a welcome maiden over from Jack Carson, just sort of stemming the flow of runs. I said there was play pretty much everywhere. Well, there isn't at Canterbury at the moment, which is slightly worrying, where it's raining. But I think the really cold winds and the rain are down that east coast today, so maybe not surprising it's raining at Canterbury. Kent 144 for 4. In the second innings, in the second division, Leicestershire are 211 for 3 against Derbyshire. Marcus Harris going along very nicely. He's 98 not out, the Australian. Middlesex have lost wickets this morning, 135 for 5 they are, still trailing Yorkshire by 24. Louis Deploy, who moved from Derbyshire in the winter, is still there. He's on 51. In the other game in the second division, Glamorgan 242 for 9. Against Northamptonshire. Mason Crane, 41 not out. As in comes Finn Hudson-Prentice, running away from us. Keeper Simpson standing up to the stumps, and Hector is forward, very confidently placed to mid-wicket. Footed by Pujara, and there is no run. That's something of a recovery from Glamorgan, who at one stage were 96 for 5. Now 242 for 9. In the first division, Essex 105 for 1. Lancashire made 146 yesterday. Good side Essex, aren't they? Dean Elgar in the runs again. 37 not out. Kushi made 53. Hudson-Prentice. 2 slips go down in the bowls and played to mid-off. Fielded by Danny Lamb. Throw comes in, but it's a comfortable single. I'm not entirely sure that Actor intended to play that to mid-off. He was looking to play that to mid-on, but nonetheless he gets a single and goes to 36. 390 for 8. Warwickshire piling on the runs down at the Aegeus Bowl. 389 for 5. Danny Briggs, he must have been the light watchman last night, out for 24. Warwickshire certainly in good nick batting wise. Somerset 158 for 2 at Taunton against Notts. Hudson-Prentice in bowls. Forward comes Zafar, very correctly plays into the offside. There is no run. Ollie Robinson there sort of kicked the ball towards the stumps. I think he's convinced that Acter is backing up a little bit too far, and he's determined to catch him out.
It's desperation as well, isn't it, Sussex? They've got to get a wicket.
They have.
Break these two up. Partnership into the 80s now.
Clatter of wickets at Kidderminster this morning. Worcestershire 119 for 6 in reply to the Durham total of 244. Jake Libby, 55 not out for Worcestershire. Hudson-Prentice in bowls to Zafar, whose forward plays it to out into the offside. Fielded there by Robinson, and again there is no run. A couple of wickets there for Paul Coughlin, and 3 for Ben Rain for Durham, who Ed was saying he quite fancied in Division 1 this season. Drew at Edgbaston last week. So that's all your latest scores. Hudson-Prentice on his way again around the wicket and bowls, and Zafar just stands tall, punches into the offside, And there is no run. Well, these two are playing sort of like a middle order partnership, really. You wouldn't think you're watching a partnership here for the 9th wicket. They're both playing very straight. They've taken account of some, I think indifferent is a fair word to use, bowling from Sussex this morning. And when the ball's been there to hit, they've hit it, and when it isn't, they've defended. A fairly straightforward tactic, to be honest, but it's carried him to 390 for 8 as in comes Hudson Prentice bowls, and Zafar clips that through mid-wicket. Good bit of fielding by James Coles, who was down very quickly to his left and fielded, and there is no run. So just a single off the over. Sussex just applying the brakes. A maiden from the last over from Jack Carson. Now just a single, 390 for 8. Zafar is on 58, Akhtar is on 36. These two coming together when the score was 308 for 8, so a partnership between these two of 82, and this morning these two have added 60. Come on, Adrian.
What did they start on? 319, didn't they?
Yeah, started on 319. It's now they've added 71.
71. Correct. Carson continues, that man from Northern Ireland, Warringstown. Came over when he was 12 years old over to Sussex to ply his trade in cricket. Here he is, and he bowls, and he's bowling to the right-handed Akhtar. There's going to be a shy at the stumps here. They're taking a quick single. Akhtar is home safely. He was running to the danger end at the bowler's end there. It's well backed up. I think even a direct hit, he would have been safe. It's good running between these two. They work well together, Akhtar and Zafar.
Well, they do.
So 391 for 8 now, as the damage continues, or rather the damage against Gloucestershire. Sorry, against Sussex continues, against the Sussex bowling attack, which at the moment is not looking particularly incisive. So Carson, he's tall, creeps in and bowls his twirlers, and that's left alone there by Gohart. Just watches the ball sail past him into the gloves of Simpson. Simpson's got to think very carefully about his bowling changes. Something's got to happen here for Sussex.
Certainly has.
Carson, once again, past the bowler. Mark Newell bowls. And that's defended well. Just pushed along the carpet there by Zafar Gohar, who's on 58. Faced 111 deliveries for his 58. Both doing a sterling job for this 9th wicket partnership. There's a bit of chat going on here between Simpson and Zafar, and the umpire's going to get involved. I wonder what's going on. Neil Bainton. No, Neil Bainton's backing off. Oh, no, Neil Bainton's coming in again.
Well, it's a conversation between John Simpson and Zafar Gohart, and now the umpires, and I'm only assuming here that something has been said. I think Neil Bainton's saying cut it out and get on with it. But I just wonder if something was said there. Zafar didn't look very happy, did he? He turned around and spoke to John Simpson.
Possibly some verbals going on. I mean,
Don't like to see that.
no. Well, John Simpson, of course, is standing up to the stumps because the spinner is on Carson, but who knows? We will find out later, no doubt. Carson, here he is. Let's get on with it. He's in and bowls. It's a bit too short, and that has been drilled through the covers, piercing the ring. It will be picked up by Seals out there, Jaden Seals, who throws that back in. Nice flat throw. They come back for the second. Zafar goes on to 60 now. The score is 39348. A certain amount of frustration out there. You can see it in the body language now of Sussex. They need something to happen here. They've got to make it happen. Carson, here he is, bowling, and defensive shot there. It's just that these batters out here in this 9th wicket partnership, Akhtar and Zafar, they haven't given anything away. There haven't been any chances as far as I can remember this morning. And they're just going on in their merry way, really, scoring runs freely. Carson, right arm around, bowls and defended stoically once again by Zafar Gohar. It's another over that's gone, and edging towards that 4th batting point at 393 for 8. And we've had 105 overs. They've got 5 overs in which to get that extra batting point.
We're going to see a little bit of James Coles. We're going to get spin for both ends, so still no Jaden Seals, which is maybe a little surprising, having bowled yesterday, picked up a couple of wickets. Time for me to go and have a breather. So Izzy Duncan is going to be joined by Ed Seaborn.
Well, John Simpson here, the keeper and skipper for Sussex, has to think very hard. And I do think he needs to juggle his bowlers, possibly mix them around, change the ends, try everything to break this partnership up, because it's really causing enormous damage to Sussex in this first innings. Gloucestershire just racing away. This partnership now worth 85 between Gohar and Akhtar. So more spin, this time from the C end. It's going to be James Coles with his slow left arm orthodox, the all-rounder, only 20 years old. And a great promising young cricketer. He's just warming up at the moment, and we welcome Ed Seaborn back. Hello, Ed.
Do you?
How you doing?
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, well, it's nice to have you. I like a bit of company. We've got young Oliver to my right.
Definitely preferable than doing it on your own.
All yours.
Oh, thank you. James Coles bowling down the leg side first ball of his work this morning's session, and it's tickled fine for a single by Zaman Akhtar. No, it wasn't. It was a bye. 394 for 8. So the first bye against John Simpson. It's a collector's item. A bye against that man. Who seemed to be engaged in at least Zafar seemed to be sort of nodding his head a lot, as if to say sort of, did you really say that? And anyway, I'm sure it was all mounted out of a molehill type stuff. In goes Coles bowling, and that's very wide outside the off stump. No shot from Zafar. I mean, I can't imagine there was a great deal in it, to be honest. And you know, I don't think there's a great deal of point sledging somebody who's on 60. Coles over the wicket, bowls, and back foot defence from Zafar, back towards the bowler. Very conspicuous from his absence, as I have a packet of biscuits rattled in front of my face.
More of those biscuits later.
Coles bowls to Zafar, who takes a hand off the bat in defence into the onside. Simpson springs out from behind the stumps to field. I've been so tempted by the biscuits. What was I saying?
Yes, today's biscuits brought in by young Oliver here, who's in on work experience.
Dear me, sort of rattling something in front of a baby. In goes Coles, bowls, oh, he's got him! It's just squeezed into the ground by Zafar Gohar, and the ball seems to have trickled backwards and taken the leg bail. And at long last, from Sussex's point of view, they have the 9th Gloucestershire wicket. Zafar trying to jam down on the ball right up in the block hole from James Coles, and that bowling change from Simpson has worked. It's taken 5 deliveries. Zafar is out for a really well-made 60. Who knows how vital that innings might be as the game wears on. Gloucestershire still have 6 runs to go to get this next batting point, but that is full bowling points for Sussex in the nick of time.
A resounding round of applause, and well deserved there from the batter Gohar. 60 off 117 deliveries. I'm sure his score will flash up on the scoreboard in a moment, or maybe it already has and I've missed it.
60 from 118 balls, and 7 fours were included. And I've remembered what I was saying. Jayden Seales still hasn't bowled, so you almost wonder whether there's been some sort of an edict from the Windies to say he can't bowl today. He bowled a lot yesterday. He's not bowling today. Go and field, but he's not bowling. I don't know. Out comes Ajit Singh Dale to the middle from number 11, and he's already, with his batting efforts, helped gain Gloucestershire 1 batting point this year. They were in danger of not picking up any batting points against Yorkshire, but his 7 that he made there helped Gloucestershire over the line to get to 250. See if you can do the same sort of thing here. This is turned into the onside first ball by Singh Dale towards deep mid-wicket. They were very happy to let him take that single, and Gloucestershire moved to 395 for 9. But a generous round of applause for James Coles, who I did see a bit of him bowl in the match here against Northamptonshire after I'd returned from soggy Derby, and thought he bowled beautifully, actually. So good for him that he has grabbed a wicket. He's only bowled 2 overs yesterday, and he's come on and started off with An over which has just conceded one off the bat and taken that vital wicket from Sussex's point of view of Zafar Gohar for 60.
So Carson will continue. I'm surprised actually Carson's continuing with the new bat there, Dale. Singh Dale, who's arrived at the crease. You might expect a bit of Ollie Robinson again, or possibly Seals, if he's allowed to bowl. Anyway, Carson, here we are, right arm over to Singh Dale, who comes forward, plays out with soft hands, ball squirts, it's backward a point for no run. Gloucestershire now 395 for 9, chasing that 4th batting point.
He does like to play his shots, does Singh Dale, so I'm thinking he's probably, he's thinking I've got this.
There's a short leg and there's a slip there in place. As Carson again bowls. There he is. He has played his shots absolutely teed off. Now that has gone for 4 runs. Yes, it has. It's just trickled over. It was aerial, swung across the line, and made good contact with that Singh Dale, seeing it well. So he's on to 5 rather quickly off 3 deliveries.
I always feel he's on a sort of constant mission to get himself up the order when he bats as Singh Dale, and he's going about that mission by trying to prove that he's got all the shots, and he certainly does have quite a lot of shots. He scored a 50 last year against Leicestershire, 52, so he can hang about.
He's capable. Oh, they're one run short now of getting their 4th batting point. They've just brought Seals slightly in off the boundary there. It's a very long boundary in front of the pavilion at square leg. Here is Carson, tiptoeing in. Right arm over. Oh, good foot movement there. Very positive foot movement there from Singh Dale. Bit of a shuffle up the pitch, reaches the pitch of the ball and whips it into the onside. The 400 has gone up. You can hear that, the crowd acknowledging the 400 for 9, and that 4th batting point has been taken by Gloucestershire.
Yeah,
And Akhtar will now face.
Oh, that's much more than I think even the most optimistic of Gloucestershire supporters, I think, would have been hoping for this morning, to get to 400. 350, I think, was looking not exactly certain at 319 for 8 at the start of the day.
So Akhtar now to face, slight change in the field. Here he is, Carson bowls, and they will get a single here. Stolen a single into the leg side, making it look easy still. And of course we're well into the tail here. They're 9 down, but 401 for 9 now, Gloucestershire, who will be extremely pleased with this score. They seem to be pleased with 319 for 8 last night. So to have 400 on the board will be a mega bonus for Gloucestershire. But they've earned it. Carson bowling tightly to the stumps with his off breaks, and that's defended there by Singh Dale, who comes forward.
I suppose the question is, as I think you floated in your stint with Harmsey, is has the pitch changed? Has it flattened out? Or have Sussex flattened out?
That's right. Carson again bowls, and that's defended there by Dale, just reining it in a little bit, having teed off earlier on. Very exciting out towards mid-wicket for his boundary. So the score, 401 for 9. We've had 107 overs here at Gloucestershire. Akhtar on 38, Dale on 6. And Sussex still have work to do to finish off this innings.
Yesterday, we seemed to be bringing up the Carolinas at just about every possible excuse. And I found another one this morning. As you walk along the seafront, you pass all those street names, and you notice you've got Brunswick Terrace, so Caroline of Brunswick, Adelaide Crescent, Adelaide of Saxe-Meiningen, and also another queen of that period, Charlotte of Mecklenburg-Strelitz. You see where I'm going with this now?
Yeah.
Charlotte.
Yeah. Yes, Charlotte.
Coles is in. This is pushed into the covers by Zaman Akhtar, and there's no run.
Now Charlotte is in South Carolina. People get confused. Is it in South Carolina or North Carolina? I think it's in South Carolina because it's right on the border.
Coles is in, and this is attempted to be worked through the leg side by Akhtar. Has that gone through his legs? It ended up in Simpson's gloves. I think it's gone right between his legs.
A nutmeg.
It's yes, he should have brought out the nutmeg shot.
Yes, the nutmeg.
That's Sivabrunt fame. Slog sweep This has gone high in the air, and it's gone into the gap, and it's slammed into the base of the advertising board for 6.
Wow.
And that is a new first-class best score for Zaman Akhtar, and he brings it up in grand fashion with a slog sweep for 6. And it moves to 44 not out. I think that's the third 6 that's almost hit that exact same advertising board. 407 for 9. Coles is into Akhtar, who flicks this one down to long on. All along the carpet this time, picked up by Carson, who launches the throw-in on the bounce, and one more run is added. 408 for 9. Akhtar on 45. He was left high and dry on 41 not out. His previous best score at Grace Road, where, to be honest, he looked the best batter in that innings, in the second innings at Grace Road. This is launched in the air by Singdale, completely skewed, and he'll get away with it wide of long off. They think about taking a second run, but decide against it. Now Robinson's throw gets away from Coles, but the backing up is good from Pujara off the boundary, and things continue to be rather untidy at times here. It was a pretty awful piece of cricket from everybody apart from Coles. It was quite nicely bowled. Did Singdale in the flight, but they get another single from it. Coles bowling to Akhtar, who plays calmly in defence out into the covers. And that is the end of the over. 8 from it. Gloucestershire 409 for 9. Still batting almost an hour and a quarter into this morning session.
I just feel we need Ollie Robinson to channel the anger into his bowling right now and just polish it off, get a little bit more pace on board. Well, let's see what happens. We're going to continue with Carson. Yes, we are, because he's drying his hands on the pitch, as spinners often do, getting a little bit of dirt on the hands. Carson will continue. Carson's figures, Jack Carson bowling his off breaks. 2 for 70 off 16 overs. And it's great to see all this spin, but I just feel a little bit of pace now, just to try and knock over perhaps Dale Singh's stumps. Anyway, here's Carson. And there's that echoed around the ground, didn't it? Great acoustics here at Hove. That was Singdale who just pushed that into the covers.
Which ground do you think has the best acoustics?
Oof. That's a hard one, isn't it? Here's Carson. Bowls. Oh, there's an edge. There's a thick edge, but there's only one slip, and that will go for 4. It's gone down the hill towards the C end of things. If you get an edge on that and there's no third man in place, it will be 4 runs with only one slip in place there.
I always think the ball has a really distinctive sound off the bat at the oval. It's almost like this echo. You hear the clunk, and then it really almost reverberates around the ground,
Yes.
especially if it's not full. I just think it's a really
Yeah.
distinctive sound at the oval.
It certainly picked up on the effects, Mike. 413 for 9 following that. Dale on to 11. Onwards and upwards for Gloucestershire as Carson goes in. Oh, he's given that a wallop across the teeing off once again. Has got hold of it, and this time it's motored along to the deep mid-wicket boundary, nowhere near any of the fielders. Thank you very much. That was pitched up, and Singdale gallops on to 15 off 10 deliveries. Exciting stuff out there for Gloucestershire. Taking the mickey really now, aren't they?
Yeah,
Taking the mickey.
he almost does in a way, because he's got his own unique way of batting to Singdale, which is really starting to work very well for him. But I'm not sure that's a particular shot that you'll see a lot of people play. Sort of drag.
Anything goes
wide
these
of long
days,
on,
doesn't
but
it?
you know, it worked. He got a lot more bat on it than, and to be honest, I thought he was going to.
Well, it's forced a
When he came
change in
down
the
the
field.
pitch.
Still one slip in place and a short leg. As Carson, here he is, onto his toes, bowls, and that's just played along the carpet back to the bowler by Singdale on 15. 417 for 9. Akhtar at the other end on 45. Look at that strike rate for Singdale, 122. Here comes Carson. Oh, and he's hit that straight back to the bowler. Caught and bowled. It's the end of the Gloucestershire innings at 417 for 9. Just danced down the pitch there, Singdale. and has used up his 9 lives. He's out for 15, but what a cracking innings from Gloucestershire. I think in their wildest dreams they would have taken 417 all out.
Yeah, 98 runs they've added this morning in an hour and a quarter. They've moved the game along as well from their point of view. They've scored these runs whilst not using up a great deal of time. Still a decent chunk of the morning session left for them to use. 40 minutes they'll have, give or take, at Sussex with this 1:06 lunch interval. But terrific work from Zafar Gohar, from Zaman Akhtar in particular, and Ajit Singh Dale adding, I guess, the cherry on top with that extra batting point, getting the score up to that 400 mark, and 417 the final total. Let's just go down the card, at least in short form. Bancroft was the first man to go. He made 27. Ollie Price followed fairly soon after for 8. Score was 61 for 2 at that stage. 106 run partnership then between Miles Hammond and Ben Charlesworth. Hammond the next to go for 56. Charlesworth followed in the next over for 62. Then another tidy partnership of 47 between Graham van Buren and James Bracey. I mean, at that stage, at 171 for 4 when Charlesworth was out, you really felt as though Sussex might pull this right back. And to be honest, I was thinking maybe, you know, 250s, 270 all out is a distinct possibility here. Van Buren made 26. Tom Price came in, steady contribution from him as well, 22. James Bracey out late last night for 69. He was the innings top scorer. Dom Goodman departed without scoring, and then Zafar Gohar and Zaman Akhtar. You know the story from this morning. 86 runs added between Zafar and Akhtar, and then another more than handy 23 runs between Akhtar and Singh Dale. Bowling figures: Robinson 21 overs, 2 maidens, none for 83. I don't think another thing that you wouldn't have been expecting first thing yesterday morning when Gloucestershire were put into bat by Sussex, to have Ollie Robinson go wicketless. You'd have had arms being snapped off that particular offer. Jaden Seals 24 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 72. Danny Lamb, pick of the bowlers yesterday, but didn't manage to polish off the tail this morning. 20 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 69. Still very tidy figures from him. Hudson Prentice 20 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 72. I actually thought he probably bowled the best of the seamers this morning. Tom Clark just bowled the 3 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 4. Jack Carson finishing 16.5 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 78. And James Coles, who came on and at last broke that partnership between Zafar and Akhtar, 4 overs, 1 for 18. I know everyone likes to, well, I don't know, maybe they don't, but I'm going to do the extras anyway. 27 extras, 1 bye, 20 leg byes, and 6 no balls. And Gloucestershire 417 all out. Sussex completing their quota of bowling points, so they have 3. Gloucestershire have 4 batting points, 108.5 overs, so the innings, excuse me, was completed within the bonus pointage anyway. And we shall see what happens in a few minutes' time as far as what Gloucestershire can get out of this pitch. Will we suddenly see the ball doing more, or has it flattened out? I think we'll take a break for a few minutes.
Let's go and have a biscuit.
Yes, let's have a biscuit and be back in a few minutes' time for the start of the Sussex reply to Gloucestershire's 417.
So, welcome back. The Gloucestershire fielders taking to the field, and they will have a real spring in their step. Bowled out for 417 this morning. Terrific performance this morning. Adding
98.
Yeah, in just 19 overs. So it's a fine performance by Gloucestershire. I have to say, I don't think Sussex covered themselves in glory this morning with some of the bowling, and they'll rue the 2 catches they dropped yesterday. Miles Hammond was dropped when he was on 17, going on to score 56. And James Bracey was dropped when he was on 23, went on to score 69. So Sussex had their chances, they haven't taken them. And Gloucestershire, having been put into bat yesterday, let's not forget that, will be delighted to have reached 419. Well, it is going to be Ollie Price, I think, who's going to open the bowling.
Tom Price.
Tom Price, I'm sorry, I knew it was one of the Prices. Tom Price, who's going, I thought it might be Ajit Dowell, but maybe he's going to bowl down the hill.
I suspect he will probably take the new ball from the other end. Price being fast medium, I guess they've probably thought, well, you know, give him the tall order of bowling up the hill.
There are 4 slips in place, so here we go. Under cloudy skies now, as Price is in and bowls to Clark, who's hit on the pad. The ball bounced out onto the leg side. There is no, I could say that was definitely missing leg stump, but they will know here, Gloucestershire, that Tom Clark, he made 11 in the first game. He was out first ball last week at Leicester. So I'm not saying he's under pressure, that would be ridiculous, but he'll feel he needs a score here, Tom Clark.
That appeal, sorry for my snort, but it was almost comical.
Yeah. Price. In again, bowls, and Clark's beaten outside the off stump. A rather tentative little prod at that from Tom Clark.
Great to see Tom Price back, because...
Sorry, 12 he made against Northamptonshire, I'm sorry.
I've just... sorry, I've cut you off mid-point.
That's right.
Great to see Tom Price back, as I was saying, when he was batting, and I think Gloucestershire have really missed him with the new ball. He's very probing.
He's in and bowls, and Clark drives nicely down the ground, and he picks up a single. Does Tom? Oh, it's a misfield by the skipper. Dived completely over the ball. He chases back towards the boundary edge and picks up a second run, does Tom Clark, which was unexpected. The skipper diving over the ball. I'm sure he'll apologise to Tom Price. But Clark on his way with a couple of runs. Not right out the middle of the bat, but he'll be pleased at least to be on his way, having been out first ball at Leicester last week, and then saw Sussex score their highest score in their history. Price in, bowls down the leg side, and well taken by keeper Bracey, diving away to his right, and there is no run. So very good morning wherever you're listening from. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Bristol and Gloucester. Adrian Harms, Ed Seaborn, Izzy Duncan and Ollie Shooksmith, our commentary team. Ollie is here watching what we do today, so we're all watching our P's and Q's as Price runs away from us. In and bowls, and Clark lets that go. It was a good lead, I thought for a moment that was angling in towards the off stump, but there is no run. So great to welcome everybody this morning, and of course you, the listeners. If you'd like to get in touch, please do so. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. And we have another country to add to our list.
Yes.
We're slowly getting there. Let us know where you're watching from. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Simon's in touch. We've had a number of Gloucestershire supporters, which has been really good this week. Price around the wicket, comes in, bowls to Clark, who drives into the offside. The ball just sort of dribbled in front of him. And there is
backspin on it. I think he managed to put backspin on it.
Yes, I expected that to go out into the covers, but the ball barely got out of the cut strip. End of the over. Sussex 2 without loss. The email has come from Simon, who says, good morning from Georgetown, Malaysia. Enjoying your excellent coverage and a spirited batting performance from the Gloucestershire lower order. I wonder where Georgetown, Malaysia is, because the capital of Malaysia is... Don't tell me. It's not Penang.
No.
I ought to know. Come on, Adrian. Don't tell me. I can't be this dim.
What's your favourite bear?
I know the capital of Malaysia. This is ridiculous. I'm going to let you commentate on that. I'm not going to say another word until I've remembered.
Ajit Singh Dale it is to bowl under now cloudy skies from the Cromwell Road end. And Singh Dale will steam in over the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Haynes. He's there now and bowls on the pads, and it's flicked off pad, I think, speeding away down fine. Dom Goodman is there to do the fielding, and indeed it is. A leg by, 3 without loss are Sussex.
We will have an update fairly soon, so we'll just listen out for that, and hopefully, Ed, you'll hear it. There's no music at the moment, but you will.
Right.
But you keep going.
Well, you just make a
Okay, I'll go.
rude gesture at me, and
Okay.
I'll respond. Try to. Not with a rude gesture, I mean.
Kuala Lumpur.
Yes.
Thank you.
Here comes Singh Dale, bowling now. Back of a length, rising up onto his toes is Clark, playing the ball down into the gully.
Haven't they got, in fact, Simon may be able to tell us, in Kuala Lumpur, aren't there 2 sort of famous towers?
Petronas Towers,
yeah.
yes.
Why are they called the Petronas Towers?
Because the architect was a huge fan of J.K. Rowling, and that's a reference which possibly is a generational one.
Really? Is it true?
No,
Oh.
it's not true. Not even spelt the same way. Here comes Singh Dale and bowls. This is looped in the air, and it's gone short of square leg, maybe just off pad. They were shouting for leg before wicket rather than catch it, so I guess it wasn't bat. But Gloucestershire are up and about in terms of their appealing. Oh, I hear
Right.
music.
Yes, I think we're into a travel bulletin, and then we'll be doing the update to cricket, so I better take over.
you do
Ed, so well done everybody back at base who's sorting out the technicals this morning. Wonderful. 3 without loss are Sussex. So adding 98 in just 19 overs this morning. As in comes Dale down the hill. Bowls, and Clark is playing this down to fine leg. Yeah, hi Stephen. It's a cold, chilly day here down on the south coast. It's been a very good morning for Gloucestershire, who added 98 for their final 2 wickets this morning. Some sloppy Sussex bowling and some good batting, particularly from Zafar Gohar, who scored a very fine 60. Sussex have just started their reply. They are 4 without loss. Down at Canterbury, they've had a couple of interruptions for rain, but they're playing again now. Kent 163 for 4 against Surrey. Joe Denley not out on 28. Thank you, Stephen.
We've had a confirmation, by the way. Georgetown is on Penang Island. I had a feeling that you get the ferry over there, and it's sort of, you know, it's really kind of old, sort of, you know, Malaya type kind of
Penang
area. Well, Georgetown, I
Right.
think in particular. I've seen some sort of documentary.
I've not been to Malaysia. I've got some friends who live over there. So the bucket list is increasing in length. I'm trying to tick them all off, but it's expensive.
Singh Dale runs in and bowls, and he's had a flash at that one as Tom Haynes. It was pitched right up, allowing the ball to swing, and Haynes went pretty hard at that drive and has missed it. 4 without loss after 2 overs. Tip of the hat to Phil O'Rourke for that bit of info. Bobson Dugnut has been in touch, who is glazing the greenhouse. I really hope that's not a euphemism, but it's not, because there is a picture of an unglazed greenhouse.
I would be hopeless at that.
That would be there would be smashed
Oh,
glass all over the floor. if I attempted that.
I wouldn't be able to put the frame up even. I would be hopeless. Price running in from the sea end of the ground under cloudy skies here at Hove. Bowls to Clark, who's solidly forward. Price fields off his own bowling. The ball bounces away to mid-off, and there is no run. We have so thank you for that from Malaysia. We have another email come in from Vincent. He's listening from Nitrain, Nitrain, in Slovakia. He says, used to live next to the county ground, but now in Slovakia. In comes Price bowls. Clark defends solidly down the track. There is no run. No cricket pitches here, but we play tennis ball in the athletic stadium. He's loving the coverages, Vince. So I wonder how long you've been out in Slovakia, whether you've moved out there with your job. We're just nosy, really, Vince. Why have you moved to Slovakia? And is that the capital of Slovakia is? Ljubljana,
No,
is that
that's
Slovenia?
Slovenia, yes.
Oh, right. Now, Ollie, who's here for the day, he's going on some travels to Eastern Europe. So what's the capital of Slovakia, Ollie? Bratislava, is that correct?
Yes. on
Wonderful.
The beautiful blue Danube.
Ah, there we go. Fantastic. Are you going to Bratislava on your travels? Right. And is it Lake Bled that's in Slovenia? Yeah, right, okay, I've heard all about Lake Bled. Yeah. Wow, there we are. Bratislava. And we could add Slovakia to the list.
Yep, we've had the Czech Republic and
Yeah.
Slovakia.
We'll give you the
This
list.
morning.
Yeah. In comes Price. Bowls. Clark defends down the offside. The sun returns momentarily. In there is no run. So we have led listeners in Austria, France, Laos, Scotland, Bermuda, Thailand, Lanzarote, Macau, Luxembourg, Indonesia, the USA, the Czech Republic, Malaysia. Oh, Malaysia. Is that Malaysia twice? No, Malaysia and Slovakia. So perhaps you'd like to add. We generally get some Australian listeners.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of Southeast Asian
Yeah.
countries at the moment. We're certainly
And
full
interesting
of
European ones as well, Slovakia and Austria. In comes Price. Bowls, Clark solidly forward, plays to mid-on. Interesting here, Ed, that the opening bowlers here for Gloucestershire are really making these two play. And I know it's an easy thing to say, well, of course they should make them play, but they are. And so Clark and Haynes having to be on their guard here. And it's a sort of tricky half hour before lunch. It's one of those sessions you feel that Sussex haven't got a lot to gain, but Gloucestershire might have. 4 slips go down. Price on his way. Bowls. Oh, that didn't miss the off stump by very much. Well, there's hands on heads in the slips, and you have to say that's a good leave by Clark, but I'll tell you what, that wasn't far away from the off stump, and you could tell by the reaction of the slip cordon, they all had hands on heads. Jason has reminded me that Kuala Lumpur is the capital of Malaysia. I got there in the end, and I didn't cheat.
No.
There was no Googling there.
No, you didn't.
I just thought, crumbs, I can't be this dim. Price, who will be buoyed by that delivery, runs away from us. In and bowls. Clark defends a ball that would have hit the stumps. Played down the track. Good bowling from Tom Price. It's a maiden over. 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 2. Sussex are 4 without loss. Clark is on 3. Haynes yet to score. The 3 Toms at the top of the order. Clark, Haynes and Alsop in that order. But these opening pair have been given an examination here by the Gloucestershire opening attack.
Yeah, and the rare luxury, to be honest, of an entire day pretty much with the feet up. I suppose the only danger is that some of the bowlers have been out there doing quite a lot of running in the middle themselves, in particular Zaman Akhtar from being out there with bat in hand, but I think that's rather different to overs in the legs. Here's Singdale bowling,
that's
and
quick.
that is a fiery full delivery from Singdale that zips past the edge of Tom Haynes. That did look quick.
That's the quickest delivery we've seen in the match, I would say. I mean, that was really sharp. I mean, Jaden Seals is quick, but that was really sharp, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's a very exciting
He is.
prospect.
I remember
is
seeing him for
Singdale.
Hampshire 2 or 3 years ago, and I thought he was terrific then as well.
Yeah, 39 wickets. Under 33 in his early career is his record. Singdale bowls full and defended back to the bowler. But, you kind of think, first of all, you're a young fast bowler learning your trade, and also you're bowling at Bristol, which is not always the most conducive to bowling
bit
fast.
flat,
And,
yeah.
39 wickets at under 33 is a really encouraging start to the career from Ajit Singdale. And they just really desperately want to keep him fit. He's played a couple of matches in a row. Be quite surprised if he plays against Middlesex next week. Singdale is in and bowls, back of a length. Haynes onto his toes to turn the ball to mid-on, and there is no run.
He's got a very busy action, hasn't he? I mean, he absolutely throws himself into the delivery stride.
Yeah, he sort of coils himself. The front arm close to the body and then really whips through it. It is, I mean, you sort of describe it as slingy, because but it's not, you know, you say that and you kind of think of like a Malinga type slinger.
Yes.
It's not at all like that, but he does sling himself through his action. Here he comes over the wicket, bowls, and pushing forwards is Haynes, and playing to Zafar Gohar, who fields at point, and there is no run.
He's only 23 as well. We've had a reply from Vince, who's over in Slovakia. He says the capital is Bratislava. He says Nitra, Nitra, is an hour from Bratislava. JLR built the defender here in Nitra. What's the defender? Is that a tank or a... I don't know.
Do you know what? I actually don't know that.
He says
Is it a bike?
I don't know. We ought to know, probably.
Oh, it's a Land Rover.
Ah.
It's the Land Rover Defender. This is driven off a half volley from Singdale. That one was over pitched, and it's going to be runs for Haynes. It's going to
Nice
be 4
shot.
as it goes over the boundary. It's a long way out there, and it's also up the hill. But he's timed it very nicely, 8 without loss, and you've got to be in a position to play that sort of a shot where you can't be concerned about the ball whipping past your shoulder of the bat off a length.
No, that was a good shot
Top
from
order
Tom
back,
Haynes.
that's, you know, be able to get forward and drive it. Yeah.
Yes,
Ice
sir.
hockey in Slovakia as well, of course. I mean, it needs to be joined with Czech Republic.
Yeah.
HK Nitra, Slovan Bratislava. This goes
Oh,
past the
oh.
edge of Haynes. Another ball which has been lively enough off the pitch as it carries through to Bracey. But again, credit to Haynes, he didn't go following it.
Yeah.
Just played the line of off stump as the ball leaves him. And so far, there does seem to be just enough in this for Gloucestershire, but I feel they've probably got to make the most of these early conditions where there is that assistance, because even though this is the Dukes rather than the Kookaburra, we'll see. I mean, I suppose the only thing is at this stage of the season, the squares, you know, there's only a couple of pitches that have been used. There's a lot of green. The balls don't get roughed up like they would later on this season, so they should stay in better condition.
Price is in bowls. Clark is forward. Plays a little uncertainly into the offside. And there is no run. Just finishing Vincent's follow-up email. He says, yes, JLR, Jaguar Land Rover, of course. Sorry, I'm not having a good day, Vince. Built the defender here in Nitra. I have happy memories of net practice at the county ground when playing for Hove Unicorns Cricket Club, and now living permanently in Slovakia, which I'd imagine is a little chilly in the winter, but very, you know, I quite like cold winters. I prefer that to the rain we've had here. In comes Price, bowls, and forward comes Clark, back close to pad, placed to mid-on. And there is no run. I don't know if you can go skiing in Slovakia.
Yes, Jasna, I think, is a ski
impressed.
resort in
Right.
Slovakia, if I remember rightly. And one of the top women's skiers at the moment is from Slovakia. Petra Vlhova is her name, and she is terrific.
Wow. Are you a keen skier?
Yeah. I like
Have you
to
been
watch.
this
I like
winter?
to watch my skiing as well.
Right.
But there's the Swissness coming out.
In comes Price, bowls, and played to mid-on and a run. Do you have Swiss heritage then?
Yes,
I didn't know that.
I do.
Oh, how come?
Well, because some of my family's from Switzerland.
Right, okay.
So-
Well, I realise that, but
Sorry, it was too tempting. No, my grandmother was
Oh.
from Switzerland, but
Right.
not from the kind of ski
Right.
areas of Switzerland, from quite far up north, actually, very close to the German border.
Right. Price on his way in and bowls, and defends this Clark to it on. There is no run. I caught a train from Sion
Oh yes,
to Geneva a few years ago. We were out there seeing some friends, and I thought the train in Switzerland would arrive on time, and it did, absolutely to the minute. They're known for that, aren't they? Their public transport very good.
yes, not cheap, but
No, it
good.
wasn't. Do you know, it wasn't cheap actually. I remember thinking, crumbs. 4 slips go down. Price. Sussex trying to get through to lunch without losing wicket. They've got a bit more work to do. Lunch not until 1:06 today as Price is in bowls and defends solidly. Does Clark played on the onside. Again, another delivery that he has to play, and it's been a feature of these early overs. It's been good bowling by this Gloucestershire attack. There's been very few deliveries that these two have been able to get after.
He's doing that thing that he does so often, Tom Price, where he looks absolutely disgruntled down at where his feet are landing. He was doing that a lot last year as well, just staring back at his landing area.
Price again. And again bowls. Clark is forward. Again a ball he had to play. Plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. Another maiden over from Tom Price, and Gloucestershire are keeping it very tight here. 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 2. Sussex are 8 without loss. Clark is on 3. Haynes is on 4. That in reply to the Gloucestershire total of 417. Jason's been in touch. He said, I did ask yesterday if Monday will be a free day to watch, as I'll be going tomorrow and Monday. I don't know, is the answer to your question. I would have thought at this stage it isn't free, unless the guys on the stream can correct me otherwise. It might depend on the state of the match and how much play there's likely to be.
I know that's certainly what they're doing at Gloucestershire this year.
Yeah.
So there was a chance of quite a lot of cricket on day 4 against Yorkshire, and it was a tenner.
Yeah, sort of half price or
150 booking fee, but free for juniors. Singdale is in bowls. This is Edgston caught in the gully. Gloucestershire have their first wicket. They go around to mob Ajit Singh Dale. That was a really sharp catch, because that was travelling. They're in pretty close, that slip cordon, and not much time to react when you've got somebody
Great
bowling
catch.
as quickly as Singh Dale is. It was taken up very high, and Sussex have got their first wicket. It is
Miles
8
Hammond.
for 1, and indeed I think I was just gonna hesitate because it has got up on the board, but it was Miles Hammond.
Wow.
It's those sweaters, but really sharp stuff from Hammond, who had actually been banished from the slip cordon a couple of years ago, but that was a terrific catch. 8 for 1.
Well, it was a great catch. It was a terrific delivery as well. Tom Haynes looking to repeat the shot in the previous over when he drove down the ground for 4. But I think Singh Dale's place is unsettling the Sussex openers here. He's bowling as quicker than anybody has in the match. I was looking forward to seeing him bowl because he is sharp, and that was a really good catch. Hold your catches, win your matches. I know it's an old adage, but that's the sort of chance that could easily have gone down. But it was a really, really good catch on a cold day as well, with fielders with hands in their pockets. And that's a big blow for Sussex, because Tom Haynes has been in terrific form. He's made 100 in both matches so far this season for Sussex. 133 here against Northamptonshire in the opening match. Another very fine 100 at Leicester last week. We made 108. So one of the 4 men in this Sussex side are back in the pavilion, and we did say it's one of those sessions where the batting side have it all to lose, and Gloucestershire can absolutely throw themselves into these quarter of an hour or so before lunch.
So Tom Alsop to the middle at number 3. He always seems to get runs against Gloucestershire. I mean, that's anecdotal. I don't actually have the stats, and I probably wouldn't bear. I don't know, I suspect they might, but I'm not sure if they would necessarily bear that out. But I feel as though every time I watch Tom Alsop, he scores runs. He's got 4 slips and a gully for company, blowing on their hands for warmth. Singdale is in and bowls, and standing tall to defend that one is Tom Alsop, as it's blocked to Tom Price at mid-on, and there's no run. Slip cordon entirely sweated up, with Ben Charlesworth at first slip, Cameron Bancroft at second, Ollie Price is at third, and then Miles Hammond, who's now at 4th slip, having been in the gully, and it is the tall figure of Dom Goodman who's moved into that gully position. Tom Price in pretty close at the wide mid-on, Van Buren at mid-off. Singdale angles that one across the left-handed Alsop. Travels through to the gloves of James Bracey.
More Slovakia information from Vincent, who says, hello, during the winter it gets to about -10 to -20. During the summer it gets to just about 35 degrees. He says beer is £2 in the local Irish pub, so off there later. Lots of conversations with the Aussies on subjects like sandpaper and its use in cricket. Nitra doing very well in the ice hockey this season, says Vince. So there we are. £2 a pint. Ollie will be going there on his travels, I reckon.
Singdale runs in, bowls to Alsop, who stands tall and jumps into that defensive shot. It's played down into the ground, and there is no run.
Stephen says, please give a shout out to the 900 odd of us listening and watching on the stream. It's a good community of supporters from both sides, some great banter, and the usual occasional moans about audio stroke video syncs. Says Stephen in deepest Cornwall. Hi Stephen, great to hear from you. Wonder whereabouts in deepest Cornwall.
Hopefully it's one of those places with really romantic sort of Cornish names, you know, those saints that you've never heard of. Singdale bowls now to Alsop, who jabs at that one, a drive which is knocked down by Zafar Gohar at backward point. Not exactly sure what part of the body he used to stop that, but it didn't seem to be his hands. Took one off the sternum. There's no run. Alsop still not underway. Sussex 8 for 1.
We can add Hong Kong to our list.
Yes, I mean,
enjoying the coverage.
Still just China, though, isn't it? I mean, Macau's
well, Hong Kong
China,
is Hong Kong.
Yeah, it's China.
Enjoying the coverage during a huge thunderstorm and amber rainstorm warning over in Hong Kong. Well, we're going to put Hong Kong down. I think we can count that.
Well, actually, again, we were doing cricket nations as well, so Hong Kong are a cricket nation. Here comes Singdale, bowls full, it's driven down the ground, past Van Buren at mid-off. This will be at least a couple of runs, probably should be 3 as it's heading out towards the boundary. I don't think it's going to get there. Van Buren goes into the slide, gets the throw in quickly. That's terrific fielding from Van Buren, so that's probably saved the run, which he conceded in the first over of the innings. Shows how quick he is and how rare it is that he missed field, so he's probably just about broken even now as the Gloucestershire skipper. So that spoils what would have been a wicket maiden. Tom Price had bowled a maiden the previous over, and just a couple of runs there to get Alsop underway. Sussex are 10 for 1 after 6 tight overs from Gloucestershire, and it looks as though we're going to have a bowling change already with Dom Goodman preparing to bowl. So just a 3-over spell for Tom Price, clearly wanting to give Goodman a bit of a burst before the lunch break, and so we will see the extremely tall Kent-born Don Goodman. Grew up in Amersham, I believe.
Buckinghamshire. In comes Goodman. He's got 2 slips and a gully. He's in bowls, and defending is Clark. Down the pitch, there is no run. We've had an email in from Noel McCarthy. Hello, Noel. He says you could add Northern Ireland to your list today. Now, Noel is over in sunny Portrush near Port Ballantrae, and he says, had you visited recently? Well, Noel came over last year from Northern Ireland, and he bought me a photograph, beautiful photograph of Port Ballantrae, where my sister-in-law has got a place, and it is gorgeous on the Northern Irish coast, near the Giant's Causeway. So, hi, Noel, lovely to hear from you. In comes Goodman bowls, and Clark plays slightly across the line into the onside. And there is no run. It is a lovely part of the world.
Yeah, Portrush is where they had the Open.
Yes, it is.
Years back, isn't it? Shane Lowry won it.
And I think it's sort of Rory McIlroy land as well over there. But yeah, beautiful part. And it was a birthday of mine. Went over there during COVID, actually, just when you could travel a little bit, and it was gorgeous. In comes Goodman bowls. Clark is forward yet again. I have to say, I've been very impressed with the bowling here from Gloucestershire, because these two are having to play at pretty much everything.
We're just keeping it pretty simple, aren't they?
Yeah.
I don't think they've gone really searching after very much. Singdale's bowled quickly, but he's bowled full and straight, and as you say, they really have made Sussex play, and I don't think that they've kind of bowled that pretty length which misses the stumps, and you can get plays and misses, but they've pitched it up enough to induce nicks potentially.
Good in bowls. Clark plays into the offside. There is no run. Michael's been in touch. He said, I'm very impressed with Ed's wide-ranging interests. Art, travel, skiing, ice hockey, and lots more, I'm sure. I love the French, Swiss, Italian Alps. I've never skied, but have patronised the Chamonix slopes, walking through the snow for an exhilarating glass of wine in those lovely outdoor taverns. Thanks for getting in touch, Mike.
Never got to Chamonix. The first Winter Olympics were held in 1924.
In
1924.
In Chamonix. In comes Goodman again, bowls to Clark. Another delivery that Clark has to play.
I think that's right.
Plays into the offside.
Moments of doubts now. It was certainly the first Olympics were in Chamonix. It's just whether the Winter Olympics, that is. It's just whether the year's right.
I went to, just about a month ago, to Leger
Oh yes.
in France. It was a birthday. I went over just for 2 or 3 days. I'm a dreadful skier, so it was more of a social thing than anything. In comes Goodman and bowls. Clark is forward solidly, plays him in on. It's a maiden over and a good start from Goodman. And Gloucestershire have got the squeeze on Sussex here. Sussex are 10 for 1. Clark on 3. Alsop is on 2. And the people there were explaining there wasn't a lot of snow. And they were saying it had been the worst winter for snow for 25 years.
Well, the problem is now they have this snow dump, and you can have a large volume of snow, but then there'll be like a week where it, especially if it rains, and then it just, you know, it just goes. You still get almost, I don't know, it feels as though you still get a lot of snowfall. It's just that, you know, that it can just be gone, and you see the mountains just completely green in the winter, and it's worrying, really.
No, it is. I should stress it is Dom Goodman and not Don Goodman. Jason has been in touch to say there is a footballer called Don Goodman.
Yes. Enough of that. In goes Singdale bowls, and a good delivery, which Alsop might have thought about playing at had he been in a jumpy mood, but he judged well that he did not have to play a shot at that and allowed it to go through to the keeper. Yeah, I mean, I must say, and you and Sussex supporters will probably be bored of me bringing this up, but I'll never forget Tom Alsop batting in that game where Sussex needed 29 runs from 38 balls here in the blast, with 8 wickets in hand and all over the crease.
Yes, I remember it well.
And Gloucestershire ended up winning the game.
That was crackers, wasn't it?
It was a ridiculous evening, that. Singdale bowls, so he's tried the Yorker, and that has not missed by very much. He tried to get his bat down on it, did Alsop, but came down late on it, but it was just wide of the off stump and trickles through to James Bracey, who I have to say has been, without hoping this was going to put some sort of a curse on him, as he has been immaculate behind the stumps. He was terrific in the Yorkshire game, just stumping through the legs off the bowling of Van Buren. Terrific catch down the leg side to get rid of Joe Root. One-handed effort there, and I don't remember him really conceding any byes either. Singdale is in and bowls, turned into the leg side by Alsop. They get at least a single here. Goodman with the long strides is after it and covers quite a lot of ground with those strides and makes sure that it is just a single to Alsop, who moves on to 3, and Sussex are 11 for 1. Has your piece gone up on the live text service?
I was just showing Ollie, who's in watching what we do today. He gets a gold star because he bought the biscuits, which we've enjoyed here in the commentary box.
Live text service, very much the best way to
follow the championship.
Keep in touch with all the action happening around the country. There's wicket alerts. Where's the wicket coming from next? Singdale is in, bowls full straight, and Clark is forward, playing a good-looking defence back towards mid-on. Goodman picks up.
You always get the feeling here that Sussex are just desperate here to get to lunch, and you wouldn't be surprised if another wicket went down here. These two, well, I think Gloucestershire in general, Price, Singdale and Goodman have all bowled really well and really tightly. And in a sense, Gloucestershire will get a second bite of the cherry with this new ball after lunch.
They've given Price a rest, so you have to think he may well be coming back after the breaks. Singdale bowls is driven. That's a gorgeous shot from Tom Clark through the covers, and that will go away to the boundary. A bit of a nerve settler potentially for Sussex, who move to 15 for 1, and Tom Clark brings up his first boundary in handsome fashion and moves to 7.
Good shot, that will do his confidence a world of good. I think a lovely cover drive right out in the middle of the bat. And as I say, he may be lacking a little bit of confidence, looking for a score this season. But that's a lovely shot, beautifully played, and he's such an elegant batsman, Tom Clark.
3 slips in a gully, so they've taken 1 fielder out of the cordon and added 1 extra on the leg side. Singdale runs in, he bowls to Clark, who's jamming that one to point. Zafar fields, and that is the end of the over. 4 overs, 1 for 12 for Ajit Singdale, and Gloucestershire have the first wicket thanks to that bowler. 15 for 1. 8 overs have been bowled. We've still got 7 minutes to go until
Well, I
lunch.
just wonder, actually, would you mind coming in and doing the last sort of 10 minutes so I can start doing my lunchtime report? That'll save me a bit of time.
Okay, well, make up for the 5 minutes earlier on, and then we're all even. Isn't that great? Clock watching. So Goodman to continue from the C end, and Alsop getting himself in order to face. Open stance for the right arm over bowling. Goodman is in, bowls. He's tried the Yorker, it's squeezed away down fine. There was a shout for leg before, but I think it's come off bat, and it's gone very fine and for 4 runs. So Alsop with his first boundary, and he's up to 7. Sussex are 19 for 1 as Izzy Duncan is arranging her papers next to me, making sure everything is all nice and neat and trim and in order.
Here we are. Yeah, handwriting's not so neat, but I can just about read it. Yeah.
Well, as long as you can read it.
As long as I can read it, yes. Refer to my notes now and again for nuggets of gold. This is disciplined stuff here from Gloucestershire.
Yeah, interesting. I've tried a couple of Yorkers already. It's been a short ball try, but Goodman and Singdale with the Yorker. Full and straight again from Goodman, drawing Alsop forward, and he plays defensively up to mid-on. They're a loud bunch out there, Gloucestershire, as I suppose, well, they might be if you can't be loud after adding 98 runs for the last 2 wickets in the morning session and having now grabbed an early Sussex wicket, then I suppose you're never going to be up and about. I guess the question is, does it stay if a partnership develops? Goodman runs in and bowls, Alsop pushing forward and playing along the floor to Van Buren at mid-on, who even before his captaincy days was the chief shiner of the ball. He's already got a lovely red stain on the back of his right leg from polishing up the ball, and then they use that, they'd sort of, I mean, it's not neoprene, is it? Because I don't know what it is. It's, you know, those newer material sweaters to try and rub the ball, polish it as well. This is left alone by Alsop to howls behind the stumps. I couldn't tell you exactly how close that was, because once again I've got the problem of the non-striker being in the way. Gloucestershire clearly felt it was close, but to be honest, from trying to judge the trajectory, I'm not sure it was really that close.
I like the length, though. These opening bowlers, they're pitching it up and allowing the ball to do something, making the most of a newish ball out there.
In comes Goodman, bowls, and drags the length back a little bit. That could be left on length as well as line, and I suspect as many times as they gasp back there, that ball is always going to be left.
There's always, there's always so much theatre, isn't there, at this time? Because they're very much on top, Gloucestershire, so they're going to be super chirpy. There's the chorus there of the line of slips, just getting into the head of the batters, making them jittery.
Here comes Goodman over the wicket, bowls. This is on leg stump and turned backward of square on the onside. They're thinking about a second run, which they're going to take on here, as Singdale has a fair bit of ground to make up, and a couple to Alsop. He's on 9. Sussex are 21 for 1. I should know this really off the top of my head as to how tall exactly Dom Goodman is, but something like 6'6", 6'7". He is a tall drink of water, as they say across the pond. At the moment I'm just coming up with entirely useless facts. Don Goodman is 5'10", and there's an actor called Dominic Goodman who's 6 feet. He's definitely taller than that is.
What about
Gloucestershire's
Don
Goodman? I doubt Don Goodman was the 5'10".
He was the 5'10". Right, here is Singdale. He's fiery, he's in, he bowls, and Clark just about digs that out. Very exciting lightning streak here from the Cromwell Road end. It's the first time I've seen Singdale. Ed, you've seen a fair amount of him. I mean, he's not, how old is he, 23, something like that? I'd have to look it up. Yes, he is 23.
It's a popular age.
It is a popular age,
squad.
yes. There's a lot of 23, so it was a good guess to say he's 23. But promising and genuinely quick. 3 slips and a gully in place here. Singdale, after his batting heroics as well, is in and bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump. Good judgment there from Clark, knows where his off stump is. And Singdale saunters back. How fit is Singdale? I wonder how. Would they use him in spurts, because he throws everything into it? You look at the way, the physicality of the lad, and how sustainable that is over long spells, I don't know.
I suspect what they're doing, given the fact that he's kept bowling, is they'll probably try and use Singdale and then Zaman Akhtar as their 2 more pacey bowlers. So it would not surprise me if Akhtar were to bowl after lunch.
Singdale zipping in, bowling. Whoa, and that's gone along the ground to Gully, who scoops that up and is wringing out his hands there. Who's that at Gully?
Hammond.
It is Hammond, isn't it? He took the catch, I think, when he was at 4 slip. Is that right? Now he's moved to Gully.
Yeah, I think it was 4 slip come Gully.
That's right. Yeah, that was a good stop. That's stingy fingers there for poor old Hammond, in cold weather as well. They've all got their hands in their pockets. You do feel for them. Brittle hands. 21 for 1 is the score. Clark facing on 7. Singdale will continue in the sunshine. There's a mid-wicket and a mid-on. There's also a long leg. There's no third man. And we've got a point and a mid-off. Here he is, hurtling in. Oh, pops in the bouncer there, Singdale. Just rocks out of the way, Clark. He did that fairly neatly, almost to shave the hairs off his chest. But he certainly got out of the way of it. And that was fiery. Up and at him at the moment from Singdale.
And the clock has reached 1:06, which, as we all know, means that's lunch.
It is. I've got my lunch ticket in my pocket.
This will be the last
Burning
over
a
before
hole.
lunch.
I think pulled pork in a bap.
That was actually very nice yesterday. I enjoyed my.
I saw you eating that
pork
close
bap.
quarters. Yeah, rather nice.
And you managed to negotiate some chips.
Extra chips. Yeah.
To try and butter the
Singdale, here he is once more. Bowls, whoa, and that is skewed away, sliced away there, squaring up to it. Clark, he gets away with 4 runs as the ball scoots down the hill to the third man region in front of us. 4 streaky runs there for Clark. He goes on to 11, and the score now 25 for 1. As Singdale, so that was Allsop, wasn't it? No, it wasn't. It was Clark who scored those runs. He's on 11.
Still going to see a lot of runs down there, you'd guess. Gloucestershire scored quite a lot through, well, in fact, both offside and leg side down fine. Down the hill, difficult to prevent.
Singdale, the top of his run up here. He's going to be running towards us. Ooh.
There go the bottles.
Bottle bank.
Somebody's been busy this morning. Oh, gosh, more.
That's a heavy night. That's a heavy night, isn't it? Singdale again. He puts everything into that with his follow-through. He almost lands on his front, but he manages to hold the follow-through. But great bowling, exciting bowling from the young quick to Clark, who survives that one, leaves it alone. 25 for 1. We will take lunch now. It's probably 1:07, so we're running a little late on the luncheon stakes, but we'll manage. With the score 25 for 1. Clark on 11, Allsop on 9, and a steady start for Sussex. Rather stuttering, I would say. A slow start, but Gloucestershire certainly on top at the moment.
Yes, and this morning Gloucestershire resuming on 319 for 8 with Zafar Gohar and Zaman Akhtar at the crease, and there was hope from Ben Charlesworth last night, and I'm sure all of Gloucestershire's dressing room, that they could get themselves up to that.
Well, a very good afternoon. Welcome back to Hove, where the afternoon session is about to get underway. The great news is the sun is out. It's still very cold. I spoke to a number of people around the ground during the lunch break. Most people have big coats on, gloves as well. And I want to say a big thank you to Derek. Derek, I didn't catch your surname. I'm not sure if you're even listening in the ground, but you came and said some very kind words at lunchtime, which was hugely appreciated. So thank you, and thank you for everybody who supports our cricket coverage here on the BBC. So the players make them out. I'm with Izzy Duncan. What did you have for lunch, Izzy?
I had the pulled pork bap with a cappuccino and a flapjack. I was looking forward to it, thinking about it all before lunch, and I should have been concentrating on the cricket.
I went for the I went for the vegetarian pie, which is it's butternut.
I had that yesterday.
Yeah, and then I should have gone for the flapjack really, but I went for a plate of chips.
Oh, you naughty boy! With a bit of ketchup on there, but lovely.
Yeah.
There's your veg, one of your 5 a day anyway.
Well, yeah, it's not really, is it? Anyway, we're about to get underway. I'm impressed by your notes. It looks like you're almost sort of writing a novel there.
Well, there's only 2 sheets, and actually it's of the players, because I dip in and out of this, don't I?
In comes Price to get us underway. Goodman, rather, after lunch. Get it right, Adrian. As Ford comes Allsop, plays onto the onside. There is no run. I was being a bit of a bore, and I sound a bit like a broken record, Izzy, but I was saying before lunch to Ed, I'm really impressed by the way Gloucestershire have bowled here. You know, with the new ball, they haven't wasted it at all.
In contrast, I would say, to Sussex, the beginning of the innings yesterday, the beginning of Gloucestershire's innings yesterday, we felt they were wasteful in not pitching the ball up. Here we have Gloucestershire with a tighter line and giving the ball a chance to do something in the air.
2 slips and a gully go down. In comes Goodman bowls, and Allsop defends down the offside of the track, and there is no run. So 2 slips a gully, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg all the way down in the distance. I didn't realise quite how cold it was outside, actually.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I wandered out.
I sat in the cafe and had my
I saw you sitting inside with your
a woolly
hat on.
and a sort of fake fur coat, a faux fur coat. TK Maxx greatest.
Is it warm?
Well,
Ish.
not really.
Okay.
Ish, yeah.
Price runs up the hill away from us, in and bowls, and all sort of drives, and Goodman fields on the bounce. There is no run. Why do I keep calling him Price when it's Goodman?
He's a bit taller than Price, isn't he? He's a hulk of a lad. I think Ed Seaborn looked up how tall he is. Is Ed in the room? Is he 6 foot? Is it 6'6"? Well, not quite that tall.
Well, look at the difference in height between him and Graham Van Buren.
Perhaps he's 6'6". 6'6" for Dom Goodman.
He's in and bowls, and also is forward. He's going to get runs here as Tom Allsop. He runs that one down to 3rd man and gets the first runs after lunch for Sussex, and Tom Allsop goes to 11, the total 27 for 1. We've got our microphone. If you can hear some sort of creaking, like a rather annoying...
Bones?
My bones, yeah.
For your run this morning.
Sometimes I feel like it. Yeah, I took the dogs for a run this morning, but I walk. They run, I walk.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah. And the bluebells are out at the minute.
They are.
They are absolutely gorgeous. Goodman runs away from us. Comes in and bowls. Also lets it go outside the off stump. There is no run. And bluebells have got nothing to do with our squeaky microphone. But the squeaky microphone is hanging out of the window, and it tends to blow. And I think it bangs against. Oh, sorry, the side of our media box, and it gives that sort of. I think so. Yeah, and it's a bit distracting. Someone said it sounded like being on a sort of a creaky ship in the. What was it? What was the area called?
Oh, the area that they were talking about yesterday. I wasn't on air, but
the doldrums.
The doldrums, yes.
Well done, Ed. In comes Goodman bowls, and Allsop plays onto the onside. Another delivery had to play. It is the end of the over. Sussex are 27 for 1 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Bristol and Gloucester. Your commentary team, myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Isabel Duncan and Ed Seaborn, and a warm welcome as well to Oliver Shootsmith, who is in the commentary box with us today, watching and learning how not to do it.
Oliver. Yes, Oliver. What an education.
And he bought biscuits, so he's...
That's the main thing.
But it's great to welcome him to the box. And you signed your book at lunchtime as well for Kaz.
Lovely Kaz came up, yes.
She did.
It was already signed, actually, funnily enough.
She's waving
on the
again.
She waving?
Yeah, she is.
But personalised it for her. She's a lovely lady.
Good.
We're going to talk about her husband, unless you have already.
Oh, no, I haven't.
Her husband
yes,
and the marathon tomorrow.
Yes, her husband Jay Mady is running the marathon tomorrow with the Burgess Hill Runners. So good luck to Jay. Have you ever run a marathon?
No, I haven't. That's quite a lot of endurance, isn't it? Right, Price is in and bowls, and that's left well alone there by Clark. Lovely line just across the left-hander, but good judgment from the batter. 3 slips and a gully, hands still in pockets because it is cold and blustery out there. There'll be plenty of hand warmers. Those little tea bags that you shake and have that chemical reaction and produce heat for 7 or 8 hours.
I've now made an awful mistake, which I'll apologise at the end of the over.
Okay. Price again, right arm over. Clark up onto his tippy toes there. Just plays that under his nose, keeps it out. He's on 11. Pulls up at the other end on 11. Nice symmetry there. 27 for 1, Sussex. We resumed at 25 for 1 at lunchtime, and the wicket falls Haynes for 4 earlier on.
Yeah, I'll explain it at the end of the over, but I've made a mistake between Noel and Stewart, referring to Northern Ireland a little earlier on.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Someone caught you out? Oh, dear. Price again, that's drifted down the leg side and has been helped along. Kisses the bat, you just heard the ball thud into the advertising boards beneath us here, and that will be 4 runs off the bat of Clark when the scoreboard catches up with us. Did it come off his bat or not? 'Cause it's not showing on the... It was leg byes, right?
Actually, it was probably the loosest delivery that's been bowled by Gloucestershire.
It was leg byes. I could have sworn that kissed his bat. 31 for 1 now, Sussex. Let's see if Tom Price can get his line back now. Here he is, very tidy run up. In and bowls. That was on middle stump, really. Forces a shot from Clark, who comes forward and deftly defends.
I find it's absolutely no excuse that you meet a lot of people when you're covering cricket or doing whatever you do, and sometimes I just forget people's names. And
You're only human.
Yeah.
Adrian. Sorry, is it Adrian?
Yeah. So I've got 2 people's names muddled up, so I'm really sorry, guys, but I will explain more at the end of the over.
Price hurtling in, bowling and defending again. Stands up to that one, Clark. He's still on 11, 31 for 1. Keeping it tight, disciplined.
Very good.
Bowling.
Yeah.
It's one that went slightly awry down the leg side from Price, but a rarity far from this Gloucestershire bowling attack. Making the most of the new ball.
Well, they are. And as I say, it's the idea, isn't it? New ball, make the bat. It does sound like a creaky ship, doesn't it, that microphone?
Oh, don't draw attention. It's a bit like dripping water. It's slightly driving me mad. Here is Price again. Pumping his arms, bowls on the stumps, very much on the stumps here, on the money from Tom Price, the older brother of the 2 Price boys. 31 for 1 at the end of that over.
And I will try and get another microphone set up when we get a little a break. Yes, Noel sent an email in saying he was listening from Northern Ireland, from Port Rush, very close to Port Ballantrae. And I said that Noel had sent over a picture last year for me of Port Ballantrae, and it wasn't Noel. I really sincerely apologise. That was Stuart, and they've both been in touch. Noel says, that wasn't me that was over with you, but I remember you reading it out. It was somebody from this area, I think. I think I sent you an email about an incident at Eastbourne involving Les Lenham having to stand in as an umpire. So that was Noel. So I don't know, Noel, whether you know Stuart. Stuart gave me that lovely photograph, so thank you, Stuart, and I do apologise. He says, hi Adrian, he says, I'm watching the stream today here in Ballymoney in Northern Ireland, and he says, it was me who brought you over the photo last season against Glamorgan. Lol, he says, not Noel. Sorry, Stuart. In comes Goodman, comes in and bowls, passes outside the off stump, there is no run. He says, plan to be over on August the 4th for their 50 over game with Leicestershire, so maybe get a catch up. Please come and say hello, Stuart, that'd be lovely to see you. Bowling was disappointing this morning, so now the batters need to step it up. In fairness, they have done in the last 2 games, and that's from Stuart. Best wishes for the season. Thank you, Stuart. Apologies again, but great to hear from you. And we've got 2 listeners in Northern Ireland, in Ballymoney and in Port Rush. In comes Goodman, bowls, all sort of forward the ball, good length, plays into the offside, and there is no... And it is the most beautiful photograph. Have you been to that part of Northern Ireland?
I haven't. I've never been to Northern Ireland. I've only been to Ireland 2 or 3 times, but not to Northern Ireland. One of these days I will. I want to cycle around Ireland, so perhaps I'll cycle around Ireland and Northern Ireland.
Yeah, well, that would be beautiful.
One of these days. And has it got something to do with Carson playing, that we have followers in Northern Ireland?
That's a very
Jack
good question.
Carson's in Northern Ireland.
Very good question. In comes Goodman bowls, clipped away by Allsop down to fine leg. and picks up a single. Does Tom Alsop? He goes to 12 with a total of 32 for 1. I don't know. It's a question for Noel and Stuart, because I interviewed Jack last night. Picked up a couple of wickets. In fact, he picked up 3 in the end, didn't he? So he got a caught and bowled at the end.
3 for 78 for Carson. Good to see a bit of spin for Sussex. Sussex didn't cover themselves in glory with the ball, allowing 417 runs to be scored. But even so, I always delight in seeing spin early on in the season in April.
Wheels around in front of us. He's in and bowls and played firmly by Tom Clark, and that's a very good stop at backward point. I'm not sure who that is, because the players have all got jumpers on, thick jumpers.
It's Hammond, according to Ed, because he knows all their body mannerisms.
Well done.
He hangs out with them all the time, watches lots of cricket, knows their every move.
Yeah.
He says it's Hammond.
But it was a good stop. But there's a bit of clowning around going in the field as well. I think, now Kabul was on his way in, and I don't think that the field was completely ready. We can see down in front of us that Tom Price has got his jumper on with his name on the back. As in comes Goodwin bowls and defended by Clark into the offside. There is no run. And Graham Van Buren, the skipper, has got his jumper on, but it's sort of the extra jumper, as you were saying.
Yeah. Very synthetic.
Yeah, I think it's just a long sleeve shirt, isn't it? So they've got the numbers clearly displayed, but the jumpers, the old-fashioned, lovely cricket jumpers, haven't got the names on the back. I think it's a good thing, really, because it would rather spoil them, wouldn't it? Goodman is in the sunshine, bowls to Clark, who defends into the offside. There is no run. Good, tidy, tight stuff here from Gloucestershire. Sussex are 32 for 1. Clark on 11, Alsop on 12. The man out, Tom Hainsey, was very well caught by Miles Hammond. A catch in the gully that would have stung his hands off of the bowling of Singdale. He was out for 4 when the score was 8. So something of a recovery here from Sussex. And Goodman, 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 9. Tom Price, 4 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 2, will tell you just how accurate the bowling has been.
Yes, and I've had a message from your friend Keith and his Keith Ridge over in the museum, and his Twitter handle is Run to the Hills. He wants me to pop over there and sign some books. Doing a lot of signing today. Yeah, Keith, I'll be over there, probably tea time. Here's Price, trundling in, bowling, shuffle across the crease there from Alsop. It's probably his trigger movement, isn't it? A bit crab-like, the way he shuffles across sideways. Exposes his middle and leg stumps, I would say, with that movement, but he knows what he's doing, and probably enjoys playing on the onside. I imagine that's why he does that. 3 slips and a gully in place here as Tom Price continues from that Cromwell Road end.
Running for the hills. I told you Keith was a keen runner, didn't I?
Yes.
He's done his park run this morning.
Gosh, that's what I should be doing. Price bowls, and it's defended well under the eyes, under the eye line of Alsop there. He watches it carefully. Cautious cricket being played here by Sussex.
And I think he does it horribly quickly as well.
Gosh, he's in his 60s, did you say?
Keith, yeah, he won't mind me telling you, and he cycles to the cricket, he cycles to the Amex, he's in Albion.
Wow.
Yeah, so good on Keith.
He's keeping in very good nick.
Yes. They do a park run where I live in Guildford, around Stoke Park in the middle of the town. Have you?
Yeah, is it 2 or 3 laps? I've done it.
It's 2, and that's the problem.
Too many people.
Well, I do about 2, but...
Yeah. Price, he's in, bowls, and that is just tucked into the leg side for no run. Cut off, 32 for 1 here, Sussex.
Well, I think they regularly get about 500 people doing it, but we did a bit. I don't do it anymore, but the problem I used to find was I was quite slow, and I just used to try not to get lapped. Because that is really... And
trampled on the
yeah,
second
and
lap.
you would find people running around with a pram and a dog, and they would be...
yes.
Did you find that? And they were miles faster than... It's really embarrassing. Or someone dressed as Father Christmas
Yes.
or something. And you think,
Sweating it out.
yeah.
Price again. Here he is, whipping it down, bowling, and there won't be a run here. They think about a quick single, but think against it in the end. Alsop on 12, just nudges that into the offside this time. Yes, I've done that once at Stoke Park, 2 or 3 laps, whatever it was. Took my friend's dog Claude, which was a great move because Claude is hyperactive.
Right.
Sort of labradoodle thing all over the place. And basically pulled me round.
Right.
Which is sort of cheating, isn't it, really?
Well, yes.
But it was helpful.
Yeah. Did you get round before you were lapped?
Yeah, yes. Price. Turning Again defended. Yeah, on the stumps here. Wicket to wicket bowling from Tom Price, forcing a shot almost every time out of Allsop.
I think that was a no ball, or was he signalling something else? I thought he signalled a no ball.
There we go.
Okay.
Oh yes, 2 have gone up. So 2 for the no ball. 34 for 1 now, Sussex. Lunchtime they were 25 for 1. Started batting just before lunch. Had to see out a few overs before lunch. Haynes was the wicket to fall for 4. Good catch from Hammond. Ball by Singhdale. As he's in again, bending his back here to Tom Price and making him play once again, Allsop. There's no width here. There's nothing to play with for the batters out there, Allsop and Clark. From Price, he's keeping a very tight line. Just feel the pressure bubbling up a little bit out there for Sussex. Because how many overs have we had? We've had almost 14 overs and 34 runs scored. So it's not a quick run rate. But the run rate's 2 point something, isn't it? Let's have a look. 2.34 currently. Plenty of time, though, of course, in the 4-day game. Crouching at the crease, Allsop. Coming around the wicket this time, Tom Price. Getting that angle, angling in to the left-hander. I like that from Tom Price. He's experimenting a bit at the crease, coming a little bit wider, coming around. Sometimes coming very tight over the wicket. Just different lines. Doesn't want the batsman to settle. So 34 for 1 after 14 overs, Sussex.
Additional overs today. We've still got 67 to be bowled today. An email has come in for Ed, which he'll answer when he comes back on commentary. He says, "Hi Ed, seeing 400 up in the first innings has been a rare pleasure in recent seasons. Was the last time 2 seasons ago, early seasons against Surrey?" he says. Question mark. Well, Ed will answer that when he comes back on. But Goodman is running away from us. 4 overs for 9, he's in and bowls, and forward comes Allsop, plays into the offside, there is no run. How did you feel as that 400 and the 4th bonus point came up? Do you get the feeling that maybe the side has turned the corner and will be more competitive this season, says Mark Kidger.
I kid you not.
Well, so we'll have to ask Ed that when he comes back on comms. In comes Goodman again. 2 slips in the gully go down, and well, he's going to get a very fortunate run there, Tom Clark. He was looking to drive that through the covers. A big thick inside edge, and the ball ends up at fine leg. He rehearses the shot, does Tom Clark. He's a little fortunate, that could have easily played on. He goes to 12 and Sussex to 35 for 1. But this is tough going here for Sussex, is he? And Gloucestershire are making life very difficult for these Sussex early batsmen. Haynes the man out for 8. Goodman wheels round again in front of us. Is in and bowls, or drives down the ground, fielded by Van Buren, who throws at the stumps. Well, that's good cricket. He fielded at mid-on, he shied at the stumps, he's keeping Tom Clark on his toes at the non-striker's end. Interestingly, the ball hit the stumps, and the middle stump stayed in, and the 2 outside stumps fell over. It's a bit like when you go temping bowling, isn't it? And you whack the ball down, and for some reason one stays up. You think, well, how on earth has that one stayed up?
It's physics, isn't it?
Well,
It looked good though.
It did look very good.
Splayed stumps, and keep applying the pressure here, Gloucestershire.
Goodman again. Lovely sunny afternoon, but chilly. He's in and bowls, and up on his toes is Allsop and punches that to mid-off with a very high right elbow. It's a good nick to Tom Allsop. What did he make last week at Leicester? I think he made 4... Look at my stats. He made 49 last week at Leicestershire. He waits. 2 slips go down and running away from us is Goodman. So again up on his toes, steers that to mid-on, there is no run. It's a windy afternoon, you can probably tell by the sound in our effects microphone, and the flags are billowing away on the clock tower scoreboard away to our right hand side. There's a couple of people watching from the flats overlooking the ground. Some look, they're in a pink fleece. I wonder if they're listening to us. Good day for drying the washing. There is some washing drying on one of the lines. Looks like some towels or something over there. As in comes Goodman again. Bowls, Allsop defends into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. 35 for 1. Clark on 12. Allsop also on 12. Goodman 5 overs at 1 maiden, no wicket for 10.
So Adrian, what about those beautiful apartment blocks at the entrance? So I drove in yesterday, and they've been built since I was last here. So
Wow,
it's
it
the
is
first
a long
time
time
I've
since
seen
you were
them.
here.
So when were they built?
The Tate Apartments, well, they were finished last year.
Yeah, well, I haven't been here for
So the
a few years.
Sussex Cricketer pub was knocked down, but there was a new pub, a new Sussex
Yeah,
Cricketer in
yeah.
its place. The Tate Apartments, I think 30 apartments, someone might correct me, because the club owned the land in which it
Yeah.
was all built.
So the club sold to the developers.
Yes.
The developers have done the
Yes,
business, and
there's
they're
also
attractive.
and there's also some offices there as well, which the club are hoping to let out as well. So it's an income from the pub,
Yeah.
and yeah.
That's good news for Sussex. As here comes Tom Price again. That's a tight line outside of the off stump and is left alone by Clark as he watches the ball whistle past his nose into the gloves of James Bracey there. Standing back, of course, to Tom Price. 3 slips in a gully still in place. Everyone's still looking a little bit cold. But they are wearing their elegant sweaters. I do love those sweaters, despite the fact that we can't see the numbers and it's hard to identify the players. You can just about see a number 64 there for first slip. 64 being Charlesworth. As Price pummels in and bowls, and defended there by Clark, again making the batter play. Both of them left-handers out there.
I've had a message in from the club. Well, there was an inquiry as to whether there would be free entry on day 4. And the club are saying it depends on the expected amount of time cricket in the game on day 4. About free entry after 4 today. And you will see a lot of cricket if the light holds, because still a lot of overs to be bowled today.
Well, like last night, you were here till 7:15 as Tom Price bowls, pops in a bouncer, takes evasive action there. Clark removes his head at the last minute, as you should do as a batter. You've got to watch it to the last minute and then sway out of the way in case the swing follows you. Sussex 35 for 1, Clark on 12, Alsop on 12 in the 16th over here. Gloucestershire all out for 417 for 9, having motored along this morning. Runs from Akhtar, 45 not out, and Gohar 60. As Price again bowling wide of the wicket, coming around to the left-handed Clark. He just manages to keep it out, and there is no run. Very tidy bowling here from Gloucestershire. There's a lot of discipline in this
There is.
bowling attack. Nothing wayward so far.
It's been really very good. You're going to go across to the museum later. Can you see the guys are sitting at the trestle tables over there? They've got some photographs all lined up in front of them.
Yes.
We'll have to report back.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go tea time and see Keith. Price again. In he comes, and that's left alone. That wasn't too far away from the off stump. It didn't lift much either. He got away with it, Clark, but I think he's going to think twice about leaving it in future, sowing the seeds of doubt into Clark's mind here. He's getting a good line coming around the wicket from Tom Price, arrowing into the batter, cramping him up sometimes. There are no free hits here. 35 for 1. Creaking continues from the sea end.
Yes, I'm sorry.
On the old pirate ship. So Price is going to come back over the wicket now, nice and tight to the stumps, bowls, and that's defended and about middle and off.
Good bowling, isn't it?
And a lovely over there. Was that a maiden?
Yeah, it was a maiden over.
Join the dots. Thank you, Tom Price. So 35 for 1. Clark on 12, Alsop on 12.
6 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 4 for Tom Price. If you just joined us, very good afternoon. Welcome to our live coverage here on BBC Radio Sussex, Gloucester and Bristol. Adrian Harms, Izzy Duncan, Ed Seaborn, your commentary team for this game. Very much Gloucestershire's days so far. Bowled out for 417. They added 98 this morning in just 19 overs. Zafar Gohar making 60. Zaman Akhtar 45 not out as in comes Goodman bowls, and that's a nice looking shot. Best shot Tom Alsop has played. Drills the ball down the ground, and that's going to be 4 runs. Slightly over pitching was Goodman, and Alsop goes to 16, the total to 39 for 1. Singdale's going to retrieve the ball. He's got to get himself over the advertising hoarding, and you'll hear his footsteps. There we are. There is footsteps in our effects, Michael. Oh, there he goes.
Oh, gravel. Is he on gravel?
Yeah. He's just found the ball.
That's very good. I like that.
And now he's going to have to make his way back over they're a bit higher than they look, those advertising. You try and hop over those and...
You want to injure yourself on that.
you would do yourself a mischief, yeah. Anyway, he's a fit young man. He goes to 16, does Tom Alsop, 39 for 1. As Goodman runs away from us. Again, he's in and bowls short, and Alsop pulls to mid-on. Didn't time that at all, fielded by Graham Van Buren, who's got a red streaky mark down the thigh of his trousers. He looks like he's the main ball polisher. Most teams do have a ball polisher, don't they?
They do, you're right. They have an official ball polisher, and he is well rehearsed at that. He can come and polish my silver if he likes. It's looking pretty terrible.
I think Luke Wells used to be the official ball polisher. I'm not sure who's the ball polisher in the Sussex team now. Goodman in again, bowls and played down the track by Alsop. Good tight bowling by Gloucestershire, despite that 4 off the first ball of the over. And just a reminder, Sussex losing Tom Haynes for 4 when the score was 8. Sussex, no, it wasn't. He was out for 4 when the score was 8. Tom Haynes has made back-to-back hundreds in the Championship so far this season, but missing out today. As Goodman, right arm around the wicket, is in and bowls, and Alsop plays this nicely off the hip down towards fine leg. They'll come back for a second run. He's a good runner between the wickets, is Tom Alsop, and I think there was always 2 there, to be honest, but he was very quick to call Tom Clark through for the second run. Alsop goes to 18, Sussex to 41 for 1. On one of those balconies over there is, I don't know if you can see behind the clock tower scoreboard, I don't know if it's a bicycle or a scooter or something on one of the balconies. And there's definitely some washing on the line.
Oh, yes.
Goodman in bowls, and right behind that is Alsop, plays it back down the track, and there is no run.
Yes, I'm a bit disappointed because my friend Paul, who's usually here, has a flat just immediately to our right, which overlooks the cricket. And I've sat there on many occasions watching T20 in the evening, sipping a gin and tonic.
Very nice.
But Paul, selfishly, is away. He's going off to play cricket in Grasse, in France.
Oh?
Yeah. I need to find out more about this, but he's abroad, so...
Right. Well, if Paul's listening, probably not.
I doubt it.
And comes Goodman. Bowls, and Alsop is back on his stumps, plays down the onside of the track. There is no run. End of the over, 41 for 1. Clark is on 12, Alsop is on 18. I'm going to make way for Ed because I'm totally a little unsure what the arrangements are for our updates this afternoon. So I'm going to make some inquiries, and I'm going to leave you with Ed and Izzy. Also gives me a very good excuse to eat these chips that are now cold.
Oh, they're a bit cold.
They are.
Ketchup.
Yeah. Yes.
Lathered all over them.
Yeah.
Yeah, get stuck in.
Right, so we're going to have a little change around.
Shuffle. Do I need to shuffle at all?
No.
I'm at the end here.
Yeah, I suppose we should just shuffle. So we just quiet for a moment.
And here we are. That was deftly done, the Harlem Shuffle. Ed Seaborn has joined me to my right as Tom Price comes hurtling in once again with his 3 slips in the gully. Ooh, and squares up to that Clark. Really making these batters play. I'm enjoying the line from Tom Price. Very disciplined, don't you think, Ed?
Yes, certainly, and I think it's maybe that Gloucestershire missed a little bit against Yorkshire. Had a very quick attack. You had De Lange playing instead of Tom Price. You still had Actor, you still had Sing Dale, but Price has settled in on a line and length, hoping for a bit of nibble off the pitch and try and induce an edge.
Great consistency here from Price. There will be a run, a rare run. It's a single as the ball just spews out into the offside where it's fielded there by extra cover. And they go through for a single. 42 for 1 now. And Clark goes on to 13. Alsop now facing. Sun has gone in momentarily. It's still chilly out there because most of the lads out there have still got their cable knit sweaters on. Particularly those boys in the slips who don't move around quite as much. And the creaking continues. Here is Tom Price again. Oh, has to take his bottom hand off the bat here, Alsop. It's a little bit of a nasty bounce up into the batsman Alsop, but he survives well, keeps the ball out.
In general, in his career so far, Tom Price, he's been more deadly against the right-handers than the left-handers, so I'm sure, whilst he won't be thinking about it too much at the moment, he would like an end to be opened up.
Price once more. This is clipped into the onside. Another quick single. It's not picked up cleanly there at mid-wicket. Otherwise, I think there would have been a little underarm flick at the stumps. But both batters home safely now. Yeah, I'm impressed by Tom Price. I mean, I haven't seen an awful lot of him, but I like the way that he's coming around and coming over the wicket and really changing his line.
Yeah.
He's not really changing his length much, doesn't need to, but changing his line a certain amount. Here he is, continuing to come around and bowling, and keeps that one out again, right on the stumps. He's accurate. And consistency is the name of the game for bowlers. He's not super quick. Are we talking a medium pacer here?
I think he's probably
Or MF.
just, yes. I think you wouldn't really see, and I can't remember on many occasions having seen James Bracey stand up to him, which is often that sort of test. And we saw Simpson standing up to Lamb. I'm sure that Simpson might decide to stand up to Tom Price as well. But yeah, I think that's sort of a general test sometimes, isn't it?
Coming over the wicket again this time, Tom Price, and Alsop keeps that out. So, end of another over. 43 for 1. We've had 18 overs. So Sussex just sort of crawling along here. There isn't a sense of urgency. There's plenty of time left in the game. Probably a feeling of Sussex want to tire out perhaps the quicker of the bowlers, the more incisive of the bowlers, and biding their time, not making any rash decisions or taking any risks, because there haven't been any freebies from the bowlers.
No, and I think the boundaries that have been hit in general, I mean, a couple down the leg, so I mean, you're not going to have every single ball online, but even some of the boundaries that have been hit, thinking particularly of that straight drive this way, I don't think you really mind that too much. You've bought yourself, by scoring over 400, you've bought yourself the luxury of being able to pitch the ball up and concede some boundaries on the drive. You don't have to worry about bowling absolutely, that containing length that so often can keep the runs down, but doesn't necessarily bring wickets. So they've got the license of having some runs on the board. Now we've got some spin on Zafar Gohar, a slow left armer, one of Gloucestershire's 2 overseas players. There's Cameron Bancroft. Zafar Gohar is going to bowl from the C end. We saw the odd ball turn from Jack Carson from this end, and here comes Zafar bowling, and it's not going to turn if you don't pitch it, as that's a full toss and will be turned towards deep mid-wicket, and a diving effort on the boundary from Ben Charlesworth is a successful one, but they've collected 2, 45 for 1. So a loosener from Zafar, and he's just taken his sweater off. He had 2 layers on. He's still got the long-sleeved shirt, but I'm sure it was that second jumper that was to blame. Zafar in bowls and played on the bounce, fielded smartly at short leg. I think that is Bancroft under the helmet at short leg. Kind of getting used to where these, where Bancroft sort of fits into the fielding positions, but he was at short leg before last week. Zafar bowls, turned away firmly, and a diving stop is made by Goodman. Plenty of wingspan there. Mid-wicket, and gets down well, and that might well have been a couple of runs had that slipped past. He's lost his sunglasses from the back of his cap, and Zafar's obligingly waiting for him to put them back before he moves in once again there and bowls for defence from Alsop.
He's got very busy feet when he's bowling, Gohar, hasn't
Yes,
he? He's got a short
busy,
stride. He takes one more stride than you think he should as he comes in.
Busy action. Here he is, he bowls, and on the back foot, turning behind square on the onside, and another good piece of fielding, this time by Tom Price, moving to his right-hand side. So at the moment, Alsop is able to play with this turn. There's not enough footmarks really for Zafar to throw it out wide and hope for some turn and bounce out of the rough, so he's got to hope that there's something there from the straight. Zafar bowls, Alsop tucks this one off his pads again, and it's fielded by Goodman. So 2 runs off the full toss to start the over, but then some dots, but not a huge amount of obvious early encouragement there from Zafar. But I'm sure that his job, as much as anything else, will be just to settle into a rhythm, get through some overs, keep the scoring rate down and build some pressure potentially for the other end, and it is going to be a double change. So Zaman Akhtar is going to come on and bowl. Man fresh off his first class 5-wicket haul last week against Yorkshire. He got rid of both Joe Root and Harry Brook in the first innings last week, and got Root in the second innings to boot. So
Root in both innings,
yes.
yeah. Something to celebrate.
And of course runs this morning as well, vital runs. So confidence should be high. He's not bowled so far, so he's fresh to the attack, and we'll see whether he can bring the heat from the Cromwell Road end.
25 years old, had a little stint at Oxford MCCU.
Yes.
Probably 3 years there, I would imagine. Here he is, right arm around. Akhtar bowls, and that's driven, but not sweetly, not timed, and is cut off there at mid-off. There is no score.
Very accomplished hockey player, as well as in field hockey. Not
Field
the
hockey, yeah.
type of hockey that we were
Yes, we've
talking about
covered ice
earlier.
hockey, haven't we, earlier?
Yeah, I gather that was, I think from what I hear, at one stage that was basically his first sport.
Really? Okay. Polymath of sports. He's in and bowls, and that's slashed away through the gap, nowhere near any of the fielders, and that really has raced away. That was just slashed away backward of point. Nice looking cut shot with 4 runs written all over it along the ground. So 49 for 1. Good shot there from Clark. He stood tall to play that. A bit loose. That'll be the loosener. From Akhtar, the new bowler here from the Cromwell Road end. Just needs to correct his line now, as you've had so much discipline so far from the Gloucestershire attack. They want to keep it this way. Here is Akhtar again, sprinting in and bowling. That's better, it's tighter. Clark having to play that and just defending. No run.
Timbers continue to shiver in the background, which I can only apologise for, but it is a little breezy again here. The flags are certainly kicking up. The Sussex flag with its crest and
the martlets,
blue
martlets.
colour.
I think they are.
I think that's what we had earlier, wasn't it? And the Gloucestershire flag with its many colours, decided by the committee, as we found out yesterday, thanks to Roger Gibbons.
Here is Akhtar again, pumping those arms a little bit quicker this time, and he's onto it. A bit late there. Is that a no ball? Yes, it is. So he was bending his back and just overstepped the mark a bit. Just flinging the ball down a little bit quicker. 49 for 1. Just a bit of variation here from Akhtar.
That should be the 50 up, because I'm not sure they've added the 2 for the
no
ball on yet.
It's having a
There we
busy
go.
digesting its lunch, the scoreboard. Here we are, 51 for 1. Again, Akhtar is in, coming around the wicket, defended neatly there by Clark, coming forward.
Yeah, it's
No
reached
run.
that sort of slightly somnolent stage after, well, for me anyway, after the bye for lunch. Just sort of, settle into the afternoon and just kind of kicking back and zoning out at the back of the box, and all of a sudden, I've got to start talking now.
Because, the whole sort of soporific business going on, isn't it? Of the afternoon nap. he's in Akhtar, and that is, well, an attempted drill through the covers, but doesn't pierce the ring. It's fielded there with extra cover. 51 for 1. The score remains on. Clark on 17, currently facing. Also up on the other end on 21. They came out at lunchtime at 25 for 1. Haynes, the only wicket to have fallen in this Sussex innings. He went for 4. It was a good catch by Hammond at sort of 4 slip stroke gully position, taken about chest height. As again, Akhtar is in and bowls, and Clark once more just defending, and the ball just flops in front of him for no run. End of an over, so we've had 20. 51 for 1 is the score. Sussex. Gloucestershire all out for 417. earlier on. Some great innings from, well, we'll start with Actor because he's currently bowling 45 not out. Had a wonderful partnership with Gohar, eventually out on 60. Really accelerated the innings for Gloucestershire. Brought the 400 up and the 4 batting points.
Yes, and the round of cranberry juices at the end of the day will be on Mr. Zaman Actor because of his career best with the bat. But again, left high and dry, just shy of 50 for the second time in his still young career. He'll get there. Zafar Gohar is in and bowling, and this is turned away by Alsop to square leg, continuing to try to roll the wrists on these deliveries from Zafar. He's bowling, I'd say, quicker through the air than Carson was. Carson really did float it up there quite a lot and bowled that little bit slower, but Zafar quicker through the air. This is turned down to mid-on by Alsop, and he'll trot through for a single because Goodman is kind of hedging his bets at mid-on. Deep enough to allow the single, but not anywhere near a long on. 52 for 1. Alsop has 22. Zafar is in and bowls to Clark, struck on the pad, but I think he's got that pad outside the line of off. Unless the bat involved as well, but a decent stride and probably, at least from this angle, looked as though his stride had taken him outside the line. First bit of real interest for Zafar, who's in and bowling, and Clark turns this one again to Goodman at mid-on, as Alsop did a couple of balls ago, and collects a single. Sussex 53 for 1. Still playing everywhere as well.
Even
Just
Canterbury?
terrific. Yes, they are playing at Canterbury again, so all the championship matches, all the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy matches in action, as sliding across here is Hammond at mid-wicket to prevent the single which has been taken a couple of times in this over. Clearly they feel that one of these two might decide to go over the top. They're giving Zafar some protection mid-on, a little further back, deep mid-wicket back. Forward defence from Alsop ends the over as it goes out into the onside. And 2 runs from that over, 53 for 1. Rather unconvincing LBW shout in that over, but yeah, I mean, from a Sussex point of view, I think he's probably feeling a little more settled now after that early spell. Of course, still a lot of runs behind, 364 to be precise, but the ball hasn't really been flying past the outside edge very much, has it? There's not been a massive number of obvious chances.
Here is Actor. He's skinny, he's in, he bowls. Oh, there's a genuine play and a miss there. A waft of fresh air there from Clark. We haven't seen too many of those. Just as you said, we haven't seen the ball whistle past the outside edge.
No, but mind you, that was sort of...
That was more of a waft, just trying to cut that
error,
away.
I think, rather than, you know... Doesn't really seem to do a whole lot. I think it was just a bit too close to him. He just ended up having to play a chop at it rather than a real full-blooded cut.
Actor again, here he is. Nice rhythmical run-up. Bowls, and it's played off the hip. Has to take the bottom hand off. That reared up a little bit at Clark, but he gets a run for it. Goes through to 18, 54 for 1. Just picked up down here at fine leg. 54 for 1 now. Also on 22, just taking guard, scratching away at the crease. Plenty of flannels fluttering in the wind here. It's been a bit blustery today. The temperatures have been probably even colder than yesterday. It's 8 degrees when I arrived this morning. Not ideal for cricket. As Actor is in and bowls. Oh, that's gone a little bit aerial, but there's nobody there at backward point. That's where the ball landed. And another single is taken. So Clark Alsop goes on to 22 now.
Yeah, again, there's just the odd one where there's a little bit of lift, and we'll see whether also a couple of deliveries start to keep low, and I don't know, I don't think we're quite at that stage yet. We almost look at more up and down rather than side to side type movement.
Actor again. Whoa, there's another waft. He's tempted to play that, Clark. Just looking to cut away again. It was sitting up to be spanked. I think most batters would want to have a little nibble at that. Very tempting. But again, perhaps a little bit too tight to cut. Doesn't make contact. Gets away with it. Yeah, you do wonder with this pitch, because there's no more rain forecast. We're going to get a fair amount of sunshine beating down on it. Some of the green tinge has dissipated.
The old heavy roller as well.
He's coming over the wicket now, Actor. He's in, and bends his back a little bit more this time, but keeps that out. Clark, no run.
And then, you know, it's an awfully long way off, but so often in these sorts of games where the pitch does get better for batting, it's then the onus is on the side that's batted first, because even if it ends up being sort of, you know, a small lead, what do you do with it? You know, do you risk going hard at it, or you know, that's still a very long way off.
Actor on the stumps, wicket to wicket bowling. Another defence shot from Clark on 1955 for 1, and I think we're going to have to do a little shuffle of the microphones.
Time for a little update. I was going to try and zip through some scores, but we'll see whether we can get that in. If I hear music, I will stop talking. Leicestershire are still going well against Derbyshire. At Derby, 350 for 4 now. Marcus Harris, formerly of the Gloucestershire parish, 166 not out.
Yeah, batted well last week. I've been up on the roof trying to do some repairs to our effects microphone, so in a minute I'm going to see if it's working. But I'll wait till the end of the over.
Here is Zafar, slip and a short leg, and down the pitch comes also. Oh, he's played that one beautifully. His back leg sort of kicked out to the side, but he's timed a drive through wide long off and has hit it to the boundary with some considerable force. 50 partnership is up between Clark and Alsop. So a real rebuilding effort after that early loss of Tom Haynes when the score was just on 8. 59 for 1 now. Zafar bowls, and on the back foot, clipped away, back at a square on the onside. This will be at least 2. Is a long way around the boundary for Charlesworth to go, and it will be 2 runs. 61 for 1. Real nerve-settling partnership this for Sussex.
Hasn't been easy, has it? They've had to work very hard for these runs, but they're battled through.
They've been disciplined, the Gloucestershire attack. However, possibly not quite seeing the ball flash past the edge as often as perhaps they would have liked. This is clipped firmly to mid-on. There'll be a single there. Again, Goodman is deep enough to allow the run, and Zafar is starting to be rather milked here by these two. 62 for 1.
I never quite understand that field placing. You know, I'm a great believer. You're on the 1 or you're on the 4. Because what's that? 4 singles they've taken the last couple of
exactly,
overs.
and then that equals one hit over the top for a boundary, and you've got runs to play with. Perhaps Graham Van Buren's not quite so used to having all these runs to play with, but you know, or if you're going to do this, you may as well just sit on the boundary, because
I agree.
I think that's what seems to be roughly what he's doing now.
Yeah,
he's more a long on rather than the deep mid on. It's still not quite all the way back on the boundary. There's a short straight mid on now to try and stop that turn for the single, and down the pitch is Clark getting himself in a tangle, but he managed to get something on it. He's the offside for no run.
Sorry, and I was just saying, he's trying to bat himself into form here, Tom Clark. It has been a real struggle, hasn't it? 19 in 72 balls, but he's still there.
Zafar moves in, bowls. Clark plays a soft forward defence. Middlesex have been bowled out now by Yorkshire. They made 246, so no batting point for Middlesex, but an 87 run lead. Jordan Thompson 5 for 80 for Yorkshire, and Ben Code 4 for 59. In goes Zafar, bowls cut by Clark and stopped at extra cover by Singh Dale. So Zafar gets away with dropping a little short. 62 for 1 at the end of that over. So Yorkshire have just begun their second innings now, 1 without loss, leading by 86.
Who made the runs for Middlesex?
it was half century for Leos Dupleuil. He made 51, and Josh De Carey's made 50.
Right.
Toby Rowland-Jones added 30 from 28. A couple of useful contributions from 10 and 11 as well in Helm and Bamber. Northamptonshire 58 for 1 in reply to Glamorgan's 271 all out. Mason Crane finished with 61. Glamorgan, a season-long loan.
Yes.
For Crane too.
Spent a couple of games here a couple of years ago now. Actor is running down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. He's in a bowls to Allsop up on his toes, plays it onto the onside, and there is no run. If you just joined us, very good afternoon. Live cricket here on BBC Radio Sussex, Gloucestershire and Bristol. I've tried to fix the microphone on the roof so we don't have to put up with this creaking microphone, but for some reason whenever's up on the roof isn't working. So sorry about that. So I think it's probably better to have effects rather than no effects.
Yes.
And the creaking, I just apologise for. In comes that ball, also right on the money, and also can do no more than just push it out into the offside. And there is no run. We've had 20. This is the 24th over of this Sussex reply. James Bracey's taking his cap off, or has he had it off all the time? Which didn't come out quite right.
Yes, well, I think because he's got the helmet on for when Zaffa's bowling now.
In comes Hector again, played out into the offside. Repeat performance, really. This really is tight bowling by Gloucestershire. But these two are just partnership now of what, 54 between the pair. Tom Haynes was out for a stinging catch by Miles Hammond in the gully off the bowling of Singdale, who bowled a very, very quick spell before lunch. He does absolutely throw everything into it, Singdale. Acterian again, bowls or hits also by also no ball, but I don't think it would have been out anyway. It was pitching outside a leg stump. And a new ball is signalled by umpire Mark Newell at the far end of the ground. The umpire's well wrapped up. Neil Bainton standing at square leg. And the spectators inside the ground well wrapped up as well. It's a pretty cold day if you're thinking of wandering down after 4 o'clock to catch some overs, and there will be plenty of them if the light holds. We played till about 7:15 last night without lights. There's Acter. Is in again, bowls and also drives down the onside of the track. And there is no run.
There's an interesting discussion now going on at deep third, because Tom Smith, who is now on the coaching staff at Gloucestershire as well as still playing, you expect him to play a big part in Gloucestershire's blast campaign, but he's just gone down to have a little word with Zafar Gohar, so passing on some pearls of wisdom, I'm sure.
Terran bowls, also again defends down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Just I was asked yesterday, I think by Izzy, and I should have known this. She was asking, what is the slope from one end of the ground to the other? I'm reliably informed it's 10 feet. But did I say 12? Did I? That's from the Cromwell Road end to the sea end of the ground. For those of you who don't know, Hove, the ground's slanting towards the sea, downhill. Actor comes in again, bowls to Allsop again. It's a good delivery round about a length, and Allsop can do no more than play it away into the onside. There is no run. Allsop remains on 29, Clark on 19. Sussex are 64 for 1. I was expecting an update, but it's been delayed apparently. Oh. No idea why. If you do hear music or anything in your ear,
some vital 70s music.
Well, no, I think it's a sport show this afternoon.
Oh, right.
So there's and it covers Surrey and Sussex. So I think they're covering Crawley, who are playing at Sutton today. I think that's what they're doing. Anyway, that doesn't affect our cricket coverage at all. We're continuing live on the Sussex website and also on the BBC online stream.
So I'll be intrigued to see whether there's any obvious change in what Zaffa is doing. At the moment, there is a change in the field. So, having had a short straight mid-on, we've got a mid-wicket in quite close, who is straighter, and then a more conventional mid-wicket. Now they're asking Goodman to go into quite a straight, deep mid-on. cover back on the boundary and backward square on the boundary. Zafar in bowls and Clark is forward in defence. In Division 1 scores-wise, Essex are building up a good lead against Lancashire. Essex are 209 for 3, which is a lead of 63 runs already. After Lancashire were bundled out for 146 yesterday. 4 wickets for Shane Snater, 3 more wickets for Sam Cook. Prolific start to the season for him. Zafar bowls, sweep shot from Clark. He's hit that well. That's going to take some stopping and it won't be stopped. Has to jog after it from Tom Price at deep backward square, and very nicely played. Full enough, and there's not a huge amount of turn here for Zafar. Clark on that sweep shot for the first time is great connection through square leg. It is 68 for 1. Clark moves to 23. In fact, runs for Sam Cook as well. You see a Cook towards the top of the Essex order. This is cut at and missed by Clark as he goes back and now rehearses a more late attempted cut. Through it goes to Bracey. Sam Cook with 49 as a night watchman. Night watchman seem to be doing very well. I mean, it was Matthew Potts with that huge 100 for Durham. It's a stroke towards mid-off by Clark. He'll jog through for a single. Van Buren has a shy at the stumps, which misses. Wouldn't have mattered anyway, 69 for 1. So runs for Cook and somebody else. You mentioned George Garrett.
Yes.
And we'll get to that.
Night watchman made a half century, I think.
Oh, 48.
Oh,
just shy.
Nearly.
Kent 225 for 8 against Surrey. Cameron Steele continues to pick up the wickets. An English leg spinner picking up wickets in April. Magnificent.
Was he at Durham?
Yes, he was. He wasn't really getting very much cricket there.
No.
Round the wicket goes Zafar now to bowl to the left-handed. Allsop angles that one across him and he lets it go. And this is kind of the thing actually with a lot of these Surrey signings. They get a bad rap for poaching players, and yes, they've poached Dan Lawrence, which has rather blotted their recent copybook. Zafar bowls, head over the ball, defending Allsop. A big stride forward to meet the ball, and that ends the over. 5 from it. So Zafar going at 4 and over. And Sussex is 69 for 1 now. But actually, a lot of the players before that they brought in, the likes of Steele, even Ben Folkes when he joined, Jordan Clark, they weren't necessarily getting all the cricket that
No, I would agree.
and actually they could have gotten. And credit to Surrey, especially with Steele, for turning him into somebody who's picking up regular wickets in the Championship. And who knows, we tend to get very giddy with leg spinners, but they've got a couple of English leggies at Canterbury with Matt Parkinson in that game for Kent, freshly moved.
Here comes Akhtar, bowls to Allsop, who I thought for a moment had been bowled. It's Tom Clark, I do apologise. He was sort of half forward. He's having to gut it out here. Tom Clark, he's a very fluent player at his best, but he's still there. That's the thing. He's 24 not out. Hasn't been easy.
He played that sweep shot that you thought,
Yes.
yeah, that's settled him now, and then next ball goes back, tries to cut and misses it.
Yeah, and the sweep shot was right off middle as well. Akhtar in again, bowls. Always hit on the pad. That's going down the leg side, and it's too high. And again, there is no run. The ball ends up at backward point. Michael's been in touch. He's wondering if we get an opportunity, if we could touch on those sayings that we just accept without a great deal of qualification. He says his bugbear was top of off stump being the panacea for a bowler. He says try telling that to Waka Yunis. Comes Akhtar again, bowls to Clark, works it into the offside. There is no run. Sorry, I was distracted by a couple of other emails coming in there, so apologies for that.
Yeah, it is an interesting one, that. I mean, in general, it's not exactly a bad place to bowl, is it, I guess? I certainly take your point that you think of Wacker and you think of the searing in swinging Yorker, I guess.
Here comes Akhtar again. Bowls. Oh, that's close. That is really close. Well, he's got away with one there, I think, Tom Clark. He's riding his luck a bit here, is the young Sussex opener. He was sort of half forward, he was struck on the pad. I mean, The only thing I think he might have saved it, perhaps it was just coming down the leg side, but it was a really good shout.
Yeah.
And he's just struggling here. Clark, he's still there, and he'll just think, if I can get through this spell, the ball gets a little older, things might become a little easier. But it's good, tough, hard county championship cricket. Akhtar is in, bowls, and Clark works this to backward point. Again, there is no run.
Just having another look at that shout. I mean, he's maybe inside edge.
I can hear you in the studio.
Ah.
Copy, that sounded very professional, didn't it?
I wasn't sure whether it was. I thought it was one of those updates that comes with about half a second notice.
Akhtar in bowls, hits Clark again. Now, I don't think that is out. I think that is definitely going down the leg side. And yeah, 69 for 1. Clark 24. Alsop is on a 29. So we've got the programme going out on the radio. So we'll be coming for an update in a couple of moments' time. Yes, hello Tim. Sunny but chilly here on the south coast today, and Sussex are battling away. They're 69 for 1 in their first innings. Tom Alsop on 29, Tom Clark on 24, and that after they lost Tom Haynes when the score was just on 8. He was very well caught by Miles Hammond off the bowling of Sing Dale for just 4. All of this in reply to the Gloucestershire total of 417 all out. And this morning, Sussex rather lost the plot with Gloucestershire plundering 98 in just 19 overs, led by Zafar Gohar, who made a very stylish-looking 60. Meanwhile, across the border in Kent, Surrey are working their way through the Kent order. Kent 226 for 8. 3 wickets there for the leg spin of Cameron Steele. In comes Zafar over the wicket, bowls, Alsop drives onto the onside and picks up a single. And total goes to 70 for 1. I'm not sure, is that still in your ears?
Yes, let's just do that.
Yeah, I agree.
And there we go. Yes, I'm still not over enamoured of this deep mid-on.
No, I agree.
Just
it's a
sort of
strange position.
trying to keep a tally of the number of runs that have been conceded there.
Zafar in bowls and forward comes. Sorry, I've pinched your delivery there, haven't I? I do apologise. We've all got
Well, I think
muddled
we're halfway
up
through
there,
the update, so
muddled up with the over. I'll do the rest of the over, then I'll hand back to you, Ed.
I think actually I may be off fairly soon, mightn't I?
Oh, okay.
Relatively. Are we doing it? I'm not sure what we're doing in terms of time. We're all over the place now.
In comes Zafar, bowls and also eases that onto the onside, picks up a single, and there is no run. 71 for 1. Clark on 25, Alsop on 30.
No, I think I must be on for a bit longer, mustn't I?
Yes, I think
Yeah.
you are. We didn't.
Yeah, so it's all these 6 minutes business throwing me off.
Zafar in bowls, reverse swept by Alsop, which is a good shot, but it runs away for 4 runs. It's one of those which, if it goes horribly wrong and you get yourself plumb LBW or bowled, everybody says, what an awful shot. But actually, it was a good shot. And Alsop goes to 34. His total is 75. What are you laughing at, Ed?
I'm not laughing at anything. It was just that I think it was the absolute certainty with the ball going to the boundary, and then it did. So
I was wondering there's only 2 of Oliver's biscuits left.
Just the voice of command.
No, I was just looking
deemed
round.
that it was going to the boundary, and so it was.
It was.
Thank you very much.
So I think yes. I mean it's 1:30. It's come out. So what we'll do, we'll have a little change around. Don't know why we're telling our listeners this, but at 3 o'clock I think we'll have
Right.
a change around.
3
And
o'clock.
Izzy can come back in for either me or Ed. We'll work it out. Off to you.
Right, Zaman Akhtar starting his 5th over, bowling to Clark, who is defending Just a jab at the bat into the offside, fielded at mid-off, and there is no run. Start to feel as though he's giving Clark a little bit of a working over after that previous over. I had a look at the louder of the LBW shouts. I mean, certainly from slowing it down, if he's not inside edged it, then he was struck on the back pad. Yes, it's from round the wicket, but he turned it down very quickly, did umpire Newell, so I can only, often when that happens, that means, yeah, no, I've heard an inside edge, you're just not getting it. Inside edge is found again from Zaman Akhtar this time, more definitely. I mean, inside edge onto boot, possibly, as it trickles out into the offside. I'm trying to remember, I think it was Singh Dale rather than Akhtar who's found about, I think he caught the inside edge of Adam Lythe's bat in his ton last week. I think counted 7 times.
Wow.
Singh Dale, and didn't get one to go onto the stump. So Gloucestershire are kind of thinking, here we go again with these ones. Had a few themselves, of course. Akhtar bowls, and in a half of the bat to square leg, quick single. Only one stump to aim at for Singh Dale at square leg. And I think Allsop would have been home anyway. 76 for 1.
I think he would. We had an email in yesterday from Selina Robinson. Hi, Selina, who's listening over in Thailand. Loving the commentary. We spoke yesterday about the final day of Songkran, which Selina had been to. We found out that's the festival where you chuck water over each other.
Thai New Year.
Thai New Year, yes. So anyway, I'm not sure if you were listening yesterday or missed the shout out, but hello, Selina and co.
Akhtar bowls, and Allsop lets that one go. It's a rare leave. Not too many of those.
No, and Selina, actually, one thing I didn't answer in Selina's email yesterday, she said, I'd like to know what your ideal cricket tee would be. So let's go around the commentary box. Ed Seaborn, your ideal cricket tee.
Are we allowed, like, how many items are we allowed? So like a drink, savoury, sweet item, something like that, maybe?
Well, I'm going to say, because I was a village cricketer, and the tea was often the best part of the game, to be perfectly honest.
Here comes Zaman Akhtar around the wicket, leaps in, bowls, dropping the hands on that one is also, as it was dug back of a length.
And actually, it's really difficult. I mean, this sounds very demeaning, but I mean, we're probably in this day and age, but, we used to call them tea ladies. I don't know if you're allowed to do that now, you probably can't. But generally, it was the ladies who did the tea, because the guys were playing cricket. I mean, that was just what happened. But now, everybody mucks in and does the teas, so you could have the tea men, I guess. But teas, well, I used to, you wouldn't choose which game you played by the tea, but it was kind of on your mind.
You definitely look forward to the places with the better teas. Another good delivery from Zaman Akhtar. He's dragged his length back, just testing out the middle of the pitch. Not genuine short stuff, but just dug in towards that sort of rib cage, kind of, at least the length that might have hit it was outside the off stump, so he could do exactly what he did the previous ball and just get his hands out the way. Very well played by Allsop, but also nicely bowled by Akhtar, because there's not actually a huge amount happening at the moment off the full length, so maybe it is time just to mix things up a bit. I mean, you don't want to go crazy, because for the most part Gloucestershire have done well to keep this run rate down. You don't want to let that slip, but at the same time you're getting to a point where you'd really like to break this partnership if you're Gloucestershire. 76 for 1.
They're going to try, because they're going to have a change of bowling. Ollie Price is coming into the attack from the C end of the ground. So yeah, so cricket tees, you're either available for a Saturday or a Sunday when you play local cricket, or sometimes both. It depends what you've got on. But I'm not sure people might have thought, oh yeah, they do a nice tee. So anyway, so let's assume you're playing the lowly form of cricket I used to play, and you're allowed to eat what you like. So it's none of this sort of you have to have an energy drink or something like that. It's very ridiculous. So what would your sort of favourite sandwich and cake be? You can muse on. You don't have to.
Well, I'm thinking actually one of the best cricket teas I had was at one particular cricket club where it was more sort of things like samosas and
wow, really?
Yes,
that's amazing.
Yeah.
How lovely,
magnificent, like a samosa for a cricket tea. Great.
In comes Price to bowl to Clark, who punches into the offside. There is no, that's very different. Did you overindulge? So the trouble is, if you have to go and field after tea and you've had about 8 samosas, you sort of suddenly got to chase one down to third man.
The only problem is you have to be careful when you eat them, because obviously you don't want too much. You sort of mouth tingling for the cake.
Price in. Clark plays into the offside. I used to love the sandwiches. I mean, cheese and onion sandwiches, or I don't know, cheese and tomato, or all sorts. I mean, some teas are some teas were better than others. And then in comes Price. Bowls. Oh, hammered down the ground by Tom Clark, and that will do his confidence a world of good. It's drilled down the ground for 6 runs. Right down in front of you. You probably heard the ball bang into the wall down. Now, Graham Van Buren, Graham Van Buren is clambering over the advertising hoardings, the Gloucestershire skipper. And I think he's getting a bit of a stick, 'cause he's not the tallest, is Graham Van Buren.
No, but this is the problem. I mean, Don Goodman could just, he doesn't even need to do anything. He doesn't need to jump.
Does it get the noise of the gravel? Oh no, he didn't have to do it that time.
Let the shortest player go over this advertisement. I mean, Van Buren's the captain. He should just point to Goodman to field at this position.
Yeah. And now he's got to clamber back over.
Further.
Oh, that looked
was
quite
neatly
good.
done, actually.
Yes, it was. That was like a steeplechaser, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Not as in a horse.
Get your foot over on the top of the fence.
Yes, as they do when they're going in over the water in the steeplechase.
Yes, exactly.
In the 3,000 metres at the Olympics. In comes Price, bowls, and Clark is solidly forward, plays down the offside, no run. Joe, yes, that'd be me, and I think in terms of cake, I think a nice bit of coffee cake.
Coffee cake, okay.
Yeah. Izzy can tell us when she comes back on. In comes Price, bowls, Clark drives into the offside, there is no run. Oliver is here, here watching what we do today. What would your favourite tea be? Have a think.
I mean, how can you limit it just to a few?
Well,
I mean, a giant spread.
Price in bowls, played into the onside by Clark. There is no run. End of the over, 82 for 1. Clark 32, Alsop 34. I remember playing in a game of cricket on one occasion, and we had a tea rota. So it was your turn. So either it was your responsibility. So maybe you that did it, maybe a partner that did it, maybe a mum that did it. But anyway, someone had to, you were on the rota. And there was a game once we were playing, and our secretary, it got to about 4:15, and someone said to the secretary who was building up mood on, "Oh, who's on the tea rota today?" And there was a silence, and it was him. Yeah, so we had no tea. So he went running off and down to the local shop and bought sort of some crisps and some sort of Mr. Kipling cakes or something like that, and that was tea. So that was all a little bit embarrassing. So it does happen, but I think it's more and more of a struggle now. And I think actually post-COVID, I talked to a guy the other day, he said a lot of clubs now don't do teas, and you bring your own tea.
Yeah,
it's a bit of a shame, really.
Another one of those things where it's been kind of, there was a real, genuine reason for it, and since then it's just not been picked up again.
No, it's a shame. Cricket teas were always very much part of the day.
Yeah. We've got a change in bowling from the Cromwell Road end, and it's time for another burst of Ajit Singh Dale, who's got the 1 wicket to fall so far. A decent spell from Zaman Akhtar, just 10 conceded from his 5 overs, but time for a second burst of Singh Dale. Deep square back, fine leg back. That's the shorter boundary. Singh Dale bowls, and this is turned off either pad or bat and pad, back at a square on the onside, and it's the latter of those as one more run is added. 83 for 1. Underrated cake that I can't seem to see anywhere anymore, and I know it's one of those things which is sort of a time, but I don't think it should be. The Black Forest Gatto.
Oh, right, okay.
You never see them anymore, do you? I haven't seen one for ages.
It's pretty gooey, isn't it?
Black curry. You could have some cream on the top. But in goes Singh Dale bowls, turned to square leg by Clark as hands go jumping behind heads, but it's fairly few and far between in terms of really obvious chances here for Gloucestershire. It was a good shout for LBW in the previous Zaman Akhtar over, but there's been a great deal going for them since the lunch break.
I mean, I think that they bowl, but I think fair play to these two. Who it's not been easy, and they've really had to battle of Clark and Alsop.
Clark on 32. Singh Dale bowls to him. Oh, that's gone right through him. What a beauty that is.
Yeah,
just over the top of off stump. I think that has beaten him on the inside edge and gone between inside edge and body. And Bracey taking it, diving away to his right. And if Gloucestershire were hoping for a boost from the change of bowling, then that is a sign that Singh Dale is potentially going to make a few extra things happen here and just, maybe not exactly lift things, because it's not as though they've gone flat out there or anything, but has got a good head of steam up. Here comes Singdale, bowls full, defended. Nice looking forward press back up the pitch, and Singdale
Always having a word, isn't he?
Stare there.
Yeah, he had a few
at least.
words. Yeah. And umpire Newell, I don't know whether he's saying anything, but he made a point of running down the wicket then, didn't he? And talking to Tom Clark. I just wonder if umpire Newell was just having a word there to Graham Van Buren and just saying,
Yeah, let's just keep
it. You know,
yeah,
okay.
You want to be on top of it as the umpires, don't you?
He's had his say. Now just drop it.
You don't want to. You want to let the players play, but at the same time, you do not want any sort of situation to keep escalating. So you've got to stay on top of it. Singdale bowls short, but not short enough. Clattered away, and that's gone for 4. And the home faithful enjoying that after the stare.
Oh, it's carrying on, you know.
Words here. It just was not a short delivery that got up enough, and to be honest, he's going to find it difficult bowling short to this boundary. Yes, the angle's taking it across the left-hander, but you can't defend this boundary. You just get very lucky for it to be a catch out there. 87 for 1. Clark moves to 36. Bit of a battle brewing between these two. It is good to see intense cricket. You don't want it to step over the line, of course you don't, but Singdale is in bowls, back of a length. Clark's looking for a single, but there's definitely not one there. He's played it straight to backward point. And that's the end of the over. It's reached 3 o'clock, so I think that is the appointed time.
This is Izzy time. It's 3 o'clock. No, not quite tea time. Tea time today is it 4:06 or 4:30?
3:56, isn't it?
3:56. Okay. For tea. Izzy's back with us with her laptop and her book and all her notes. And Ollie Price is going to carry on. Bruce Wells has been in touch. He says, absolutely over the moon that Adrian has finally mentioned the mighty Crawley Town on stream. Yes, there isn't only one football club in Sussex. Huge game and pretty much a cup final for us today, with a record-breaking 1,200 Reds in attendance. Thanks for the comms, guys. Great job. Crawley playing at Sutton United today. In comes Price, bowls, and forward comes... the ball just dribbles in front of him. There's a sort of a stifled appeal, and there is no run. So I'm sure, and you can listen to that game on the radio, on BBC Radio Sussex, on the good old transistor radio. Tune in, turn
Vintage.
the wheel and tune in, and you hear it. In comes Price, and played nicely by Alsop, out to the sweeper on the cover boundary for a single, 88 for 1. Did you used to sort of, I used to love secretly listening to the radio. I used to love listening to some of the old boxing commentaries, sort of under the, when you
Well, I
shoot
love
the-
those nostalgic sounds.
Yeah.
Probably more of a record players and jukeboxes,
Oh, right,
those kinds
okay,
of sounds
yeah.
that you get.
In comes Price. Oh, he hits Clark on the pad, looking to play it on the onside. There is no run. Are you sort of a fan of vinyl records and that sort of thing?
I
Have you
am.
got vinyl?
I have. I had a
Right.
sort of midlife crisis and bought a Wurlitzer 1963 Lyric E.
Right, wow.
It's quite a machine, and it's a good piece of furniture.
Is it?
Yeah.
In comes Price, bowls. Forward comes Clark, plays into the offside down. Can you change what records you put on it?
Yeah, so you've got the old 45s with the push-out centres, and I only put, because it's a 1963 machine, I'll only put records on from the 1960s and beforehand. A bit sacrilegious to put newer records on.
Price in bowls. Clark turns onto the onside. They've taken one as the ball goes through mid-wicket. They'll think about 2. I'm not sure there's 2 there. No, there isn't. Good bit of fielding. It's one of the players who hasn't got the shirt on, so it's difficult as we don't. I ought to know the Gloucestershire players by recognition. Well, I'm sorry, I don't. And the throw comes in. It's 1 more to Clark. To Clark. He goes to 37, to 89 for 1. A Wurlitzer is a jukebox, really.
It's a jukebox.
Yeah. So you don't have to put in sort of 5 pence every time
You
you
used to
play.
have to put a quarter in.
Oh right, okay, so
but
it's American.
It must have come over from America.
Yeah. In comes Price and bowls. And Alsop works that onto the onside. I'm not quite sure how it ended up there, but it did. Alsop goes to 38. Total to 90 for 1. End of the over. 3 off of the over. Alsop 37. Clark 37. And Price 2 overs, 0 for 9. So, you got the Wurlitzer. Then did you decide what discs you were going to put in?
Yeah, then I had to go, the 45 records.
Right.
Then you have to go to these dusty old record shops. There are more of them now.
Yes.
I mean, I bought this thing about 10 years ago.
Okay.
But there's one in Addleston.
Right.
There's an old chap there who sits there in amongst piles and piles of records.
Right.
And you sift through them. And occasionally you find one that's extremely expensive. It's a sort of one-off. It might be an Elvis or something like that. But I can have 100 songs on my Wurlitzer, so 50 records in a row. And the mechanics are beautiful as well, because you watch it all happen through the glass front. And you have a panel at the front as well, which gives you, letters and numbers so that you can sort of dial in what you want.
So 45, would that be a single or was that a 33?
Well, a 33 is more an LP, isn't it? A 45 is a small record.
Okay, right.
As he's in, Sing Dale, all the speed of the gods. And there is a single here, because there are gaping holes in the leg side.
Sorry.
An easy single there for Clark. Has he gone through and taken one? He has 91 for 1 is the score for Sussex. Good to see Sing Dale back. It's always exciting, isn't it? All that adrenaline pumping through him. He is pretty pumped up. I think that's why you get the verbals a bit at the end of the follow-through, which is pretty typical of fast bowlers, isn't it?
There's nothing wrong with it, provided it doesn't get too vitriolic.
Well, too unpleasant. So right arm around, he comes again. And that is cut away with great control, just backward of point. The ball races across this lovely velvet outfield towards the pavilion. So 4 runs to Clark. He clocks on to 41 now, 95 for 1. Bit too wide and loose there from Sing Dale.
Selina's been back in touch about teas.
Ah, yes, of course, we need to get back to teas, don't we?
Yeah.
The hot topic.
Yeah. Well, I enjoyed a conversation on Wurlitzers, though.
Oh, yeah. Well, we were talking about sort of nostalgic noises. You were talking about the radio, weren't you?
Yes.
The old noises of the wavelength. As again, Sing Dale is in. Oh, and that nearly squeezes through bat and pad, just about with an inside edge. Keeps that in, Clark, and manages to defend his stumps. Just came onto him a little bit more quickly than expected, with Sing Dale really bending his back there.
Selina says, thank you for answering my cricket question so comprehensively. I've never been involved in a cricket season, so I don't know how much involvement Cake had in the day. Paul, Selina's husband, remembers a tea that involved roast potatoes.
Wow, was it an all-day game on a Sunday?
Wow.
You get the full roast. That'd be fantastic. Everyone would sign up for that, wouldn't they?
That would be amazing, wouldn't it? You probably wouldn't bother after lunch. Just sort of open the bar and that's it.
Exactly. You'd be on the red wine, wouldn't you? Sing Dale again. Here he is, storming in and bowling and defended valiantly by Clark. Just about keeping it out. This is a bit of pace here from Sing Dale. Fiery pace.
And Paul's preferred cake is a large slice. It's been a long day. A large slice of carrot cake.
Ooh, that's quite healthy, I always think.
Do you?
Anything with the vegetables.
Is that sort of 5 a day? Bit of carrot cake?
I'd count it personally.
Would you?
But yeah.
Okay.
A bit like counting chips is your 5 a day.
Yeah, I've had a great portion
Vegetable.
today. Dreadful, really. I don't know why. I don't know why I chose them, really. Just weak, I think.
I had them yesterday. Sing Dale again, coming around the wicket. Bowls. Oh, it's an inside edge again from Clark. Has snuck through and hurtles down towards Actor, who fields here down at fine leg in front of our noses. He gets a streaky, fortunate single out of it. 96 for 1. Clark goes on to 42. Allsop now facing on 38.
That was lucky, wasn't it? He's played some good shots, Tom Clark. He's had to battle. I mean, he's faced 106 balls for his 42. He's played some good shots, but he's had a little bit of luck as well. But he's battled, and I think that's what will please the Sussex dressing room for a player who's not been in great early season form.
No, he's stuck around. It hasn't been easy to get runs out there. Very crouched in his position. Allsop comes forward and defends. That was right on the stumps there from Sing Dale. That's another Sing Dale over that's over with. So he's 1 for 27 off 7 overs for Sing Dale.
So if you were at home now, Izzy, and you thought, right, I've got to switch the Wurlitzer on, and I'm going to play my favourite 45, or my top 3 45s that you've put in there, so they're your favourites, what would they be?
I think we'd have to start. Well, Elvis was my first 45, and in
Right.
fact, when I was sold this Wurlitzer from this really eccentric man who I used to play cricket against, funnily enough, in one of the Surrey leagues, and he had this sort of run-down shop. I'm trying to remember, somewhere like Surbiton. I can't remember exactly where it was, but he only had one record. He said, "We can have one record," and it was an Elvis record. It was Blue Suede Shoes.
Oh, okay.
So that's my number one.
Right.
Pick of the pops.
Price is in bowling, is spin, bowls to Clark, works it to backward square, there is no run. So it wasn't Elvis because he's a particular artist that you liked? Or?
Oh no, I do love Elvis.
Do you?
I've got a big poster of Elvis above my bed.
Have you?
Yeah.
Wow.
Doing his famous dance.
Right.
Well, the hips.
Comes Price, bowls, played by Clark through square leg, picks up a single. He goes to 43, total to 97 for one. So, you've got this poster of Elvis. So how old is Elvis in the poster? Is it sort of...
Oh, he's pretty young.
Is he?
I don't think he
Okay.
got onto the junk food and prescription drugs by then.
Yeah.
Looking
Yeah.
quite fresh.
So it's sort of jailhouse rock
Yeah.
days, that
Yes.
sort of thing.
So-
Right, okay.
From the early 60s.
Price in bowls and also works that onto the onside, picks up a single, 98 for one. Did you watch the film?
Yeah, I did
Right.
watch the
It's
film.
quite sad, wasn't it?
It is sad, but it was a fairly tragic life, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, artists like that, particularly because of his background, it's easy to take advantage of someone like that and milked of all his money.
Yeah. Happens so often, doesn't it, in the music business? In comes Price, bowls to Clark, works it into the offside, no runs. That's the first one.
The second one would probably be the Everly Brothers.
All right, okay. You really are back into the...
Well, I went to see the Everly Brothers when I was 15 years old.
Where?
At the Hammersmith Apollo.
All right.
Yeah, I was a bit weird in my class. People thought it was strange to go and see the Don and Phil. Love Don and Phil. I'd have them opening the bowling.
In comes Price, round the wicket, bowls, worked by Clark to mid-wicket. There is no run.
Yeah, so probably Crying in the Rain. Sounds a bit sad, doesn't it? But that's a lovely Everly Brothers song. I did my Crying in the Rain.
Price
I'm not...
queuing up to get in. In comes Price and bowls and played into the offside by Clark. There is no run. End of the over. 98 for one. 43 Clark. 39 Allsop. Live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms and Izzy Duncan on commentary. We're discussing Wurlitzers. I have absolutely no idea how we got onto Wurlitzers.
I think from the
we
radio
have-
sounds,
Yes,
didn't
we
we? It made
have.
me think of
Yes.
crackling records.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And so I said you could have your top three. This sounds a bit like Desert Island Discs, doesn't it? So you can have your top three. So you've
Yeah,
got
there's so
Elvis,
much
Everly
there's
Brothers.
so much to pick from.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. Well, that's
No,
interesting. Put a quarter in Izzy's Wurlitzer and choose your tune.
Save up your quarters.
Yeah. So that was your first single. What was it? Was your first single that you bought? Was that an Elvis?
Oh, well, as a kid?
Yeah.
No, that was my parents, I think. Bought me Louis Armstrong.
Right.
Singdale is in, and he's really desperate to get this ball to go through the bat and the pad here of Allsop. Nearly succeeded twice in the previous over. Allsop comes forward and defends it on 39. Yeah, I think it's your parents introduce you to music, don't they? Nice and early on. You're lucky enough if you get that sort of education from your parents. And I think it was the Beatles, and which was weird for my age 10 in sort of 1984. But then I was sort of hooked on that kind of music
Right.
forevermore. Yeah. Are you going to Guild Fest this year, Adrian? Because I know you live in Guildford.
I
the festival.
I like to support local festivals. We can't go on the Sunday because we're going to a wedding. But we're going to go
dear,
on the
it's bad
Saturday
timing, isn't
when
it?
I think the Stranglers are playing.
Oh, I love the Strangers.
I think.
Hugh Cornwall loves his cricket. As Singdale bowls again. It's right on the stumps. There will be runs here. As that is pushed into the offside. They'll come back for the second. Again, there are holes in the offside. There's only one fielder in on the single. And that is fielded out there. And the 100 has come up. The 100 for one for Sussex. A ripple of acknowledgement from the fans here. Followed by an announcement.
The first single I bought, not as of any interest to anyone, was Telegram Sam.
Oh, Telegram Sound. T-Rex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was my
Great.
first, and I've still got it up in the loft, a box of old singles. Probably all warped now, I expect.
Oh, yeah. They're probably worth something.
Well,
Crouched in the crease there, Allsop. Shuffles across and just plays that neatly into the offside and steals a single. Allsop go on to 42, 1 now for 1 Sussex in their first innings here on day 2.
There was a programme on the box, I forget which side it was on a few weeks ago, about guys who designed LP albums.
Oh,
and they got the people on
fascinating.
who designed, was it the Pink Floyd album, and there was the pig flying over Battersea
Yes,
Power Station,
yeah.
and they were describing why it happened, and it was really interesting.
The artwork's brilliant, isn't
Yes.
it, on a lot of these albums.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
Led Zeppelin are a good example of wonderful sleeves for records. And I think that's what people crave. Then we got into the digital age and you can't tangibly touch
No.
anything or buy anything. So it's all online. But people are going back to records again. So you can have your own collection. It's a bit like having a bookcase full of books, but it's records instead. 2 slips in place. Singdale hurtles in and bowls. There's a big shout here, but looks high to me as Clark comes forward. It was a muted appeal, rather stifled, as Singdale just mops his brow as he stalks back to his mark. He's been a little bit unlucky, Singdale. He's picked up 1 wicket, that 1 for 31.
Yeah, well called. Izzy, I thought for a minute that he was out then, but it was, you were quite right, it was going over the top of the stumps.
He was a little bit too high, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Singdale out there in the sunshine, Cromwell Road end. Here he comes, darting towards us. And Bowles comes forward there. Allsop positively for no run, 102 for 1.
I think the weather forecast is set fair for the next 2 days. I'm just sort of thinking, here we are sort of halfway through the second afternoon, 47 overs remaining today, where the game is going. I mean, Sussex, we want to set out their stall here, which they are, but 47 overs to go. If they scored at 3 and over, what's that, the best part of 150 runs, that would get Sussex around about 250. So, you know, there's still every chance for a result in this game, you know, with 2 clear days after this one. Hopefully, I think the forecast is good.
Singdale zipping in, coming around the wicket, again on the stumps and forcing the forward defensive out of Allsop. 102 for 1. Just keeping a little bit tighter in that over from Singdale. And he's got the added pace as well. He truly is zippy, but this ball getting a bit older, isn't it? I mean, what are we into the 34th? We've had 34 overs, and that the batters will be calculating that, you know, they're halfway through the afternoon, the sun's beating down, perhaps it's getting a little bit easier out there on the track. They bide their time, which is exactly what they're doing with these two, Clark and Allsop.
Who's that warming up down here? It is Samanakta who's warming up, doing a bit of Pilates, or maybe he's just trying to keep warm, to be honest, because it is a very chilly day here, and when the sun's out it's quite pleasant, but now you can hear the wind again blowing in the effects microphone as in comes Price. Bowles, floats off spin up into the air, and Clark is down the track driving to mid-on and collects his 45th run. Ed was talking about the field placing of this fielder at mid-on. It is, again, it's sort of 2/3 of the way to the boundary. He's not saving 1, but he's not really saving 4 either. It's a slightly strange position, not unique to Gloucestershire, because a lot of fielding sides do seem to employ that tactic. In comes Price again. Bowles, and also back in his stumps, works it onto the onside. And picks up a single, he goes to 43. I suppose if you have got that fielder up, then it's the temptation is for the batsman to come, or the batter I should say, to come down the wicket and try and lift the ball over the infield for 4 runs. And now he's bringing him, that's interesting, isn't it? Now Ollie Price has changed and he's brought the fielder up to a 1 saving position at mid-on. There's a slip, he's the only close fielder. Price in again, Bowles, and straight away, well recognised by Clark, who goes aerial, hits the ball over wideish mid-on for 4 runs. So it's a game of cat and mouse, isn't it? That was interesting cricket, because Ollie Price called his mid-on up to save the single. Tom Clark obviously saw it, and that's the 100 partnership between the pair that's come up in 179 balls in 113 minutes. Sussex were at one stage 8 for 1, so good partnership between these two. And it's been hard work. They've really had to guts it out. Price again. Tom Clark, 1 short of his half-century. The sun has gone in. Price in, Bowles, and Clark works this to mid-on and takes a single. And that's a good half-century from Tom Clark, who's had a difficult start to the season. He made 12 in the first match, out first ball last week at Leicestershire, but he's really responded well. He's had to battle away, his 50 coming in 115 balls, and a well-deserved round of applause from the Sussex players who are standing up there on the balcony. Well batted, Tom Clark, able to do his confidence a world of good. In comes Price Bowles, Allsop defends on the onside, and there is no run. An innings that comprised, from Tom Clark, 6 fours and a 6. So well batted.
Yeah, very well batted. Ground out those runs.
He did.
Hasn't been easy.
No. Price in again. Bowles paid into the offside by Allsop. It is the end of the over. 109 for 1. 50 to Clark, 43 to Allsop. I'll do another 5 minutes, and then Ed will come back in, because then I think there's a half-time report in the football, which will be about 10 to 4. 50 and 113 balls, and they've just taken the display off the scoreboard, but we know it was 6 fours.
Just this feeling that Clark...
Oh, sorry, no, well, no, I do apologise.
What's happened?
7 fours and a 6.
7 fours, yes, that last 4 in the last over that was launched out towards deep mid-wicket. And as you quite rightly pointed out, the fielding change that was spotted by Clark. So Clark on 50, stolen the strike, Sussex 109 for 1. And Dale will continue, 1 for 31 off 8 overs for Singh Dale. The streak of lightning will continue to come in from the Cromwell Road end. 2 slips in place as usual. Here he is around the wicket. Clipped into the onside by Clark for no run. Fielded there at mid-wicket. Just this feeling that Clark and Allsop have kind of done the hard work.
No, I agree.
Seen the shine off the ball.
Yeah.
The bowlers are tiring a little bit. Perhaps the wicket is flattening out in the sunshine, because there's a fair amount of sunshine today. There's no rain on the horizon. And in a way, you think it was sort of harder conditions yesterday for Gloucestershire to bat with all those rain interruptions. It's always difficult to try and get your momentum and rhythm back as a batter. Dale Singh storming in. It's defended into the offside there by Clark.
No, I would agree, and I think having battled through the new ball, and it's been really hard work. I mean, Tom Clark's faced 117 balls for his 50. You probably think, right, I've done the hard work now, I really need to get my head down and let's get 100 here.
While the going's good,
Yes, totally.
you know, that ball halfway through its life. It's in its 36th over now. Clark continues to face on his 50. And Singh Dale has ball in hand with his glistening whites. Hurtles in and bowls, an attempted drive, but not quite timed. Came more off the toe end of the bat there, is cut off by Van Buren, the skipper, there at mid-on. He vigorously polishes the ball, as Adrian was talking about before. Chief polisher, big red streak down his trousers.
I've resisted Ollie's biscuit for about half an hour now. It's a round chocolate biscuit with a hole in the middle, and it looks really nice. And I'm going to eat it when I come off commentary.
You've
That
got
looks
good
really
willpower.
yeah, I'm struggling with it though.
Okay, Singh Dale, there he is again, giving it everything, flinging his whole body into the follow-through, but just defended again deftly by Clark, who just comes forward.
If they were wine gums, I couldn't have resisted.
It's the noise that the poor listener has to... I mean,
Yes.
you'd have to turn your mic off.
Yeah, you
with
would.
all that sort of...
But wine gums are something, you know, if I have a wine gum, I have to eat the whole packet. I mean, I don't know if you've got any particular things like that, Izzy, but, you know.
yeah, I think M&M's do it.
Oh,
for
right,
me.
so if you had one, you'd have to eat the whole lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or even a pot of ice cream.
Oh, right.
Tub of ice cream.
Okay.
Sussex still on 109 for 1, as Singh Dale continues. And bowls, more of a solid shot there from Clark, but cut off in the ring. An extra cover.
I think it was a no ball.
Was it another no
I think
ball?
so.
Yeah. So I'm missing that because I can't really see the
That's all right.
umpire with Allsop obscuring my view from who's at the non-striker's end. Yes, because you're right. The umpire is having a look at the popping crease.
And sometimes with the umpires, they signal to the other umpire there's 4 balls gone in the over, so it can be quite confusing. Is it a no ball? Isn't it a no ball?
Well, it's 111 for 1 now. Look at all those ones up there if you're superstitious. Bit of hopping. As Singh comes in, Singh
God.
Dale, and that's a crisp drive. Has pierced the ring. Has he got the legs on it to go all the way for 4 runs out towards deep extra cover? No, it will be dragged in. 2 fielders working in tandem. They'll come back for the third. That's very much modern cricket, is that 2 fielders work together. The ball is flung back in. It's 114 for 1. It's 3 more runs. So Clark goes on to 53. Alsop now facing. That was eminently drivable, wasn't it, through the covers there. It was in the zone, in the slot. So, Singh Dale back to his mark as a field just adjusts once more. Here he is, all limbs, all arms and legs. As he flings himself in. Singh Dale, that has gone a little bit aerial. If we'd had a leg slip, that would have been cool.
Well
but we don't, and it's been very well cut off down here by Akhtar, who puts in a full skid, a full-length skid, cuts the ball off down at fine leg. They do take 2, 116 for 1. And Alsop goes on to 45. That's the end of the over. We've had 36. And let's have a look at the figures. For Dale, 1 for 36 off 9 overs now.
Well, a very good afternoon. If you've just joined us here on BBC Radio Sussex, Bristol and Gloucestershire. Ed Seaborn back with Izzy Duncan in just a couple of moments' time. The umpire's having a little conversation about something or another. They're talking to Graham Van Buren maybe about the state of the ball. Gives us a chance to rattle through the other scores in Division 2. Looks like a flat track at Derbyshire, doesn't it? Leicestershire 418 for 5. Sussex have a week off next week. Then they go to Derby. Marcus Harris out for 214. Peter Hanscom making 68. Liam Travaskis, I think good signing for Derbyshire from Durham. He's 28 not out. He made 82 last week against Sussex. Good game at Lords. Yorkshire in their second innings 46 for 2. Still trailing Middlesex by 41. Both wickets to Toby Rowland Jones. Joe Root not out 18. At Northampton, Ricardo Vasconcelos in the runs. Northampton share 114 for 1 in reply to a Glamorgan total of 271. Emilio Gay, who made a big score last week, a big double 100, he's out for 15. Luke Proctor, 34 not out, so that's in the second division. The umpires have finished their consultation. I don't know if they changed the ball, I don't think so. Essex 254 for 3 against Lancashire at Chelmsford, leading by 108. Hampshire 30 for 1 in reply to Warwickshire's 455. Ali Orr, formerly of this parish, the man out for 4. Middleton is not out 20. Surrey are 5 without loss at Canterbury. Kent bowled out for 244. With, just give you that, Surrey, 3 wickets for Tom Laws and 3 for Cameron Steele. As it is going to be Goodman back into the attack. Dom Goodman bowls to Clark, who plays onto the onside, and there is no run. So that's news from Canterbury. At Taunton, Somerset 303 for 7 in reply to Nott's total of 193 all out. So a lead there of 110 for Somerset. Tom Banton going along very nicely. He's 75 not out. James Rue making just 12 in that innings. Goodman in again, bowls, sort of just leans forward, plays it to point. Sorry, Clark leans forward, plays it to point, there is no run. And at Kidderminster, another good game. Durham 68 for 2 in their second innings, leading Worcestershire by 128. Who's making runs there? Scott Borthwick, 27 not out. I saw some pictures yesterday of New Road at Worcester. I mean, it's a real struggle down there at the moment. I mean, the floodwater has all subsided, thank goodness. As Goodman is in bowls, and he's past the outside edge. He's got a little nick on that as Tom Clark, and the bowling change has done the trick as far as Gloucestershire are concerned. Dom Goodman picks up the wicket, caught behind by James Bracey, and Tom Clark's watchful innings comes to an end. He's on his way for 53, and Sussex are 116 for 2, and I think that's reward for some very persistent bowling from Gloucestershire this afternoon.
Yeah, and it's the tall man, all 6'6" of him. It's Goodman, and as you said, Adrian, an inspired bowling change. Something had to happen. The skipper thinking deeply about his bowling changes, and Tom Clark out for 53 off 124 balls. 7 fours and 1 6, but put together that remarkable 100 partnership between the two of them, with his partner in crime, Allsop, at the other end, who's on 43. But yeah, using his great height there, Goodman, and also a bit of movement, a bit of lateral movement going on. We haven't seen too much of zigzagging, have we, so far from this Duke's ball?
This brings out, for the first time at Hove this season, Cheteshwar Pujara. He missed the opening game here against Northamptonshire with a back injury, and he gets a nice round of applause as he makes his way onto the field. Very popular figure here at Hove. He's been here for this is his 3rd season. Skipper last year, and I would imagine probably quite relieved not to be skipper, Cheteshwar, but he makes his way out to the middle, and that's a nice round of applause. But well bowled, Don Goodman. That was excellent stuff. In fact, it's probably an opportune time for me to hand over the microphone to Ed, actually, because it's coming up to 3:30, and I'll have an update at about 10 to 4. So let me get out of the chair, and Ed can come in. We'll do a double change, actually, Izzy.
We'll do a shuffle.
Yes, you have these ones. That's it.
Right, we're back on here with a new batter who has come out to the middle. Is the great Pujara, the Indian maestro, has arrived. There's a hush around the ground as we welcome Ed Seaborn back into the commentary box as well.
Thank you. I don't think that particular change would have us, you know, taking up a job the backstages of the West End or something like that. That was really not very smooth. Are you taking this up or am I? I'll do it. Here's Goodman bowling to Pujara, forward, pushing into the offside. Won't get a single. Taking a couple of hopeful steps down the pitch, but Allsop sending him back. Cheteshwar Pujara has never scored a sub-50 score against Gloucestershire.
Really?
All
Look
3
this up.
times he's batted against Gloucestershire, he's passed 50, and twice in the 3 innings that he's had against them, he's gone on to make 100.
Mm-hmm.
So strap yourselves in. Goodman bowls, Pujara plays defensively into the onside, and there is no run. Played them twice in the 2017 season for Nottinghamshire, when he made one of the tons in the 50, and then that 150 score that he made at Bristol last year. Didn't play in the meeting that Sussex won here. Made 150 in the game at Bristol that Sussex were frustrated by the weather in, as he comes forward and plays defensively into the offside. And that completes a wicket maiden from Dom Goodman. So Van Buren continuing to ring the changes. He's used 6 bowlers, all of whom have bowled at least 4 overs. But the return to Goodman has provided Gloucestershire with the breakthrough that they were starting really to look as though they needed, because there was very little happening out there. And as you say, just a little bit of movement. It just maybe kissed the seam, and it looked as if it was off the pitch perhaps rather than through the air, but it did just do a little bit on Tom Clark, and you know, he got a good one. I don't think there was a massive amount that Clark could have done really that differently.
No, it certainly isn't prodigious movement, and anyway, the ball is now 37 overs old. Let's see if Allsop can survive. He's on 43. He's crouched in the crease as Singhdale is in and bowls. Just playing across his stumps there, Allsop. But gets away with it. The ball just trickles out into the leg side. But wonderful to see Pujara. I mean, he's had a cracking time of it at Sussex. I was having a look at his figures. What he has achieved here: 16 matches, 800s, an average of 79. That's his sensational record.
I don't think that could be right. There's at least 20 have come against Gloucestershire, 20 hundreds.
20 hundreds.
It feels that way.
Oh dear. Right.
I think he might have got one in a one-day game actually as well.
Yeah.
I'm remembering.
Here we are, 2 slips. Allsop facing, shuffling across his crease. It's gone aerial, but he's hit it hard, and he's pierced the ring. There was a dive at extra cover, but to no avail, and that ball has shot off for 4 runs out towards the pavilion. Also will go on to 47, and the score now 120 for 2 from Sussex. Just a little bit too short there, and wide-ish from Singh Dale. He certainly got the pace, but not always accurate.
Yes, you just wonder a little bit about has he maybe over-amped himself a little bit, having had that sort of mini confrontation with Tom Clark. There's certainly, you feel as if he could make something happen at any moment, but equally, I suppose he's now deep into his second spell.
Here he is, over the wicket this time, and that was a little bit wavered down the leg side, and has just kissed off the bat, off the hip of Alsop. He goes through for a single, goes on to 48 when the scoreboard catches up. Yes, it has, 121 for 2, and that brings Pujara to the business end of things. He's having a little natter with his partner in crime at the other end, swapping notes, just taking guard, Pujara.
It feels like another one of those that just gets himself into that bubble. England talked a lot about getting the likes of Labuschagne and Smith out of that bubble with these strange mind games like switching the bails and sticking Harry Brook on to bowl in that first test when nobody expected that to happen. Steve Smith comes out on the massive Stokes-McCullum plan is to have Harry Brook to bowl at Steve Smith, that sort of thing.
Yeah, quirky. Singh Dale is in. That's beaten the outside edge there of Pujara. You might say that he pulled the bat inside the line, because it is Pujara, isn't it? Just that sort of subtle little inside of the line. I'd have to see it in slow motion.
Well, I think judging by the way that he's rehearsing the shot, I think he feels that he did go pushing at it, because that bat has come down perfectly vertically and then right underneath his eye line, the way that he was rehearsing it. But
well, credit to the bowler, to Singh Dale.
So late it was positively posthumous.
That's brilliant. 3 slips in place. Here comes Dale. Whoa! And that struck him high up. Pujara doesn't cause any pain as far as I can see. He may be gritting his teeth, but hasn't hit the bat. It's probably hit some flesh. Followed up with a bit of gardening.
Just about everybody who's been out there for any period of time in this match seems to have received a blow to, upper thigh, maybe somewhere else as well, midriff. It just does seem to be the odd one that does do a bit off that sort of a length, but I guess what you really need, though, is for it to be doing more off that bit fuller. That's where Goodman got the wicket, but they haven't actually had a great deal of joy, Gloucestershire, off that sort of a length, and it felt as though Sussex were passing the edge perhaps a bit more against Gloucestershire's top order, anyway, from that fuller length. What's going on here? We've got a short leg coming in for 1 ball, very possibly.
Yeah, last ball of the over. The Singh Dale over.
I suspect this is probably going to be the last ball of his spell, given he bowled 5 overs before. I can't imagine that we wanted to extend him too much further than that.
It's a shortish mid-wicket rather than a short leg, unless he's going to shuffle in them. All the armours on. 3 slips still in place. Singh Dale pumping his arms and swooping in. Bowls, it's upish into the ring, but beautifully bisects extra cover and cover point. Gets away with it there, Bupara, and he gets off the mark with that shot. Just slightly mistimed it. Was it stuck in the pitch a little bit?
Yes, or his feet were stuck in the pitch a little bit as well. Was he a little bit concerned about the shorter ball, and then it perhaps wasn't quite as short as he expected, of getting that bat ready early and then all of a sudden, waiting for the ball to come. I mean, towards the back end of his Test career, that was certainly how teams felt they could get Pujara out. Really started to dig a lot of stuff in short at him, and of course he's. Well, I don't know. Harmsy would probably be a better person to ask than me on Pujara as far as his sort of future. Does he still kind of talk about getting back into international? Yes, Test Championship final. To be honest, I didn't know whether I'd missed him, get him actually sort of formally announcing his retirement. I probably should have looked that up before we started, but I don't think he has. Goodman runs in, bowls to Pujara, who just plays a sort of flicky defensive shot to point, and there's no run. Yeah, it was dropped ahead of the West Indies series that they played after that World Test Championship final, and of course didn't play in the home series against England. Yeah, you do wonder what his sort of, what's his mentality as far as playing internationally again, as he guides this one away. Soft hands. Once again, it's fielded at backward point, and there's no run, but a nice line and a length from Tom Goodman. He's not quick, but as we've been mentioning, very tall. His release point, be interested to know actually, because Ollie Robinson's release point is extremely high. He's got such a tall action and a tall, his front arm comes down, and he's still at a great height. And Goodman, likewise, does use his height in his action. Probably be a tick slower than Robinson. He bowls now to Pujara, and this is played back towards Goodman. This is a tick slower than Robinson in full flow, I think. Possibly he would say. So not express. There's a slight resemblance to Andy Caddick with sort of Goodman's, at least in terms of that sort of physique and maybe some of the speed, but Caddick was probably a little bit quicker, but certainly it's not that often that you get somebody that chooses cricket that is that height. Normally tend to get commandeered by rugby especially. Two slips in place, Goodman is in and bowls, that cuts back on Pujara and actually does too much really, and Pujara was really caught on the crease there by that one as he's adjusting his thigh pad and then his box, but that one did seem to do a fair bit.
Yeah, a bit of action off the seam for Goodman. That's how he got the wicket, but moving the other way from Clark. But yeah, manipulation here from Goodman. It shows you don't need express speed. And actually, if you bowl that a little bit slower, the ball's more likely to swing.
Yes.
So if you bowl really express, it tends to go in a straight line.
Yeah.
Does it have a chance to swing? And if it does swing, it'll swing late, as a quick.
Yeah, and you even think of the really top seam movement bowlers. Goodman bowls and Pujara plays defensively into the onside to short mid wicket. Even those bowlers, because I don't know whether I don't to be honest know the exact reason behind it, but you kind of think of more recent times, your McGraths, Vernon Philander types who just seem to be able to seam the ball on anything.
Or even
your Broads.
Your Broads, yes, yeah. Or your Darren Stevens from Kent.
Steve-O. One more year for Steve-O. That's what they were chanting when Kent won the One Day Cup a couple of years back. Goodman bowls, standing tall, Pujara defends up the pitch, and that is the end of another over. It's back-to-back maidens, I think that is, from Dom Goodman. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 16. As he's broken that partnership between Clark and Allsop, but that has laid a platform with Pujara in now, Coles in next, who scored a century against Gloucestershire in the fixture at the end of last year. John Simpson, Hudson Prentice, Danny Lamb, they've all been in the run, so they would hope, Sussex, that even if it wasn't pretty, it was certainly effective, that resistance from Clark and Allsop, just putting more overs into the legs of the Gloucestershire bowlers and frustrating them, and perhaps most importantly, with this ball getting a bit older, just taking some of the life out of things. Tom Price is going to bowl from the Cromwell Road end.
Yeah, he's changed ends. It was coming up the hill before. I like that though, when skippers play around with their bowlers a bit.
Yeah.
Often that brings a wicket because it unsettles the batters. They've got used to a certain bowler from a certain end. And quite often bowlers can find better luck from one end. So here is Tom Price. He's in and bowls, and that's just off the hip there of Allsop. They just saunter through for an easy single. 123 for two now. Allsop onto 48 as Tom Price continues. Have a look at his figures. I mean, he was unbelievably economical. 0.85 he's going for per over. 0.46 off his 7 overs so far. So containing, very much a containing bowler. Only 2 wickets down, Sussex. So in the bright sunshine here with a few gulls zipping around in the air. One of them building a nest earlier. Did you see
Yes,
that?
I saw
Yeah.
a chunk of twigs and
Exactly.
stuff it was taking off
Stuff
with
in
it.
its beak. As Price bounds in, that didn't get up much. That kept pretty low at about sort of shin height. That was taken by Bracey. Do wonder if this pitch will sort of change its face. See if it does something a little bit different as the match progresses. Because we're not on a hybrid pitch today, are
No.
we? For this match,
Do they have hybrids at all here, Adrian? Yes, they
they do have a hybrid. Do they make an announcement if they're going to use it? Because
For the for the
Yeah.
T20s, yeah.
they are, of course, allowed to use them in the Championship now as Price is in again. A little bit of away movement off the seam, but wide. So that is left well alone there by Pujara, who has the perfect temperament for a long stay at the crease.
It's about the 4th time that he's checked his guard now as well. It's obsessive checking of the guard. He's going to be absolutely certain where that... I mean, it looks like it was probably middle he was taking, but got to know where that is.
Here he is, poised at the crease, looking calm as... Oh, and that is played beautifully there. Off the back foot by Pujara. It was too short and it was a little bit too wide. An open face, and that's gone down towards a wideish third man. There's nobody down there as it clatters into the boards. So 4 to Pujara. He goes on to 5 now on the score, 127 for 2.
That's the first 4 off the bat off Tom Price's bowling. There's certainly nothing like that in his first spell. I guess if you want to err, it's probably, especially with the short side to the offside for Pujara, he's better off probably going straight rather than wide.
Here is Price again, older brother. Bowling and left alone there by Pujara. A great judge of the line. You can hear that wind blustering again, and the creaking has started. It's like so somebody's sort of rocking in their deck chair.
Yeah, so
backwards and
sort of like
forwards.
in Carolina, for example, might be sitting on one of those
Yes.
porches. There's
Yes, the
stereotypical
verandas.
what
Yeah.
you do in the South.
Exactly, it's Margarita time, Margaritaville on the veranda.
Oh, now you're talking.
As again, Price hurtles in and bowls, and defended there well by Pujara under the eye line, and no run. We're going to have a swapsies now.
Oh, righto. That was quick. It's time
Sorry,
for an
Izzy.
update.
Well, it's half time in the football. It suddenly occurred to me. So they're going to get us on in a few minutes. So I thought I'd better just get sorted out. A couple of emails have come in, actually. You would know about this sort of thing, Ed, because you follow cricket all over the world. Chris Hammond's been in touch. He says, I'm at home today with one ear on Sussex and one eye on the IPL. Travis Head having a bit of a knock. Shame Sussex couldn't keep hold of him. He made a big 100 the other day in the IPL,
Yes.
Travis. And he's 84 today of 26 balls.
It is absurd at the moment, Travis Head.
I mean, but when he was here at Hove, I mean, I'd say barely scored a run, but he didn't didn't have a great time at all. As here comes Goodman around the wicket in and bowls, also drives into the covers, and there is no run. But he made a big score down at Worcester in a 50 over, but you didn't look at him and think, oh, there's a test player in the making.
Yeah,
But
well, it's amazing how he's gone from strength to strength, hasn't it? I mean,
extraordinary.
just somebody that you think, he'll flash at one outside the off stump and nick off. That was how you just felt you're bound to get him, and he has taken his game to extraordinary heights now.
He has. Goodman in bowls, forward comes, also plays into the offside.
And in big games as well. We're talking about that World Test Championship final. Got 100 in that, which
we
set
did.
up Australia's win there. Hundreds in, I think, was it both the semi-final and the final of the World Cup?
Was he one of the Wisden cricketers of the year?
I don't think he was, no. I think he probably didn't quite have a prolific enough Ashes for that. Did he get maybe a one-day award or something like that?
Goodman in bowls to Allsop, who flirts with one outside the off stump, and there is no run. Just to say, I've had a Sussex. Let's just read this so I get this absolutely right. Sussex are going to make a statement next week about plans for women's professional cricket. So that's what the club are saying. Sussex will make a statement next week about plans for women's professional cricket. In comes Goodman around the wicket, bowls, and that rather balloons through to keeper Bracey, and there is no run.
Now, the Wisden Cricketers of the Year, yes, they phrase it slightly better than that. Harry Brook, Ash Gardner, Usman Khawaja, Mitchell Stark, and Mark Wood. So these, as often a common misconception about the Cricketers of the Year, it's providing a snapshot of the English summer. It's not over the course of the whole year.
Comes Goodman bowls and also drives without timing to mid-wicket. There is no run. That's a great point, actually, Ed.
Yeah, so there we go. Izzy's dug this up. Travis Head picked up the Wisden Trophy, which is awarded to an outstanding individual performance by a man or woman in a test match during the previous calendar year for his 163 against India in the World Test Championship final.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Goodman around the wicket, bowls. Short pulled away by Allsop. He is going to get a single out to deep mid-wicket, and that's going to bring... Oh, I thought, no, he's gone to 49. I thought that would have his half-century. 128 for 2. There was a cry you probably heard of catch. Allsop has pinched the strike, actually. He survived. Well, the ball fell well short. 49 of 99 balls for Tom Allsop. So many boundaries he's hit. So I think it's less than Tom Clark. Yeah, 5 fours. Tom Clark hit 7 and a 6. So it's been a very patient innings from Tom Allsop. 128 for 2. He's on 49. Pujara on 5. We may get a bit of notice before they. So you commentate away,
okay.
Ed. We were, but tea is due. I reckon we'll get.
Might get 2.
Might get 2. Yeah. Still a lot of cricket tonight, though. Even if we get 2, we've still got 38 overs to be bowled after tea, and we won't start again till 4:15. So we're looking 6:45 again, I reckon.
Yep, I should think so. Here's Price round the wicket bowling to Allsop. Tucks this one behind square on the onside, and that is 50 for Tom Allsop, and it's come off exactly 100 deliveries. And well batted, Tom Allsop. Plenty of jeopardy when he walked to the crease at 8 for 1, with the dismissal early of Tom Haynes, and Gloucestershire having got to over 400. Vital that Allsop came to the crease and steadied things, and he's certainly done that, and could do an awful lot more than that as well. Tom Price resumes his battle with Pujara. Moves in, he bowls, and Pujara comes forward, plays off the well, in a half. That's being unkind, just deflected into the onside really, and there is no run. So yeah, the Wisden Cricketers of the Year, often there's a sort of a, how about such and such, how about such and such, but it is very much, in terms of the Cricketers of the Year, to do with the English summer. As Price bowls, comes back towards Pujara, plays towards cover.
Thank you, Ed. I've learnt something today, so thank you.
Well, if you look at the previous summer, so the winners there: Tom Blundell, Ben Folkes, Harmanpreet Kaur, Daryl Mitchell, and Matthew Potts. So again, you think of that.
Yeah.
New Zealand Test series. Blundell and Mitchell were prolific, and that seemed to score runs every time. But Potts came in, made a huge impression. Harmanpreet Kaur, massive century for India's women at Canterbury last year, as this is turned to mid-off by Pujara, and there is no run. So, 2 balls left in the over, and 3 minutes to go until tea, so it does look as though we'll get that one more in. Over rate at the moment is level. Gloucestershire have managed to get through some overs of spin, although that might be updated at tea. Price bowls on drive from Pujara. That's a beautiful shot, just to the onside of the stumps, and that is 4 runs.
It's beautifully played, wasn't it? The on drive from the right hand, he just sort of caressed it down the ground. Lovely shot. Thank you, Chris, for your email about Travis Head. Oh, we're going for a... No, there's an interview going out, so you carry on,
Okay.
if you can concentrate.
No, that's fine. I shall block out the voices in my head. Here comes Price, last ball of the over. In and bowls and tucks up Pujara. The ball just trickles to the side of him and slightly behind. But he survives. Again, not the first time in this innings that Pujara's been rather cut in half by a ball that seems to have jagged back on him. The end of the over. Some more applause for Tom Alsop's 50 as the details are put up on the board for the spectators. 5 boundary, 4s and 100 deliveries.
I think although Gloucestershire have only picked up a couple of wickets, Sussex haven't really got away run rate rise, have they? They've got about 3.5 and over. It's been good attritional cricket this afternoon. It's going to be Goodman who's going to come in around the wicket for the last over before tea and driven away by Alsop through the covers for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot. Increasingly looking confident here, Tom Alsop. He goes to 54, 137 for 2. We were wondering, Selina asked what we'd all like for our tea. What the players are going to have as they want.
We didn't get Izzy's answer, actually, did we?
Probably not great bits of cake, I would imagine, but a chance for Gloucester and Sussex just to reassess. This game is evenly poised. Also up to 54 of 101 deliveries. In comes Goodman, bowls. Also up on his toes, plays it into the offside, and there is no run. Wow, this must be a... Goodman wanders back to his mark. Goodman in bowls and pulled by Alsop. Oh, just short of the fielder at deep backwards square. Yes, hello, Tim. Sussex 138 for 2. You're quite right. We're in the last over here before tea. Tom Alsop has just gone through to a very well compiled half century. He's 55, not out. Chetishwar Pujara with him on 9. A wicket has gone down, and that was the wicket of Tom Clark, who never looked entirely comfortable, but he battled through and was eventually caught behind by James Bracey for 53. Last over before tea, Tom Alsop, a completely compiled half century. It's been difficult for the Sussex batters this afternoon, but they've done what they needed to do against some very good and very accurate Gloucestershire bowling. Meanwhile, down at Canterbury, Kent bowled out for 244 by Surrey. 3 wickets there for Cameron Steele, and Surrey with a very solid start in reply are 24 without loss. Goodman in again, bowls, Pujara forward, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. I was slightly confused by my book, because I'd put a note down. I put Clark out for 53, caught Bracey, bowled Clark.
Oh.
So I looked at that, and I was
He's done well there.
I was doing my report, and I thought, well, that's not right. He was caught Bracey, bowled Goodman. Yeah, so there we are. That was my mistake. So I was rather sort of waffling at the end of that. In comes...
I didn't notice.
Goodman in bowls, and for some reason, I don't know if Pujara was distracted by something that was being said.
There was a pigeon.
Oh, a pigeon.
Which has just made its way off towards one of the floodlight pylons.
Yes.
I wonder if that just distracted him.
Quite possibly. So, one more ball until tea here at home, then another 38 overs to be bowled. Goodman trudges away up the hill. He's in and bowls. Pujara is forward with keeper Bracey standing up to the stumps, who he applauds Dom Goodman. It is the end of the over, and that is tea. 138 for 2. Alsop on 55. Pujara is on 9, and the players are going to make their way off to the pavilion for tea. I think probably honours pretty much even, Ed, would you say? You know, Sussex having been 8 for 1, And Ajit Dale bowling at the speed of light would have probably settled for 138 at 2 at tea.
Yeah, I think it's been Sussex's session in so much as they've had that partnership between Clark and Allsop. There's still plenty of batting to come. Bull's getting older. You've got somebody who just
free entrance after 4 o'clock if you're sitting around at home and think, I fancy watching cricket. Well, why wouldn't you? Because there's 38 overs left to be bowled. The weather looks set fair. If you put a nice fleecy top on and a hat and some gloves, get yourself in the sun and come and watch some cricket. Sussex will resume 138 for 2. Tom Alsop and Cheteshwar Pujara making their way out from the pavilion. Alsop on 55, Pujara is on 9. We say got 38 overs left to be bowled tonight. 43 overs have so far been bowled, so will we see a new ball? Well, only for 1 over possibly this evening. Ed Seaborn next to me, as they walked off, you said to me, I think it's probably Sussex's session, and I think you're right, really.
Yeah, just the 1 wicket, and still the ball was pretty new when we started that session. So I think Sussex have worked themselves into a position where they really could kick on in this evening session, and I think it will be perhaps telling as to how the match will play out, exactly what level of pushing on Sussex can do, whether they really do start to put their foot down, or actually whether they just think, well, you know, we need another session of building and then maybe come back tomorrow and see where we get to.
I suspect the latter, but it's going to be Tom Price who's running in down the whole bowls to Alsop, who works the first ball after tea down to third man. They're going to think about 2 here. Alsop is very quick between the sticks, Pujara less so, and in the end they decided that it was the right decision to settle on a single, 139 for 2. I was just looking here because Chris Hammond got in touch before tea talking about the IPL game with Hyderabad, and Travis said he made 89 in the end, but 89 a very quick time, the former Sussex man.
Scores have just been outrageous. I mean, I'm just looking at this now, 206 for 4 halfway through the 16th over.
Mad,
I mean,
isn't
there's huge numbers of scores over 240. I mean, you know, a couple of games where both teams have got over about 250.
Price is in and bowls right up to Pujara, right in the block hole, and Pujara leans forward, plays it back down the offside of the track, and there is no run. There are 3 slips in place, a wideish third man, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Please keep your messages coming. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. We've got our list of countries we've been working through throughout the day. Austria, France, Laos, Scotland, Bermuda, Thailand, Lanzarote, Macau, which is in China, Luxembourg, Indonesia, USA, Czech Republic, Malaysia, Slovakia, Northern Ireland, and Hong Kong. If you're listening anywhere but those places, please let us know. We're trying to compile a list over the next 2.5 days as in comes Price over the wicket bowls. Pujara solidly forward to a ball of good length. There is no run. If you're a bowler, Ed, I reckon Pujara's bat probably looks about a mile wide when he plays that forward defensive. He must think, oh, here he goes again.
And he also, it's just the almost insulting amount of time that he seems to have to play you as well. Just, you know, like 5 seconds after you've released the ball, as though he's just about picking his bat up to thinking, oh yeah, probably better hit that one. Just calmly prods it away.
Price in again, bowls, Pujara, there we are, full defensive down the offside of the track, no run. So sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet at @edcricket and then the digit number 6, at Fine Glance, who is Izzy Duncan, the third member of our commentary team, and we're going to be giving a commentary debut in a few moments' time to Oliver Shooksmith, who's a young man who's from Eastbourne, who's come and has very patiently watched the cricket, so we'll hear from Oliver a bit as well. In about a quarter of an hour's time, as in comes Price and the bowls, and they just moved in a little to Pujara, just off the seam, and played into the onside very watchfully by Pujara, and there is no run.
I've just noticed I've missed a couple of messages. If Tom Wade is still listening, he says that you can add Costa del Cheltenham.
I was getting excited.
I know. I'm sorry. I did.
Yeah,
that
you did. That
I
was
knew exactly what I was doing.
Yes, that was a
cruel.
tease. Yeah, it was. Price in bowls. Pujara drives down the ground. I'm not sure that's going to go for 4. Van Buren is in hot pursuit. Yes, he does. He gives up the chase. The ball runs away for 4 runs. So the thing about Pujara is he waits for the bad ball, then he punishes it. But also he's very good at not hitting the fielder either. So the ball races away for a boundary. He goes to 13, 143 for 2. Also on 56. And Tom Price, 10 overs, 4 maidens. No wicket for 20.
Also noticed a message which actually potentially I think was from a tweet a little while ago, the one that I put out, the thread that I did after It was confirmed which Tier 1 women's sides were being based in which counties, so perhaps this was meant less for air, but considering it's a discussion point, I'll do it anyway. It is going to be Dom Goodman to bowl from the C end, so Gloucestershire going with possibly control here, whilst giving their real speedsters a rest. So Goodman to continue, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 22 so far. Ball's wide outside the off stump. Oh, Bracey's got a wrap on the fingertips there. It's
Ouch.
Bounced a long way in front of him. And, well, he had I mean, as always, wicket keepers have these sorts of problems to deal with, especially on a cold April day. Yes, he's only just come out from the dressing room, but that would be almost worse, actually. Your hands probably just aren't used to it
No,
by then.
I
It's almost
agree.
in the worst period, those few minutes just after a session break. And it's not what you want, a ball just skipping in front of you like that. You just don't know exactly where it's going to bounce. He managed not to concede any buys from it. That would have added insult to injury, but
He looks okay. That's good. Matt has been in touch. I'll read your tweet. Sorry, I missed it, Matt, a bit earlier on, a bit like Ed missed his.
deep point's gone back. Goodman bowls to Alsop, who turns into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket.
Matt says, thanks for the commentary. Please say hello to my mum, Linda. So hello, Linda, who's watching on YouTube whilst making jam.
Oh, lovely.
Is it a time of... Because generally if you make jam, you'd need... Well, I guess you could buy the strawberries or raspberries or whatever from the supermarket.
Well, no, yeah, well, it's true. We need to know which
Sort of jam?
fruit this is, and
Yeah. Or plum jam, something like that. Do you get plum jam?
yes, yeah, got a plum jam. Goodman round the wicket, bowls. Alsop is rather playing away from his body there as the ball goes to mid-on, and a rehearsal, as most players do, with the bat not dangling away from his body. Fielded at mid-on by Singh Dale. So 3 dot deliveries this over. Not that that has pressured Alsop much in this innings. 56 from 107. Knows the runs will come. Goodman in, bowls. Alsop drives. That's a nice looking shot through extra cover, and there's a hair round the boundary from Hammond, but he won't get close to it. 4 runs through the covers. You don't have to time the ball absolutely to perfection on that side of the ground. You've just got to place it, and that's what Alsop has done there. He is on to 60, 147 for 2. The message on Twitter from a couple of hours ago talking about the fact that Gloucestershire have not been awarded a Tier 1 team from Bristol Prize. Goodman bowls, bouncer, Alsop gets under it. Goes through to James Bracey. Do you think this casts more doubt on the wisdom and viability of the proposed new stadium, particularly as the likelihood of Gloss hosting a 100 team looks even less likely now? So that being this extra sentence that I've seen now multiple journalists write, that they feel that Somerset are moving into position to get the 100 team in the southwest. This is on leg stump from Goodman and flicked to deep backward square. Zaffer is quick to the ball and dissuades the batters from coming back for a second run. Also has 61. He will keep the strike. Sussex 148 for 2. If anything, you could look at it the other way round, in that if Gloucestershire are to have hopes of potentially hosting that sort of thing in the future, you still have to hope, I guess, if you're Gloucestershire, that more teams will be added, that the future is for every county to have a women's professional team alongside the men's team. But at the moment, realistically, in terms of keeping the standard to the highest possible level, then that's, I think, why they've decided on the number of teams that they have.
Tom Price down the hill, bowls to Alsop. A good delivery, pitching round about middle and off, and Alsop is forward. Plays to mid-off, and there is no run.
And I think a large part of those plans would be to have, as I think maybe we might have mentioned yesterday, sort of set up, I think, similar to Hampshire, where they have their nursery ground and then the main ground. So you could, in theory, I mean, of course you wouldn't want it to happen all the time, but you could, in theory, have 2 games happening at the same time on the same site.
Price in bowls, Allsop forward, steadily, right in behind that, plays it to mid-off fielder by Van Buren, there is no run.
And so, yeah, if anything, I would look at it the other way round and say that actually, you know, you are. I can see where it's coming from in terms of, well, do you just effectively admit that these things aren't going to happen and try and settle into whatever the future looks like? But these things change so quickly. Expansion happens all the time.
Price in bowls, Allsop is forward, plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. In fact, on the subject of women's cricket, we have heard from Sussex that they will make a statement next week about the plans for women's professional cricket. So whether next week means Monday, in which case I think we'll still be here, because if we get, it's unlikely this game is going to finish tomorrow. So possibly on Monday, but a statement next week. So thank you to the club for letting us know that. Lovely afternoon now. Price in bowls, Allsop solidly forward, plays into the offside, no run. Impressed with Tom Price in his 11th over, 4 maidens, no wicket for 20. He's right on the money all the time.
Yeah, and in some ways I think he probably knows that he needs to be, because he's not of an express pace. The bumper would be very much a surprise delivery, and he's looking to hit a line and a length and try and extract some movement or extract an error of judgment from the batters, and it'll be, you know, how will his following spells play out?
Price in bowls, and Allsop is rather tucked up, plays the ball. It's kind of neither forward nor back there, Tom Allsop, and it's a probing spell here from Price straight after tea.
Because this is his first game of the season. He's not played, well, nobody played the first game, but he wasn't in the squad for that, had a minor rib issue. So as he gets into his third, fourth sort of spells, we'll see how the rhythm looks.
Price again, bowls, and Allsop works this a little uncomfortably to mid-wicket. He picks up a single, Tom Allsop, off the last ball of the over. He goes to 62, and Sussex to 149 for 2. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Bristol and Gloucestershire, and the sunshine here at home. If you just joined us, wondering what's been happening during the day, well, Gloucestershire eventually out for 417. They added 98 in 19 overs today, and the last 2 wickets actually put 107. Zafar Gohar making 60. Zahan Akhtar 45 not out. In reply, Sussex off to the worst possible start. Tom Haynes out for just 4 when the score was 8. A very good catch by Miles Hammond off of the bowling of Singdale. Tom Clark made 53 in a partnership of 108 with Tom Allsop.
Dom Goodman is in and bowls to Tom Allsop, and this is played respectfully to mid-on, and there is no run.
It is a division, Ed, where I think you're going to need wins this year. I mean, it goes without saying. I mean, obviously you can draw games and pick up lots of bonus points, but it is going to be very tight, I think. Talking of which, Joe Root's still in for Yorkshire, but Yorkshire 64 for 4 now.
Ooh.
Harry Brook LBW to Ryan Higgins for a duck.
Goodman in round the wicket bowls, and Allsop tucks this one off his pads through forward square leg and takes a single.
And Oliver from the back of the box tells me he was out first ball, Harry Brook.
Ooh.
So he's a member of the primary club. So Yorkshire still trailing Middlesex by 23. So Yorkshire not having it all their own way. I mean, they were, you know, the firm favourites with everybody to be promoted this season. But, you know, it's very competitive county cricket, and no one, you know, everyone's going to, you know, it's probably a bit like the smaller clubs in the Premier League playing Manchester City or something. Well, we're going to give this a real go.
Yeah, and also you turn up at Lords and Middlesex have an attack with the Duke's ball very suited to pitches at Lords that might do a bit. Goodman bowls to Pujara, who comes calmly forward and caresses the ball into the covers just defensively, and there's no run. I mean, Middlesex, I think I still felt, even though their batting woes of course cost them relegation, but you still felt as though on any given day Middlesex could beat anybody, because of the fact that if Bamber, Roland Jones, Higgins get the ball moving about, as Goodman bowls to Pujara, who takes a stride forward and then just watches the ball as it goes past his leave. You did feel as though they could beat just about anyone, and I still don't know what to make of Middlesex in Division 2 either. They've gone from taking absolutely no wickets at all in the first 2 matches with the Kookaburra to now taking 14 Yorkshire wickets in just 5 sessions. Standing tall this time, Pujara in his stance blocks it again.
Yeah. Teddy says, finally balanced this game. Need this partnership to play attacking shots and stay in as long as possible. Think this will go to the final day. Well, I think that's almost inevitable, Teddy. If it's a good weather forecast, we shall see. We had a very good game here against Northamptonshire last time around, and this is shaping up to be similar.
That's what they want. Cricket going the distance. Goodman bowls to Pujara, high elbow, forward defence. It's picked up by Van Buren at mid-on. There is no run, and just the single coming from that over. Goodman continues to be parsimonious, and it's 150 for 2 as I shall make way.
Sorry, Ed, that was very bad of me. That was completely my fault, cutting off Ed Seaborn. So, with the score 150 for 2, Alsop on 63, Pujara on 13. We welcome for his radio debut. I'm delighted to welcome Oliver Shooksmith to the commentary. Hi, Oliver.
Hello.
How do you pronounce your surname so I don't make a complete hash of it?
You're right, Shooksmith.
Right, lovely. Which is an unusual surname.
Yes.
Is there some kind of origin to that?
As far as I'm aware, it's Scottish, apparently.
Right.
But I don't have any Scottish relatives that I know.
Right.
So it's very distant.
Okay. There's probably not too many Shooksmiths in the telephone directory, but it's great to have you on commentary as in comes Price down the hill, bowls to Alsop, who drives firmly to mid-on, and there is no run. Now, you've come in today to watch what we do and survey. Tell us a little bit about, you, where you come from and your love of the game.
Okay, so I'm from Eastbourne. I've lived there my whole life, and probably first picked up a cricket bat when I was 5 or 6 years old, and pretty much was instantly hooked.
Comes Price again in lovely sunshine round the wicket, bowls to Alsop, who defends down the offside of the track, and there is no run. And was that playing at a club or playing with other members of your family, brothers, sisters, or what? How did that work?
Probably very first was I have an older brother. Well, I have an older and a younger, so playing with my older brother first in the garden, and then at school cricket. I've only actually joined the club for the first time 3 years ago. Before then it was all just school cricket.
Right.
Or garden cricket.
Right.
Or beach cricket.
Okay. Oh yeah, beach
on
cricket.
holidays.
Right. Where would the holidays have been?
Wales,
Right.
Devon.
Okay.
We were in Dunkirk last week.
Were you?
Playing beach cricket.
Right, with the family, what, over Easter?
Yeah.
Oh, tremendous.
Not so popular in France. Got a few weird looks.
Comes Price. Running in around the wicket, bowls, and also works it onto the leg side, and there is no run. Also remaining on 6-3, 150 for 2. And you were saying you're sort of in between school and going off to university. Tell us a little bit where you're going and what you're going to study.
Okay, so in September I'm going to Nottingham University to study Hispanic Studies, which is kind of a branch of Spanish, essentially.
In comes Price and bowls, and also defends onto the leg side. There is no run. I mean, you speak Spanish?
Yeah, not fluent, but I'd say I can speak it.
Right.
I can make conversation.
Okay. I've got O-level Spanish, so we can have a chat later.
Okay.
So is that a 3-year course?
It's 4 years because it includes a year abroad,
Oh, wow.
where I'm hoping to go somewhere in South America.
Well, fantastic. That sounds wonderful. And comes Price around the wicket, bowls and defends as Alsop plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. But suffice to say, you wouldn't be here unless you had designs on getting involved in cricket as well and cricket commentary. So is that something you've always wanted to do?
Yeah, pretty much. I kind of knew I wasn't good enough to try and follow the professional cricket player route, but I've always, my parents will tell you I like to talk a lot.
Right, okay.
And particularly about cricket, so.
Oh, that's good. That's a skill you need. In comes Price. Bowls. Also drives firmly to mid-off. There is no run. Good tight bowling again by Tom Price. Excellent figures. 12 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 21. Sussex 150 for 2. Pujara on 13. Alsop is on 6 to 3. What did you do? Bat, bowl, keep wicket?
So I was a bowler and sort of number 10 or 11 batsman until a few years ago during lockdown, when obviously we couldn't play matches. I played a lot in the garden, and actually that helped improve my batting a lot, so I'm now sort of an all-rounder.
Good.
But not at any high standard, really.
Well, Zafar Gohar is coming into the attack, so I'll take this over because he will rattle through the over. And how about you commentate on an over of Tom Price or whoever bowls from the Cromwell Road end? 150 for 2, Pujara on 13, Alsop on 63, Clark for 53 and Haynes for 4. The men out for Sussex. Gloucestershire making 417. And Harry Brook out first ball today.
Yeah, he only made 4 or 5 in the first innings
Yes,
as
I think
well.
he did. Yeah, the thing is, we expect Harry Brook to make runs every time he walks to the wicket, and you just can't do that. Anyway, Zafar is going to come in from the sea end of the ground. Lots and lots of blue sky around, and with a bit of luck, we may even get these 33 overs in. Zafar bowling his left arm spin, bowling with a slip and a short leg, and he's coming in around the wicket. Eventually, he's taking his time. Pujara waits 4 or 5 paces, a little skip and a jump, and clips by Pujara. That was a full toss, bit of a loosener from Zafar, and Pujara eases the ball through the infield and picks up a single. He goes to 14, and Sussex to 151 for 2. Zafar's now going to change the angle of attack, and he's going to come over the wicket. The over 8 is level as far as Gloucestershire are concerned, so I'm not going to inquire no worries about that at the moment. And the best weather of the match, I mean, the wind is not quite as strong as it was. It's still cold, but it's not quite as strong, the wind. You can't hear it so much in the effects microphone as Zafar is in bowls, and Alsop lets that one pass by outside of the off stump. And there is no run. You can still hear our creaky microphone. There's Zafar is back to his mark. Slip and a short leg still in place. He's in and bowls, and Alsop again just lets that one pass by outside of the off stump. And there is no run. Apart from the slip and the short leg, there's a sweeper on the cover boundary. Extra cover mid-off. There's a mid-on who is allowing the single. A mid-wicket, a backward square leg, and a deep mid-wicket. And Zafar now wants a change. He wants to bring skipper Van Buren more to cover point. And now there's a big gap on the offside. In fact, Van Buren is going backward a point, almost to sort of a shortish third man, but we'll say that's backward point. As in comes Zafar again, bowls to Alsop, who leans forward. There's a howl from Bracey behind the stumps, who frantically claps his gloves together. And there is no run. Zafar in his 6th over because of 0 for 23. He just waits. Will come in again from the sea end of the ground, bowling up the slope. He's in and bowls, and cut away by Tom Alsop, thrashed away through the offside, and that's going to race away for 4 runs. Well, he's been very good, Tom Alsop, in this innings at waiting for the bad ball, and when it's come, he's rarely missed out. That was a good shot, just leaning back and crashing the ball through extra cover for 4 and having rearranged his offside field. Zafar won't have endeared himself to his skipper. That wasn't a great ball. Alsop to 67. Sussex 155 for 2. Zafar is in again. Bowls. Oh, and there's a loud appeal for LBW. It's not given. The ball is taken in the slips off of the pad. It is the end of the over. 155 for 2. Alsop on 67. Pujara is on 14. It's slow progress for Sussex. Oliver?
I think it was just outside the line for that LBW shout, I would have said, from my angle, but they're definitely keeping it tight, the Gloucester bowlers, just dropping one a bit short there in the over, Zafar, but otherwise on the money pretty much every ball, as they have been throughout the innings, really.
We've got a change of bowling for you for your first over. It's going to be Zaman Akhter, who is going to bowl from the Cromwell Road end. So off you go.
Okay, well, Akhter coming in, it will be his 6th over of the innings so far, figures of 5 overs, none for 10, including 1 maiden, and he'll be bowling to Pujara, who's looked pretty comfortable for his 14 so far. Struggled last week against Leicestershire, ground out 35.
Yeah. Were you listening?
I was watching, yeah.
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah,
That,
he was slow.
Period in the afternoon where Sussex scored at about 1.5 runs and over for an hour and a half.
Yeah, they
Fortunately, a bit more of an interesting watch so far today, as deep point goes out as Zaman Akhtar comes in to Pujara, and it's just back of a length and rises slightly on Pujara, who plays it well out into the offside. So it's a deep point and a deep backward square either side of the wicket for Zaman Akhtar, who's also got 2 slips and a short leg under the helmet, and then sort of a ring in front of the batsman with mid-wicket cover, mid-off and mid-on. Coming in here for the second ball of the over is Akhtar. Bowls, it's on a good length and steered down to backward point by Pujara for a single, moves him to 15 and the total to 156. And with Allsop coming onto strike, it looks like the short leg's being taken out, and they're reinforcing the leg side field with, I think he's slowly coming down to deep fine leg. Allsop, who's looked composed for his 67, hasn't really gone after anything loose, just as Adrian said the last over, punished the bad ball, as he drives this one out to deep point for another single. He goes to 68 now, 157 for 2. And Ed said earlier that Tom Allsop always seems to score runs against Gloucestershire, and that's proving true today. He's made 68 of the total of 157, and he'll be hoping to push on towards a century, I'm sure. And Sussex will be hoping he can do just that, as Akhtar comes into Pujara and defended solidly out to cover, just back of a length slightly from Akhtar, and Pujara plays comfortably. The wind seems to be getting up. You can see their trousers and shirts blowing quite strongly in the breeze. And there's a rowdy section of the crowd here. Not sure whereabouts they are, but Akhtar comes into Pujara, who's up on his toes defending. They think about a run, but it's not there. Into the offside. For no run.
I think they might be in the southwest corner. Sometimes you get sort of stag doos at the weekend, so I'm not sure if that's who it is, but they're not causing any problem over there. Perhaps they just, it's getting that time of day, perhaps they enjoying the beer.
Here comes Akhtar to Pujara, who runs this one down to third man, and it's going to be 4 runs. I think I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt there. I think he did open the face on that ball rather than it being an edge. Either way, it's 4 runs in the book. And Pujara goes to 19. The score is 161 for 2, 6 runs from Akhtar's over.
Without wishing to be patronising in any way, if that was your first over of commentary, that was excellent. So
Thank
well
you.
done. It was really, really good.
I've done plenty of overs in the garden.
Well,
on
good.
Commentary.
Well, that was excellent. Really, you know, that was really, really good. So,
Thank you.
in fact, we've had another country added to our list. You'll be pleased to know, Oliver. Dean Southern's been in touch. He's a regular contributor, listening over in Japan, where they've been going on Race the World. Actually, I don't know if you watch that on the television. They've been in Japan. They're now in Korea. So it's going to be Zafar, who's coming in to bowl. No, he's not, because I don't think Tom Allsop was quite ready. Slipping a short leg of the close fielders. Zafar is in over the wicket, bowls, and Allsop works that into the offside. But Zafar is very quickly round to field off his own bowling as the ball goes into the covers, and there is no run. And Oliver's quite right. The wind has got up, and the flags on the clock tower scoreboard are now really billowing away. Lots of blue sky above the ground, not royal blue, sort of Manchester City or Coventry blue, really. As in comes Zafar, bowls, gives that plenty of air, and also looking to drive that away through the covers. And the ball went through to Bracey, who didn't take it cleanly. There is no run. Plenty of cloud around us, also a cotton wool variety, but it looks like we're going to be clear for the rest of the day. Zafar in again, bowls, Allsop just stretches forward, plays into the offside, no run, and runs are hard to come by here for Sussex. Zafar back to his mark. This is the 8th over since tea. Zafar in, bowls to Allsop, plays it down the offside of the track, there is no run. It's the 8th over since tea, and Sussex have added 23 since tea, so I suppose the 3 and over isn't desperately slow, but they're having to work very hard. Tom Allsop's faced 134 balls for his 68, as in comes Zafar, bowls. Allsop losing his feet, clips that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. They're just building the pressure here.
Yeah.
Oliver, just making it difficult for Sussex to score.
In this Bazball era, 3 runs per over does seem like slow going nowadays.
It does. Sussex trying to lay a foundation as Zafar is in, bowls to Allsop. He's back, cutting firmly through the offside. Good shot by Tom Allsop, fielded by Van Buren, who chases back. Skipper setting a good example, gets in a good throw as well over the top of the stumps. It is the end of the over. 162 for 2, Allsop to 69. Pujara is on 19. And I suspect we're going to see another over from Actor, who's bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 16. So the thing is here that Sussex, whilst they'll be very keen to build a solid platform here, they want to keep the scoreboard ticking along.
But they know they've got batsmen who can score very quickly.
They have.
Coming up, Hudson Prentice and Danny Lamb especially. And Lamb's been in brilliant form with the bat this year. 80 in the first game, 100 last week. He'll be looking to add to that this week, as here comes Actor into Allsop, who steers this one down to the deep point fielder for a comfortable single. He moves to 70. As Adrian said, Sussex just building here, as they have done. It's sort of been the blueprint they followed in the last couple of games. Build with the top order, potentially a bit slower, and then the big hitters have come in towards the end of the innings. And Sussex will be hoping to follow a similar pattern again here, maybe getting a good first innings lead, although that's obviously a long way away, still trailing by over 250 runs, as Actors into Pujara, just back of a length and defended off the back foot, straight back to the bowler. Pujara has 19 off 41 deliveries. He's traditionally been on the slower side of in terms of strike rate, Pujara. Many a battling innings he's played for India, as Actor comes in again. Bowls full, and a lovely on drive from Pujara. It's being chased to the boundary, but I think the ball's going to win the race. Oh, it's just hauled back, is it? No,
it's gone for
Fielder
4.
signals 4. A lovely on drive from Pujara, who hit a very similar shot just before the tea break. Another boundary to him as he moves to 23 off 42 deliveries. And
good shot, wasn't it? So it's a good shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, a shot I think all amateur batsmen wish they could play with that much ease. As Actors in again. Left on length, I think that one was. It seemed to nip back. Bracey taking it down the leg side after it passed over the top of the off stump. Comfortable enough, although Adrian has his hands on his head after that one.
It did cut back, didn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you have to say, you're quite right, it was a leave on length, but it was, I don't think Pujara was expecting it to cut back quite as much as it did.
No. Actor in again. This one's a bit shorter and punched out to the deep point fielder for another single. And they're doing this well the last couple of overs off Actor. both batters have taken singles to deep point off each of the last 2 of his overs, just rotating the strike well. Neither one of them getting tied down, despite the tight bowling. Perhaps a tad too short Actor in this spell, as he comes in here to Allsop. And this one's squirted off the outside edge, past second slip, away for 4. A bit streaky for Allsop, but it was well wide of second slip, was never a chance. Although Actor may take some encouragement having found the outside edge there.
Most definitely. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Bristol and Gloucester. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Oliver Shukesmith, and Oliver do a couple more overs, and then we'll bring Izzy Duncan back in to the commentary. Ed Seaborn, also a member of our commentary team, here today. Elsewhere in the second division, Leicestershire 488 for 6 at Derby. That looks like a flat track. 214 Marcus Harris scored. Yorkshire 79 for 4, still trailing Middlesex by 8. And North Hampshire 172 for 1 after Glamorgan made 271 yesterday. Ricardo Vasconcelos 95 not out for Northamptonshire. It's going to be Zafar who's continued bowling his left arm spin around the wicket with a slip and a short leg in bright sunshine. He's in and bowls, and Pujara plays this beautifully, using his feet and clipping the ball firmly away through mid-wicket. And the shackle's just slightly coming off here for Sussex. Pujara goes to 28 and Sussex to 176 for 2, and there's been a noticeable acceleration in the last 2 or 3 overs.
There has. Boundaries in, is it each of the last 4 overs? That one, a very wristy shot from Pujara through mid-wicket and into the hospitality area. Van Buren having a conversation now with Zafar.
Yeah, I don't think they've got they feel they haven't got the field quite right, but if you're going to bowl a delivery like that, encourage Pujara to come down the track. It's what are they going to do? Yes, they're going to bring out the short leg isn't going to come out, and he's going to go to an orthodox or a straightish mid-wicket. Van Buren is going back about halfway to the boundary, probably 2/3 of the way to the boundary at mid-wicket, so a change in the field. And now they're bringing up the deep mid-wicket up to square leg. Oh, no, they're sending him back. Some miscommunication there, I think. In comes Zafar from this, the C end of the ground. He's in around the wicket, bowls to Pujara, who, I thought for a moment he'd been caught. He said he didn't intend it to go there, and he looked rather suspiciously at the pitch. Fielded at backward point, and there is no run. I thought he'd edged that to slip momentarily. Or was that my eyes?
It was quite far wide of slip.
Okay, thank you. Zafar comes in, bowls, Pujara comes straight down the track, plays it to Zafar, who makes as if to shy at the stumps, and then decides that he'll hang on to the ball. 176 for 2. A few people watching from the roof on the block of flats away to our right-hand side as Zafar is in again. Around the wicket, bowls. Pujara using his feet again, drives the ball through extra cover and picks up a single. Good call by Pujara. He was on his way virtually as soon as he played the shot. He goes to 29. Sussex to 177 for 2. Another 28 overs to be bowled after this today, so provided the light holds, and it did last night, so I see no reason why it wouldn't tonight. Allsop waits. Zafar in again, bowls, cut away firmly by Allsop to backward point. There is no run. The slip and the short leg are back in place for Tom Allsop, who's faced 139 balls for his 74. And Zafar is going to come in again from the C end. He's in and bowls, and Allsop drives, not where he intended to at all. It's going to run away down towards the third man boundary for 4 runs. Zafar's got his hands on his head, and a fortuitous boundary for Tom Allsop. He was looking to play that one away through extra cover, but a thick outside edge. And as I say, they all count, and it's in the scorebook as a boundary. He goes to 78. Sussex 181 for 2. 28 overs remaining in the day. Zafar 8 overs, no maidens, 0 for 37. Oliver's going to do another over, and then we'll bring Izzy Duncan back in to the commentary box.
So it's going to be Zaman Akhtar in for the 3rd over of this spell, post tea. His 8th over of the innings. Pujara taking guard yet again for... Must be into double figures by now, I'd have thought, for his innings.
Yeah, he does it a lot.
I don't think middle stump's moved since he got in, but... And they're having a consultation here, presumably about the field setting. And looks like the slips are moving around. I think he's going to settle on 2 slips, a gully, and a deep backward point sort of positioned between them as Akhtar runs into Pujara, who cuts this one away to that deep backward point fielder for a single.
You feel he might have missed out there, Pujara, because it was very wide outside the off stump, I think, with that fielder back at deep backward point.
Feels quite a defensive position, really, at the moment, the deep point, because both batters are easily taking singles to that fielder, with Akhtar bowling sort of consistently back of a length as he comes into Allsop. And that one's fuller. And Allsop attempts the drive, doesn't beat the cover fieldsman. And there's lots of encouragement in the field now. Bracey signalling to the fielders to try and get the energy up. It has gone a bit flat here for Gloucestershire as Sussex build another partnership with the score 182 for 2 at the moment. Akhtar turns at the end of his run-up and comes into Allsop. This one back of a length and defended firmly from Allsop for no run.
Is Graham Van Buren on the field, Ed? The only reason I ask is that Cheteshwar Pujara just was he wants something bought out at the end of the over. He was asking the first slip, I think, for permission.
Akhtar's in and Allsop leaves wide of the off stump, taken by Bracey.
Who's that standing at first slip? Right, okay. Good pace on that delivery from Akhtar.
Not quite matching the speeds of Singhdale this morning, but
Well, he was quick, wasn't he? He really was quick.
not quite sure how the batsman can have enough time to react when it's that quick. As Akhtar's into Allsop. That one's full and a lovely on drive, this time from Allsop. I think it's going to go away to the boundary for 4. It is. And he moves into the 80s now, does Tom Allsop, who really battled to get to 50, but brought the landmark up of his 100th ball and is now 82 off 144. So he's increased his scoring rate a lot since bringing up that half century. Perhaps feeling more confident now, or the ball getting older, it's become slightly easier to bat. As Akhtar comes in to finish his over, and it's left alone well wide of the off stump. 5 runs from the over, and the score is 186 for 2 as the clock reaches 5 o'clock. I think we are rotating commentators.
We are. Is he? So, Oliver, that was great. Thank you very much. That was great to have you on commentary, and thank you very much. If that was your debut, that was great. So wonderful stuff. Ed's applauding, and he was the commentator of the year last year. So you're in esteemed company with Ed Seaborn. Yeah. So Oliver's going to make way for Izzy Duncan, who's going to come back in. I'm not sure where Izzy's been. She might have been to the museum. She has. She's going to tell us all about it in a minute. And I will make way for Ed Seaborn in about 5 minutes' time. I've got to do an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex as well. Izzy is back with us.
Well, I thought Oliver was a natural.
There you go.
That was fantastic. Very calm and attention to detail. Said the score when you should have done, and was with the bowler with every ball, as you should be. I mean, we don't get that right a lot of the time, do we?
We might be out of a job here. Zafar is coming in from the C end of the ground, comes in and bowls to Pujara, who uses his feet, drills that to extra cover. There is no run. I sort of get the feeling here, Izzy, that Sussex are just looking to step on the accelerator a little bit.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and the feeling that this is hard work to get wickets now. The feeling that perhaps the pitch is flattening out a bit.
Zafar again bowls. Pujara forward, played onto the onside. There is no run. You nipped off at tea time. Did you go to our friends in the museum?
I did. I went to see your mate Keith Ridge,
yes.
and he made the announcement that you're part of a podcast tomorrow. It's 10 a.m.
Yes.
in the museum, so I'm going to go along and eavesdrop.
Are you?
Pretend to browse around the museum, make little bunny ears at you.
Zafar in again, bowls to Pujara, who clips this through mid-wicket and picks up a single. Pujara, he goes to 31, 187 for 2. Yeah, the museum do a lot of podcasts. This particular one is all about Ted Dexter.
That's right, yeah. That's where the setting will be, in front of the Ted Dexter cabinet, full of memorabilia around Ted Dexter books and sort of score sheets and things like that. So I look forward to that. They've had Johnny Barclay and Michael Simpkins, I mentioned him yesterday, the author and actor.
They're really good. In comes Zafar, bowls, and forward comes Allsop, kills the spin, played onto the onside, and there is no run. 87 for 2.
Also Les Lenham.
Yeah.
Now, is he the father of Neil?
Yeah. Yes. And Archie is the son of, as Zafar comes in, bowls, Allsop works it onto the onside, no run. And Archie is the son of Neil.
I thought so, yes. That's 3 generations of Lenhams.
It is.
Still very much a part of the fabric of Sussex County Cricket Club.
Slip and a short leg go down. Zafar is in again, bowls, Allsop is forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. And have you ever tidy enough from Zafar, just conceding the one single? 187 for 2, Pujara 31, Allsop 82. Is it the first time you've been to the Sussex Museum, is he?
It is, I'm ashamed to say.
No, you shouldn't.
And I shall be giving it proper time tomorrow, because there's quite a lot in there. It's very well presented, very well run.
Yes, it is.
And all the money they make from selling second-hand books, and at the moment, as you mentioned, Adrian, they're selling old photographs, framed photographs of cricket greats from the past. So do go along to the stand. It's to the left of the pavilion as you look at it, right next to the museum. They have the stand there, and perhaps they've taken it down now. I think they might have done, but they'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah. And they do, and it's all volunteers, and they work hard throughout the winter, and a lot of cataloguing of books and various things. So it's, and they're always looking for volunteers, so if you are thinking, I quite fancy a bit of volunteering and helping in the museum, then please get in touch, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, and we'll pass your details on to Keith Ridge and the team in the museum.
Here's actor, the sinewy actor is in and bowls, and that's driven but not timed. Comes off the toe of the bat there. A few bad vibrations up the shaft for Pujara. He just comes forward, not looking particularly comfortable. Wicketless at the moment, isn't he, actor? 0 for 31 off 8. He's been a little bit unlucky. But you just get this feeling that wickets are terribly hard to come by at the moment. The batters have done the hard work. Particularly that partnership of 108 between Clark and Allsop. As actor is in again, pops in the bouncer, manages to dodge out of the way at the last minute. Pujara, but certainly a steepling bounce, getting a bit of trampoline out of the wicket.
It was. Jane has been in touch. She says, hello everybody, enjoying the commentary as always. Oliver doing very well on the commentary. Great to see. He's obviously been doing his research before the game. His family must be proud. They told him he likes to chat great. He has put it to good use. So there you go, you got a fan.
Actor once again into action, and Pujara coming forward solidly there, blocking it out. Thou will not pass. 187 for 2 here. Just 13 short of 200. And if you're Australian, you'd be getting a bit twitchy, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I guess you would.
87 is their unlucky number. But no Australians batting out there at the moment. Actor, one slip and a gully, a wideish slip. Is in and bowls, and that was a little bit wayward, heading down the leg side, has helped on its way, just backward of square. They'll come back for 2. That's very good running from these two. Pujara leapt into action quickly, ran that first run very hard as the ball is winged back in. 189 for 2, and Pujara goes on to 33 or 56. Also at the other end on 82. He's getting quite a canter for Pujara.
He is, and he's looking. In fact, I missed the 50 partnership, which was very poor of me. Apologies for that. 189 for 2. These two coming together, it was 116. He looks in famous last words, but he looks in ominously decent form here, Pujara.
That's what's worrying for Gloucestershire, I think, out there. As Akhtar is in, bending his back there. Just goes onto the back foot, Pujara, and just hits it under the eye line.
Ollie was saying, see, look, he was a little slow last week at Leicester. It was his first game of the season, but he looks as if he's sort of, stepping through the gears here today. It was a rather stodgy innings last week at Leicester, but he's been more fluent today.
He's just acclimatising to the English conditions, and he's had quite an education beforehand. Many seasons in this country as Akhtar is in and bowls. And there will be one run here. Just goes onto the back foot, steers that down towards, guides it down to third man. Scampers through for 1, Pujara onto 34. The score 190 for 2 here. Sussex in their first innings.
I've got an update at 5:10, so as soon as I've done that, I'll hand over to Ed.
Okay. Yes, your timings are a little bit sort of skew-whiff today, aren't they? Because of
all-
the footy. I bet it's down to the footy.
It is down to the footy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is down to the footy. We had a Crawley Town fan who was on earlier on, and I think, well, he'll know what the result is anyway. But
Yeah.
let's see. Crawley
Sussex.
Town drew 2-all.
2-all, okay.
2-all. So it's going to be Zafar coming around the wicket to Cheteshwar Pujara. He's in and bowls. Pujara just plays this very casually through mid-wicket, picks up a single. Sussex have started to get the scoreboard really moving here, haven't they? They're picking up the 1s and the 2s, the occasional boundary. And I'm sure that is the tactic here. I'm sure Paul Farbrace doesn't want them sort of dawdling along. He'll want Sussex to be taking the game to Gloucester.
Absolutely. I mean, Sussex would be thinking, I think now, with all those runs on the board, only 2 wickets down, that they could put up a monumental score here, and then there would be scoreboard pressure.
Zafar in bowls to Alsop, who plays into the offside, but straight to Akhtar. There is no run. And we've got 24 overs left after this, so if Sussex were to score at 4 and over, that would be another 80 runs, if they could, so they'd be around about 300 by the close of play, a bit shy of that. Zafar again. In bowls, Alsop forward, head right over the ball, plays it into the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, I think the plan on this track is just to bat and bat and bat and accumulate runs. Nobody wants a draw, but it depends on the deterioration of the pitch, I think, in the end.
Zafar in bowls, Alsop drives firmly, that was right out of the middle of the bat, down to long on. And there is one more to Tom Alsop. He goes to 83, 192 for 2. Zafar again back to his mark. I'm just all listening out for the headphones. It should be any minute we do this, and then I can make way for Ed. Slip is the only close fielder. Zafar is in again. Bowls, and Pujara plays it straight to mid-off and sets off with the single. There's good running. And now there's some overthrows, and it could well be 5 over. Oh, those fielders nearly they did collide. But it's run away, so that's actually going to be 5 to Cheteshwar Pujara. Just for one horrible moment, I thought there was going to be one of those nasty injuries in the outfield. The throw came in, and 2 fielders were converging on the ball, and I thought, oh no, please don't. They both slid in as well, sort of like a slide tackle in football. But Pujara picks up 5 runs.
Were you there for that game at Arundel when they?
Do you know, I wasn't. Were you there?
Yes.
Were you?
There was actually. Well, I was there the next day because I think that was a limited overs game.
It was. It was a
and
T20.
I was there for the next day or the day
Right.
after. There was still blood on the outfield.
197 for 2. Pujara goes to 40. Zafar again bowls. Alsop works it on the leg side. The cry of no from Ton Alsop. It is the end of the over. 197 for 2. Pujara 40. Alsop 83. Yes, I think that was Rory Burns and Moises Enriques, wasn't it, who collided?
Yeah, you got a good memory. I think it was. And they were both taken off. One of them was knocked out. I
Yeah,
think
it was
the other
awful.
one broke his jaw.
Yeah, they abandoned the game, didn't they?
They abandoned the game. That's why they're taken off in an ambulance, and it was all pretty severe.
Oh, horrible, yeah.
I'm glad I didn't actually see it happen, but
Yeah.
I just saw the blood the next day.
Yeah. So we will get Ed on in a minute. I'm sorry, Ed. We're sort of waiting for. We didn't get any cake at tea time, did we? We got sort of little muffins yesterday.
Oh, we did get muffins. 4 between 3. Yeah, there was a bit of a scrap, wasn't there, after the 4th muffin?
Yes.
But we let Adrian have it in the end.
You did, which
You're
was
the
very
big
kind.
chief. You're the big chief here, Adrian. You're in charge.
Well, I'm not really sure about that. I've never been a big chief. I'm pretty irrelevant, really. Anyway, you go, Izzy, and
Right,
the update
Akhtar
comes,
continues. Here he is up to the umpire and bowls, right arm over, left alone there by Pujara. Nice tight line to the stumps. A certain amount of chirpiness out there. I'm not sure if that's coming from the players or from the crowd. Well, the crowd look a little bit sleepy. That must be the players. They need to gee each other up here, because I think for them, they're looking at a long time in the field. This is the feeling in my bones for the rest of the day and tomorrow, by the way that this pitch is playing. He's in again and bowls, and Pujara just turns that into the leg side and whips it through mid-wicket. There's a fielder out there patrolling on the boundary, and they go through for one, so Pujara he goes up to 41 now, 198 for 2. Allsop 83, the crouching Allsop, who likes to shuffle across his crease. That's his trigger movement. So one slip and a gully. Just the field is rearranging itself here for the right hand and left hand combination. It's the left-handed Allsop. Sweeper out there at deep square leg. Also deep third man. It's in bowls. Akhtar, there'll be a single. Good piece of fielding to keep it to 1 as the ball is thrown back in. And Allsop goes on to 84 now, and the score 199 for 2. And they've stayed with the band of batting points starting at 250 to 450 to get your maximum batting points within 110 overs in your first innings. And they've stuck with that from last year. But they've increased the points for a draw back to 8 again. Whoa, ooh, that was really climbing on Pujara there from Akhtar. But he keeps it down with soft hands and plays it in a very composed way, Pujara, just showing his wealth of experience. It didn't go to hand because he managed to keep it down, but that was a tricky, nasty ball.
No, it was.
Did well to survive. There's a hungry slip and a gully behind him, Pujara. Akhtar, tail up and in, and bowls, and just short of a length up into the ribs, but played well by Pujara, and he manufactures a single out of it into the offside. He goes on to 42, and the 200 is up. Somebody's awake in the crowd and clapping. Brings in the 200. So Sussex now with 200 on the board, are trailing by 217 runs behind Sussex. Sorry, yes, behind Gloucestershire. Akhtar. To Allsop again. There's that shuffle across the crease. I think that's a play and a miss there from Allsop. That's a lovely line. He's enjoying bowling to the left-hander, just finding that line across the left-hander from Akhtar. But that's a good ball to finish on. 200 for 2 after 58 overs. We've got 23 overs remaining in the day. It's a long old day because we missed out on overs yesterday with a couple of, well, actually, in fact, I think 3 rain delays, a prolonged lunch. So we're making up for it today. 23 overs remaining. We've got plenty of sunshine. We were here till 7:15 last night.
We were. Joe Root is out for Yorkshire. So let me give you an update on that game in Division 2. Middlesex 85 for 5. Root out for 32. Another wicket for Toby Rowland Jones. He's taken 3. Ryan Higgins has taken 2. So the lead for, in fact, they're not even in the lead yet. They still trail by 2 runs, so they're effectively -2 for 5. Yorkshire. So you think Middlesex hot favourites to win that game. The runs being piled on at Derby. I have to say, in recent seasons at Derby, it's been really flat. Leicestershire 5.
Wet.
Yeah, all wet. Yeah,
Ed knows all about that.
Yeah.
Ed knows all about that.
5:27 for 7. Coming towards the end of day 2. Northants 200 for 1 at Wantage Road. There was a stack of runs there last week as well. In comes Goodwin, bowls to Pujara, plays on the onside. There is no run. I'm told our update will be in a minute's time, so then you can get rid of me, which will be good.
We love you, Adrian. Stick around.
Good game with the Southern Vipers today. They made 273 for 9 against the South East Stars, who were 243 for 4, needing 31 in 4.5 overs. So that's a good game.
Yeah.
In comes Goodman again to Pujara, who drives sweetly to mid off, followed by Pujara, no run. Well, here we go. A slip and a gully. Goodman on his way in bowls to Pujara. Yes, Tim, Sussex starting to accelerate here in their second innings. They're 200 for 2. Tom Alsop on 84, Cheteshwar Pujara on 42. These two coming together when Sussex were 116 to 2 at the dismissal of Tom Clark. He was out for 53. So this partnership now closing in on the 100 partnership, and on a wicket that looks to have got a little flat, Sussex are certainly starting to make hay. Earlier on in the day, Gloucestershire all out for 417, 3 wickets for Jack Carson, a very good 60 from Zafar Gohar earlier on this morning. Meanwhile down at Canterbury, Kent bowled out for 244, the leg spin of Cameron Steele taking 3 wickets for Surrey in reply, going along very nicely, that very reliable opening partnership of Rory Burns, who's on 51, Dominic Sibley on 44. Surrey 97 without Ross, trailing by 147.
Right, I'm back. Ed Seaborn alongside Izzy Duncan for this next little spell, as the sun has just gone in, but we've still got plenty of blue sky and every reason to believe that we will get at least a vast majority, if not all, of these 22.2 overs that remain in the day's play. As Goodman comes in round the wicket to bowl to Alsop, and this is turned firmly to mid-on. Graham Van Buren back on the field, as eagle-eyed Adrian Harms spotted. Van Buren was off the field for a while. And Jack Taylor and Ed Middleton were the two who were rotating around a bit, doing the substitute fielding. Ed Middleton, another leg spinner. Interesting to see whether we get a glimpse of him at some point later on in the summer. Here's Goodman round the wicket, bowling short. This is pulled high up in the air. There are 2 fielders trying to get themselves underneath it, and a diving effort at long leg is successful, and the short ball has worked for Dom Goodman. A catch taken way down there in the distance. I might have some chance of seeing who it is as he gets a little bit closer, but it was a really well judged catch, because it went a long way up in the air. He had another fielder to worry about as well, as to whether there was going to be another. We almost saw a collision with that set of overthrows, but there was not far off being another one there. And to be honest, if there was one way that Tom Alsop looked like getting out, then it was that one to the short ball. He miscued a couple off Goodman before tee, and he's done so again there. It was Tom Price who took the catch down at long leg. I think it was Tom Price and Ajit Singh Dale who were patrolling that boundary, and Tom Price, a very safe pair of hands. He took an absolute blinder in the T20 blast last year against Hampshire, in a one-handed catch coming diving in off the boundary, one of those ones absolutely spectacular. And that one, who knows, that catch there potentially more important to break what was a really dangerous partnership there for Sussex. 201 for 3.
Yeah, the breakthrough has been made. That partnership worth 85, I think, between Alsop and Pujara. They looked like they were bedded in for the long haul.
Yes.
So really a sort of bonus wicket, I would say. But Goodman really bowling well. When wickets look unlikely, he comes in. You get that sort of change of bowling. He comes in and he makes the difference. James Coles will be the new man approaching the crease here. But very much a prize wicket there. Alsop denied his century out for 84 of 156 deliveries.
And we've seen in the past this from Goodman as well. He's not express, but what he is he does cause some issues because of his height. And I can remember a spell that he bowled at Durham last year, where he got a couple of Durham batters out on the hook, including David Beddingham, who is probably one of the better players of the short ball around. I'm watching him in the winter hooking the likes of, I think it was that India series where he debuts, and hooking the likes of Mohammad Siraj onto the banks at Newlands as Izzy Duncan can't find a pen that works.
That's 3 pens I have tried. Could we just have that bar age?
I'm certain this one doesn't
mad.
work.
Doesn't that
Try
might work? Thank you.
Armsies, he'll have a pen that works. I'm certain this one doesn't work because I tried it earlier on.
I'm cursed. I was signing books earlier and the pen stopped working, and it was a black pen. Then they only had blue pens.
So many autographs.
Oh, I
you've
know,
been
my
signing
fan
out.
club, my vast fan club. It's way into single figures. Yeah. Oh, wow. Is it me?
It is.
It's Actor. Hurling himself in and bowling. Pops in about. It's gone down the leg side, but it's left well alone there. Pujara, uninterested in that. He's on 43. Coles at the other end is the new man, just rehearsing his strokes. And umpire Bainton has moved to the other side, hasn't he? Perhaps he just needs a bit of exercise, Neil Bainton.
Yeah, he's also having to stare through short legs. So
That's right.
Feeling a better line of sight from that.
I always think about the sun, but the sun is over there, so it's in his eyes, but the sun's gone in for a moment. As Akhtar, right arm around, is in and bowls, pops in another bouncer. And as you were saying, Ed, they like to do this to Pujara. It's certainly a tactic, isn't it? Try and set him up, pop in the bouncers, and then see if he's tentative, then pitch it up and see if he pokes at it.
Yeah,
Which did happen the last time they did it.
Yep.
They went aerial.
There are a couple of issues with this tactic with Pujara, in that A, is the pitch quick enough, and B, is the attack quick enough. We'll see.
Once again, Akhtar continues to come around the wicket. This time it's a good length ball, just rocks onto the back foot there, Pujara, and plays it gently in front of him for no run. There is a leg slip in place for Pujara, and also an orthodox slip.
Prices are both. I think they're arguing about what to do with the field. I think Tom's suggesting something to his younger brother, and I'm not sure Ollie's agreeing.
He's not taking any lip from his older brother. So Akhtar once more, and pops in another bouncer, rather a harmless bouncer, as it just goes down the leg side. I think he's had his quota of bouncers so far in this over.
Yeah,
see
I
the
must admit,
umpire.
I've not been keeping my eyes on the umpires with their signals. that
They're
they do to
definitely,
everyone.
definitely doing. They do this, don't they? Is that what they do?
Yeah, they sort of
Just
do
wave their arms around a
just
little
be
bit.
careful you don't
Yeah.
signal penalty runs when you're doing
Penalty
that.
runs.
Well, you
yeah.
know, tapping your
Yes.
shoulder for the penalty runs.
Once again, Akhtar screaming in and bowling, and that has been flicked off the bat of Pujara into the leg side, and they'll go through for an easy single. Pujara on to 44, the score now 202 for 3. That will bring James Coles, who is the new kid on the block, just arrived, hasn't faced anything yet, he's busy taking guard, surveying the scene, having a look at the pitch, doing a bit of gardening, taking his time. And the field are slightly rearranging themselves. We've got a third man down there. We've also got a fine leg, because you can leap runs down the hill here at the C end if the ball does burst through. Akhtar again. This time still coming round the wicket to the right-hander. That's the right-handed Coles. Just persevering with that line, and just defends that well. Coles survives. Sussex now 202 for 3. The recent wicket, that being of Alsop, 84. I think he faced 156 deliveries for his 84, and was part of a partnership worth 85 with Pujara, who's still there at the other end.
Yeah, and it wasn't just anecdotal, by the way, that Alsop seems to score runs
No.
against Gloucestershire. They seem to be his second favourite opponent in terms of average in his first-class career so far. Plundering runs against Leicestershire, 300s he has against them, averaging just a mere 91. Bradman's still sneering somewhere. But against Gloucestershire, averaging in the probably late 50s now with this latest score. Add in the fact that he scored runs in that T20 match I was referencing as well. So somebody who certainly enjoys seeing the Gloucesters. Here comes Goodman and bowls full, and this is pushed by Pujara, just an on push up to Zaman Akhtar at mid-on. There's no run. It was quite difficult to tell who was captaining the side with Van Buren off the field. James Bracey would be the vice captain, but it did very much seem to be captaincy by absolute committee. The Prices were certainly having a lot to say. Jack Taylor, who'd come on the field as a substitute, was doing a fair amount of it as well. He has been the T20 skipper for Gloucestershire. As Goodman is in, this is tucked away behind square on the leg side to deep backward square. And one more run to Pujara, 45, ticking towards yet another half-century and another half-century against Gloucestershire. Pretty much mark him down for at least that. When he walks to the middle, you basically feel that way. He had one flash and a miss that I can remember outside the off stump, and then there was that uppish shot into the offside that you referenced. That's it.
That's it, that's right. Yep, he's a throwback, isn't he, Pujara?
Yeah,
in temperament.
Yeah, one of the last of that kind of
yeah.
specialist red ball breed. Goodman bowls, and Coles comes forward and strokes this one to mid-off. Van Buren fields. You sort of felt when Sir Alistair retired that how many more Sir Alistairs are there going to be? How many more specialist red ball cricketers like that? Dean Elgar.
So effective. He's averaging 43 in tests.
Yeah. Elgar, another one who's retired recently, another one of that sort of player. And Pujara's played, I think, a couple of ODIs, but that's that. Goodman in bowls, and Coles is in behind that one and plays that one to mid-on. And I remember this from last year, commentating on James Coles rather a lot. You do feel a bit silly saying you bowls to Coles all the time. And he's just sort of, well, how else do you say it? Say delivers every ball. That's a bit silly. It looks as though the South East Stars are going to win that game against the Southern Vipers, by the way. That won the only really close game in the Rachel Hayhoe-Flint Trophy today. Goodman in and bowls. A short ball. Coles dismissively pulls this one over straight mid-wicket. One bounce and for 4 runs. They're on a bit of a hiding to nothing, bowling short to the right-hander here. I wonder if Goodman, if he's going to try this, he probably is going to need to switch ends, but then he's probably nearing the end of his spell as well. He wants to be bowling to the longer boundary with this short ball tactic. And Coles gets off the mark in pretty emphatic style.
Yeah. Only 20 years old as well.
I know.
I think he was the youngest debutant for Sussex.
Yes.
16 years old.
He's a senior,
Sweet 16.
Senior player now. Goodman bowls a bumper, which Coles, having shuffled across his crease, has that one go over his backside. And it goes through to Bracey. End of the over, 207 for 3. Sussex in reply to Gloucestershire's 417, so almost halfway there. Sunrisers destroying Western Storm, Northern Diamonds thrashing the Thunder, and Central Sparks hammering the Blaze, who had a pretty good year last year, which was a bit of a surprise, having rather languished in their previous incarnation as the Lightning. But Southern Vipers, as always, the team to beat, but it looks as though the South East Stars are going to beat them. Story from the first day of Rachel Hayhoe-Flint Trophy action. It's the first day of the county women's competition tomorrow. Gloucestershire taking on Cricket Wales at Bishopston.
Akhtar to Pujara. He squares up to that one. Immaculate defensive shot yet again from Pujara. Nothing will pass his bat.
Friend of the BBC commentary box, Melissa Story, will be playing in that game for Gloucestershire tomorrow in her second season with Gloucestershire's women. Very good year last year.
Which means she'll be doing less commentary, which is sad for us who listen to her. As Akhtar hurtles in and bowls, just attempts to play that late. I think he's just trying to play it backward of point there, Pujara, but doesn't manage to beat the fielder. It's cut off, 207 for 3. Pujara on 45 off 77. Strike rate of 60 for Pujara, which is pretty high for him, really. He's known for grinding down bowling attacks and then feasting on them. As once again he bowls Akhtar. That's turned around the corner, a little bit loose from Akhtar there, and easy pickings for Pujara. He takes a single down to fine leg and goes on to 46. 208 for 3 now.
You're referencing the fact that Pujara was a little slow and scratchy in that innings last week, but it was kind of the same for Bancroft, who took 196 balls for his 70 in the first innings against Yorkshire. And sometimes you do just feel, even these quality players, they just need that time in the middle and then they're away.
Akhtar to Coles, gets on the back foot. He's looking strong, Coles. He gets everything behind it. It's cut off by backward point, but he's playing with some intent here, Coles. He doesn't look like the sort of player who hangs around to me. Got 3 centuries last year. Classy bat. So Akhtar back to his mark at the Cromwell Road end. That short leg is still in place. As Akhtar pops it in, rears up to the ribs of Coles. It's a good looking ball actually, well stopped by short leg and also well played by Coles, who has to take his bottom hand off the bat. It was vicious, but he keeps the ball down, nice and safe.
I just had another thought as to what that creaking sounds like. It sounds a bit like a dolphin at times, that sort of squeaking noise that they make.
Have you been in a pool with dolphins in Florida? That's what people do.
It's incredibly specific.
No, I've done that, you see. Yeah. Go to Florida
actually,
and you go swimming with dolphins.
No, I haven't, I have to say to that. But yes, in California, actually.
Oh, in California.
My
you have done it.
18th birthday.
Akhtar, here he is, storming in and bowling, pops in a bouncer. Coles just bobs out of the way. Saw that nice and early. Didn't rattle his cage. 208 for 3. That is the end of another Akhtar over. Still wicketless, 0 for 39, but bowling well, but doesn't look like he's going to take a wicket. It's Goodman at the other end, who's got pretty tasty figures, 2 for 34 off 14 overs, and going at under 3 and over, so managing to contain the batters somewhat.
Yeah, he's going to continue. So the plan, you have to imagine, for the most part, is going to be pitch it up. There are 2 fielders back on the leg side boundary, but especially with the keeper up as it is now with Pujara, I'm not sure going to be bowling too many bounces. Goodman in bowls and punched off the back foot by Pujara to mid-on, and there is no run. Yorkshire seem to have decided that, well, I was about to say they decided the best form of defence is attack, but actually no, they have at least managed to get into the lead now against Middlesex, so just effectively 18 for 5. Now with George Hill and Johnny Tattersall at the crease. Goodman bowls, slipping a gully in place. This is a tight lead, but well judged by Pujara through to Bracey. Northamptonshire have lost a second wicket. Mason Crane has removed Luke Proctor for 65, but Vasco, as they like to call him, 120 not out. And those will be pretty runs. No, they'll be good to watch with Ricardo Vasconcelos, and he's just been joined by Karun Nair. Back foot drive from Pujara through the offside. Should be 2 runs here. A sliding stop will keep it to those 2. 210 for 3. Pujara on to 48.
Is that Portuguese origins?
Yes.
Ricardo Vasconcelos?
I wouldn't like
I don't know
to
how
say
well, I wouldn't like to
beyond
say
that,
either.
I'm afraid. Portuguese
I'm
is
no
not,
great linguist.
well, Portuguese is not really a language I've got much of a feel for, I must say. But yes, I'm pretty sure it is. Here comes Goodman, bowls, leaning forward to defenders. Pujara, who you're mentioning, Moises Henriques earlier as well, another Portuguese name.
Moises Henriques.
If anybody can come up with anybody else Portuguese origin that plays cricket, I will be quite impressed. What have we got?
So Adrian's
here?
just looked up Vasconcelos and Portuguese passport. So I think one parent is probably Portuguese. Has he played for Portugal?
I wonder. Goodman bowls cut, by Pujara, not timed. They'll take one, and then Pujara holds his hand up to Coles to say, stay there, one's enough. Pujara to 49, 211 for 3. Any other cricketers with Portuguese origins? Do send them in.
I bet there are.
Sussex
Professional
Cricket at
cricketers,
bbc.co.uk.
It's a shame that Oliver's not on air, actually, because Oliver, who is almost fluent in Spanish, is not so far from Portuguese.
Yeah, he
So
must,
better
must have
idea
some
of
feeling for the correct pronunciation of Vasconcelos.
It's a very Russian sound.
Here comes Goodman bowling full and straight. Coles defends. End of the over to 11 for 3. Leicestershire have declared they've had enough at 574 for 7. Duke's ball's back. Isn't that nice? Unfortunately, the Derby pitch is also back. Ben Mike was on 49 not out, and they've declared on him. A shame. Sorry, mate.
What's he done wrong?
Marcus
Didn't
Harris
buy the drinks last night.
Yeah. Marcus Harris 214, the mainstay of that innings. Everybody reaching double figures in that Leicestershire batting effort. Durham piling on the runs now at Kidderminster against Worcestershire, so that's looking a little bleak now for the pairs, with Durham 243 for 3. Beddingham 125 off 91 balls, 13 fours and 7 sixes. He does hit him, does Beddingham. I love watching him play. So strong in his stroke play. So they lead by 303, still with 7 wickets in hand and an awful lot of time as well. So they could have a 450 run lead by the end of the day and still come back and add on tomorrow if they wanted to. So Durham, having not exactly imposed themselves, especially on Warwickshire, they are certainly doing so now on Worcestershire.
Well, Sing Dale is here. He's back from the Cromwell Road end. He's going to sail in. He's just sorting out his run-up at the moment, and adjusting the marker. He's got 2 slips. We've got a leg gully in place. Here is Sing floating in. He's all whippy, and that is clipped into the onside. Pretty square. And fine leg has to run in to field that. The single is up. Pujara gets his 50 with that single. Off 84 deliveries, 212 for 3 is the score now. Sussex. We were expecting a Pujara 50. I think we're expecting a Pujara ton as well.
Yep.
Possibly three figures.
Yeah,
he looks comfortable out there, and with his track record, you'd put money on it, wouldn't you?
You would, definitely. I mean, the second new ball will come, which we'll see. I mean, so often these new balls don't do as much as you think they will. They probably won't take it tonight anyway, so it will be a new ball first thing tomorrow sort of combination. But, well, yeah, you still wouldn't expect him to get out.
No, there's a change of field now. As he's in, Singh is in. There's a big shout going down leg side, though, very much, by the way. The ball has gone, the wicket keeper's gone to the leg side, and a single is taken. That will take the score to 213 for 3. I think that was a leg by, wasn't it? Yes, it was. And that brings Pujara back again to the danger end. But it's interesting how they have a very different field for Pujara. They had a leg gully in, now they don't. They've got 2 slips. And for Coles, they took out the second slip and the leg gully. So they're fiddling around with the field, that's for sure, out there, Van Buren. I mean, they're both right-handers. There's an awful lot of fiddling going on.
Does look as though this is genuine short ball strategy now with this field. Such a leg side dominant one.
Here he is, Sing Dale. He's throwing everything into it. They're going to take a single. That's come off the shoulder of the bat there from Pujara. But there are gaps, gaping holes in the offside. Easy singles to be had. And not really bowling to his field there, Sing Dale. 214 for 3, and Pujara goes on to 51. Coles now facing. So the second slip has come out. He goes back into the mid-wicket position. And deep square has come off the boundary. No, he hasn't. Sorry, he's still on the boundary, but there's nobody patrolling at extra cover. So back in the ring again. Coles facing. Singerling is in, and that is a good looking forward defensive there from Coles, who comes forward, showing the maker's name, and no run.
Haven't quite gone for the backstop that we've seen a few times, and actually I'm remembering on this ground in the one-day cup, Van Meekeren, the Dutch international, Paul Van Meekeren, getting a wicket, effectively caught long stop, a brilliant catch from Ollie Price right in front of us, round the boundary. We got such a good view of it. It can work. We saw England do it a lot, particularly to Travis Head, as we were talking about earlier in the Ashes last year.
Here is Singh again, sweeping in and bowling. It's on leg stump, and that has pierced the ring. It's got past mid-wicket as Coles just leans into that. And the man on the ropes out there in front of the pavilion has to run in to pick up the ball, and the single is taken. Coles onto 5. 215 for 3 now. And they've certainly got plans, as they should, for individual players and how to get them out, because there's a lot of tinkering in the field. Pujara now facing.
Also helps keep yourself amused out there, doesn't it? I mean, it's a long old evening, this.
That's right. It's a thinking game, the 4-day game. Singdale is in and bowls. Pops in a bounce, and it wasn't that much of a bouncer, actually, but he does well to duck that one, Pujara. Almost skims his back as he gets out of the way. So Pujara is 51 off 85 deliveries. He's been there for 113 minutes with 6 boundaries, 6 fours.
Yes, and as you mentioned, still that strike rate of 60, which he's been pretty consistent with. It looks as though we might have spin returning from the sea end, with Tom Goodman's spell having been completed, and overall he's been the pick of the Gloucestershire bowlers really today, is Goodman, both when he's pitched it up but also when he's bowled the short ball. In terms of speed, he certainly wouldn't be the quickest that Gloucestershire have, but in terms of, as they like to say now, executing their plans.
That sounds exciting.
Goodman has really done that. He's done exactly what his fields suggested he should do, and 15 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 37, when, to be honest, there's not a great deal happening for most of the other bowlers. I think is a really tidy effort. Now we've got a conversation about the ball. I did wonder whether we might have this, because they sort of tried to put it in the umpire's minds quite a long way back, and then not that long after, Goodman got the wicket of Tom Clark, so they didn't want that changed again. But I think now we've reached the stage where they do want to change, and at least there is enough of a delay that the umpires have said that Pujara can have a change of gloves. But I don't think that Van Buren is getting the change in the piece of cricketing equipment that he wants. I think Zafar has been told, no, that's the one you're going to have to use. Meanwhile, at Taunton, Somerset have been bowled out for 454. I'm not quite sure whether they've managed maximum batting points there, but rearguard action with Craig Overton finishing 95 not out, so left 5 runs shy of a ton, and Michal Pretorius made 77 from just 70 deliveries from number 10, and then Shoaib Bashir came in trying to get Craig over to his 100 and got out for a duck. Here's Zafar bowling to Coles, who's defensively on the back foot, making sure that goes nowhere near his sticks. So Notts in their second innings trailing by 257 runs, a 4 without loss. Tall order there. Zafar is in, worked into the onside by Coles, picked up at mid-wicket. Sibley and Burns still anaesthetising the Kent attack, with Burns 56 not out, Sibley 65 not out, 127 without loss in the 30th over in reply to Kent's 244. Surrey trailing by just 117. Zafar bowls on the back foot, Coles blocks it away. Pressure actually on Surrey, has to be said, to win that game though, especially if they get some more interruptions. Essex are absolutely killing Lancashire at Chelmsford, and having been the only side that managed to get a win in the first round of matches, Essex have stolen a bit of a march, but they were denied by Kent last week in that title race. Leaning forward, playing defensively again, is Coles, running the ball to Ben Charlesworth at extra cover. Essex 365 for 8 in reply to Lancashire's meagre 146. As forward defending, Coles to Zafar Gohar. So no runs yet from this over. Nathan Lyon's taken a couple of wickets, 2 for 62 from 21 overs, but judging by those that got the wickets in the Essex innings, they felt it was more seam than spin doing the damage. It's just slapped in the air. Oh, that wasn't far off Zafar Gohar, but it was travelling at such a rate. Almost, you might have been more likely to get a catch with Zafar finger-tipping it to mid-off rather than actually taking the catch. That was no chance whatsoever. That was hit with vicious power by Coles. Back past the bowler for 4, 219 for 3. Coles spoils the maiden. He wasn't just going to let Zafar build up the pressure on him. And he moves on to 9.
Yeah, very positive there from Coles. James Coles, good foot movement. And that really banged it, slapped it away in the V. Not a chance of a catch there. I think we've got an update coming up.
Which...
Yeah, sorry, we've got one at 10 to 6. And then we can have another change around. Sorry about that, Izzy.
Oh, no. Which gives me time to say that Hampshire 119 for 1 in reply to Warwickshire's 455. So that completes the scores from around the country. Half centuries for Fletcher Middleton and Nick Gubbins.
Judy Smith has been in touch. Hello, Judy. She says the creaking sound, that's the microphone, is strangely comforting, as I can imagine a hammock swinging between palm trees.
We've had all sorts of...
I'm enjoying the
things now, haven't
commentary.
we?
So there we go, that's a nice...
The creaking ships, we've had dolphins, we've had hammocks now.
In comes Dale Bowles to Pujara, placed him in on no run. Joe's been in touch. He says, hi Adrian, I was also at the Sussex v Surrey game when Rory Burns and Moises Enriques had their terrible collision. My wife and I were living in London at the time. She's Polish, as were lots of our friends at the time. None of them understood or saw the appeal of cricket, but I was determined to change that. So I had the idea to take a group of them down to Arundel for Sussex v Surrey. A T20 game with all the razzmatazz that goes with it, plus the beautiful surroundings of Arundel and the chance to have a few beers and a picnic in the sun. If this wouldn't get them hooked on cricket, nothing would. Of course, fate had other ideas. An 18.4 overs in, Burns and Enriques collided. The match was abandoned, and that was that. As in comes Dale down the hill, bowls, Pujara up on his toes, steers that out of the offside. Through pointer picks up a single. He goes to 52, 220 for 3. As we trudged back to the station, all a bit stunned and shaken up by what had happened, I tried to explain to my friends that cricket isn't normally such a brutal and bloody contact sport, that it's usually a thoroughly chilled and enjoyable way to spend a day. I'm not sure any of them were convinced, though, as we've never been to watch another match together since. Goes on to see, brilliant to have you back on the radio again, by the way. Well, thank you very much. They're very kind messages from Joe. Thank you so much, Joe. Lovely to hear from you. Oh, I need to get my cricket. Yes, indeed. 15 overs to go in the day after this one, Tim. We may well get those in. It's very well. In fact, the sun has just gone in here at Hove. Sussex 220 for 3. Cheshire for Pujara is 52 not out. James Coles is on 9, and you're quite right. There have been another wicket. Tom Alsop, who was well caught hooking down at long leg off of the bowling of Don Goodman for 84. So Sussex 220 for 3. Early today, Gloucestershire making 417. Meanwhile, down at Canterbury, Surrey are starting to pile on the runs. They bowled out Kent for 244 earlier today. 3 wickets for the leg spin of Cameron Steele. In reply, Surrey 129 without loss. Sibley on 65. Burns on 58. So that's the last of our updates today. So that was from Joe. So thank you so much, Joe. And another email in here. This is of interest to you, actually. Ed.
I think every email you've read out is of interest to me.
Yeah. He says, "Hi Adrian, as an avid Sussex supporter for over 50 years, who've been exiled in Buckinghamshire the past 30 years, I really appreciate the opportunity to follow the progress of the club through the broadcast." In comes Dale over the wicket, bowls, ducks underneath, that was Coles, and there is no run. The current game against Gloucestershire has added interest with Dominic Goodwin playing for the opposition. Dominic is a product of Dr. Challenger's Grammar School in Amersham, at which I taught for 23 years before retiring last summer. Ed mentioned earlier that given his 6'5" stature, it's surprising Dominic was not lost to another sport such as rugby. I can confirm that Dominic was also a fine rugby player at school and was a member of the DCGS team that won the RFU Under-15s National Plate competition in 2017. Is it amazing who listens to our commentary?
Yeah, that's wonderful.
In comes Dale, bowls to Coles, who defends down the track, no run. Also in the team was Monty Wetherall, who is the brother of Rafi Wetherall.
Ah, yes.
Rafi is another fine young bowler who has passed through Challengers and is currently making his first-class debut for Northamptonshire, taking 2 for 55 in the first innings of the game against Glamorgan. It's been a great week for Challengers alumni with John Musinho. He's the first football managerial role leading Portsmouth back into the Championship for the first time in 12 years. All four were tremendously hard-working and modest students who were a credit to the school. Isn't that incredible? So the manager of Portsmouth also went. I hope I pronounced that school correctly. Dr. Challoner's Grammar School in Amersham. I don't know how many football managers, I'm not trying to deride them in here, went to grammar school. I mean, I can't believe there's many. Well, maybe there are, I don't know. Perhaps that's an assumption on my part. What a lovely email, Andy. Thank you so much for getting in touch. That's terrific stuff.
Here's Zafar starting a new over, and Pujara again playing that soft, velvety defensive shot. That goes almost nowhere. I think it was presumably his first wicket, looking at this scorecard here. Raphael Wetherall, it looks like a real prospect, and a lot is thought of him. This is let go by Pujara through to Bracey. Must have been that wicket of Kieran Carlson, because it was, it was absolute classic seam bowling delivery, which removed the bails. Zafar bowls too short, and on the back foot Pujara strikes this through the offside and picks up a single. 221 for 3.
Well, we were saying earlier on that we thought if Sussex scored at 4 and over, they may get somewhere near 300 by the close of play. There's only 14 overs left to be bowled tonight, so that looks unlikely. But they'll just be keen not to lose any more wickets here. But what a lovely email that was, giving you the insight into Dom Goodman.
Zafar bowls once again. It's allowing Coles this time to play off the back foot. Plays a punchy shot down to long off. One more run taken. 2 for 3. And again, this sort of concern about the spinners not really keeping a lid on the scoring. There have been some boundaries. They've been able to tick the board along. Once again, off the back foot. This time it's Pujara cut past backward point. 1 run taken. 223 for 3. I mean, it's not doing a great deal for the spinners, it does have to be said, but kind of got to keep a lid on things somehow in this situation. There's a shot for leg before wicket here, which is turned down pretty quickly by Neil Bainton. The ball's running towards the fine leg boundary, but it won't get anywhere particularly close to it, and that will be runs, according to Neil Bainton. Will it, or has he already signalled the leg bye? I think I've missed it. It's gone up as 2 leg byes on the board.
Yes, I think that was a missing leg stump, and I think Neil Bainton was just explaining that was the case. The light is not brilliant at the moment. It's playable. It's just because the sun has got in. There is some blue sky around there, some heavier cloud drifting towards Hove, but hopefully we'll get the last 14 overs. But thank you very much, Andy, for your email all about Dominic Goodman and his time at Challengers Grammar School, Dr. Challenger's Grammar School. I don't know how you pronounce the Portsmouth manager. John Musinho, I think it is. Mousinho. So thank you very much. It's going to be Singdale. 12 overs, no maidens, 1 for 46. Going to come running down the hill to bowl to Chetishwar Pujara, who's 54 not out. 225 for 3 are Sussex. As in comes Delbo's right. A bit of extra bounce, but Pujara's right in behind that, plays into the offside. There is no run. I just wonder here with the new ball, I think you're quite right, Ed, it won't be taken tonight. It would be available in... well, they could get one over.
They could have one over with it,
but
yeah.
I suspect that they're keeping that back for the morning. There's the sound of our hammock again. Judy was right, wasn't it? It does sound like a hammock. No palm trees at Hove, but it does sound a little bit like a hammock.
Perhaps that's why I've been feeling sleepy this afternoon.
Maybe, yeah. Just the one slip in place now. 3 men saving one on the offside. In again, bowls to James Coles. So that's a good delivery. I just wonder whether James Coles lost that actually. It hit him on the helmet. It was a quick delivery by Dale. I thought he got there back just in time, but I think he lost that, James Coles. It's not the best light.
No, I mean,
it has to be said.
The problem is that we stayed out in worse yesterday.
Yes, we did. No, we did.
And it's, you know, I'm not saying that that's what you were saying at all. I just think it was great that the umpires kept them out there yesterday.
Yes.
The danger is that you now are in a situation where there is somebody who is much quicker bowling than there was yesterday, and that's something that the umpires would have to explain to Graham van Buren, in that we didn't think it was dangerous yesterday when Sussex's bowlers were bowling, but now we start to wonder, is it dangerous with Singdale? But you know, then Van Buren would say, well, actually, is Jaden Seals really that much slower than Singdale? So I don't know. It's always very tricky, and you want to be ahead of things as the umpires, but yeah, he did seem to take his eye off it. And it wasn't a genuine bumper either, which is what made it, I think, quite a dangerous delivery, because he almost ducked into it rather than anything else.
That's rather nice, actually. Singdale has just wandered over, and I think he's just inquiring of James Coles whether he's okay. So well done. You know, yeah, just a little touch on the arm, and I'm sure James Coles saying, well, you know, it's not. You know, but I think that's really good to see. So well done, because quite often you see a bowler just go back to the end of his run and wait, but actually he made a point of walking all the way from the Cromwell Road end and just saying to James Coles, I hope you're okay. The concussion protocols are going through now. John Morelli is the Sussex physio. They all have these set questions, don't they? Probably, you know.
Yes. Well, it's something like often recite the months of the year backwards.
Right. That's pretty hard.
It is. Yes. So they.
Well,
but the thing is, they measure it in terms of. I know it's not the easiest, but you, I think, are measured on how you perform under, you know, as it were, controlled conditions.
Yeah.
So it's then measuring how you perform when it's asked there. So, you know, you're not expected to be able to rattle through the months of the year backwards in 5 seconds. But
I don't know if I can so December, November, October, September, August, July, June, May, April, March, February, January. Is that right?
Sounded about right to me.
I probably missed one out. That's quite hard, isn't it?
And you had time to think there.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
But no,
and I hadn't been correct. James Coles is okay, is the good news.
Yeah. And you know, we saw the heat of the battle with Singdale and getting into it a little bit with Tom Clark, but I promise you, he is a really nice guy, actually.
He was. Excellent. Well, I thought that was really good. The sun's coming out, so the light has improved. As in comes Dale, down the hill, bowls, and forward comes Coles, gets right in behind that, plays it into the offside, there is no run.
And then you've got the dilemma as the bowler at the end of the mark, actually, having just smashed somebody on the grill. Do I bowl another short delivery?
I
He actually
agree.
decided to pitch it up.
I agree. You know, I guess if you're, well, I don't know. I mean, it's professional sport, isn't it? And you know.
Oh yeah, I was meaning more from just which delivery do you bowl, rather than do you feel guilty about having hit somebody.
Yeah, and you might feel guilty about bowling another short one. I mean, it's not easy. But Dale is back to his mark. Very straight approach. 1 for 47. He's in his 13th over. He's in on bowls, and Coles is right in behind that, plays on the bounce to short leg. That Singdale wants a change in the field now, and he's going to bring in his cover into.
Oh, he's decided against it now.
Well, he did. Well having said there was going to be a change in the field, there isn't.
I think he was going to signal him to go into leg slip, and then realised that he already had 2 behind square on the leg side.
Terry's been in touch, and I was talking about the manager of Portsmouth, who went to Dr. Challoner's school in Exeter. His name is Jose Musino.
Jose Musino? Not Mourinho.
No. In comes Dale Bowles. Oh, Coles is struck on the glove. The ball bounced onto the onside. This is a good over from Singh-Down. He's absolutely herring in down the hill. So thank you for getting in touch. If you're just wondering why, it's because we had a very nice email in from Andy Bristow talking about Dominic Goodman and his schooling and the fact that he was a good rugby player and won the under-15s national plate. So it's funny the things you find out about people. Thank you, everybody. Loads of emails today. It's been great. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Oh, we also had a listener from San Francisco. Let me find that. Yes, there's been a photo put on social media. He's been hit on the hand now, James Coles. He might need some more treatment. He says, lovely to see a photo of the famous Brenda exchanging the balls with the umpire, which must be on Instagram. Brenda, who sits over in the Spenkama Pavilion. She's at every game. Brenda Lower, and there's obviously a picture on Instagram, and it was seen by Ben Wood, who's over in San Francisco. So we've already had a listener from the USA, but was that from somewhere in Carolina?
Yes, it was.
Well, the other side of the country. In comes Dale Bowles, and Coles plays that well, and just watches the ball sail down the leg side, taken by Bracey. So a testing over for James Coles. He was hit on the helmet, and he was hit on the hand. He's just wringing that right hand, actually, as he wanders down to talk to Chetishwar Pujara. The sun has come out again. 226 for 3, 55 Pujara. Coles is on 10. We've got 13 overs remaining in the day.
I wonder if they're a San Francisco Giants fan. My team.
Oh, what San Francisco Giants is that?
Baseball.
Ah, right.
Baseball. They got absolutely slaughtered last night. They gave up 17 runs, which is sort of the equivalent of, I don't know, a T20 match conceding about 300.
Do they play at Candlestick Park?
Not anymore.
Oh, I thought I was being really clever there.
No, they used to. That's their historic home.
Right. Why is it called Candlestick Park? Or why was it? Did they used to make candles
Do you
there?
know what? I have no idea actually why it was called Candlestick Park. But they used to play there. The San Francisco 49ers of the NFL played there as well, but both got new stadiums now. Gorgeous stadium that the Giants play at, overlooking the bay. In comes Zaffer starting a new over. This is whipped away through deep mid-wicket. 1 run taken. Goodman fields. 228. No, it's already beaten me. 227 for 3. Pujara's got 56.
We will bring Oliver back on commentary for a few overs before the end of play. He's very patiently, hopefully enjoying his day here in the commentary box.
Zaffer bowls, short, cut away, and that will just be no run as it's fielded at backward point. I was looking out towards deep cover and there was a fielder standing right in my eye line for backward point. I thought, I mean, he was seen it several times for that cut shot going out there for 1. I just assumed it was going to be a single. Zaffer's in and played off the back foot by Coles. Goss of dismay from Gloucestershire that he chose to do that, but the worrying sign from Sussex is that Coles is still wringing that right hand out. As soon as he played that defensive shot, he's wringing the hand. He's trying to get some feeling back into it and taking his time a little bit here. Zaffer's trying not to give him any time. In and bowls tucked through the gap on the leg side, and that's not a bad result for Sussex as Coles gets up the other end, moves to 11, 228 for 3. I know some people get very annoyed about us talking about the IPL with superior forms of cricket and all that. As Zaffer bowls, Pujara leans forward, guides to point, isn't quite close, and there's no run. There's another absolutely ludicrous game going on there with Sunrisers having made 266 for 7. Delhi Capitals 156 for 5 in the 13th over.
Wow.
It's another one of those. And there was a stat which I saw from Andy Zoltzman on the old X, which I'll get to in a moment at the end of the over. Lots of fielders coming in now. In fact, everybody's coming in from the boundary. All of a sudden they've decided they want Coles at the non-strikers, and I should say at the end of the over, so he has to face Singh Dale again. Zaffer is in and bowls. Pujara obliges by keeping that one out with a defensive stroke. It's 228 for 3. The stat, and then shall I jump off?
Yes, okay.
The stat is that Travis Head had 54 not out after 3 overs of Sunrisers innings. That's the highest score anyone's ever had in the history of T20 cricket after 3 overs. So he faced 16 of the first 18 balls and was 54 not out.
That is crazy, isn't it? Travis Head, formerly of Sussex, didn't score that very well. Oliver's going to come in for... We've got 12 overs remaining, so if perhaps if Oliver and I do the next 6, and then Izzy finishes off with Ed, does that make sense? It's going to be Sing Dale who's going to come down the hill. It's a little gloomy, and he is going to bowl to James Coles, who's toughing it out there. He's been hit on the helmet, he's been hit on the hand, and he's got to face Dale again, who's steaming in down the hill. Bowls to Coles, who plays this very nicely through mid-wicket. Always looks very composed. James Coles, he goes to 13, I think that's going to go to. And the total 200, no, it's already gone up. It goes to 12, sorry. 229 for 3. My new glasses come on Tuesday next week. I was saying last week I went to my optician, got some glasses, and when I put them on I couldn't see anything. And well, I could see, but it was a bit blurred, so they've had to redo them. So that wasn't very impressive by the optician. I won't say who it was, but anyway, they're going to redo them free of charge. In comes Dale, bowls to Pujara. A good stop at short leg, very good piece of fielding. Who's that in there, Ed?
Bancroft.
Thank you. Oh, well spotted, Dominic. We've got another country to add to our long list of countries where people are listening. And it is Spain, so we can get a bit of a translation from Dominic. What's the matter with me? I've got Dominic Goodman on the brain, haven't I?
Oliver.
Thank you. It's been a long day. Every day's a long day at the cricket. Embarrassing forgetting your name. In comes Dale racing in down the hill. Bowls to Pujara, who's up on his toes, plays the offside, no run. Hello, Ed and Co, says Graham. He says, following my retirement in February, I now live in Spain. At present, watching in my second home in Montroy. Hope to be the house buying in May. The commentary keeps in touch with my beloved Gloucestershire. Keep up the good work, Graham Hill. I don't know where Montroy is. Montroy. Do you know, Oliver?
It doesn't sound Spanish.
It doesn't sound Spanish at all, does it? I mean, Monterrey is in Uruguay?
It's one in Mexico.
Mexico, that's it. In comes Dale, bowls, and Pujara just sways up there. I have to say, you have to give Ajit Dale absolutely 10 out of 10 for effort. He comes absolutely roaring in, doesn't he?
Yeah. Didn't get much out of the pitch on that last ball. Don't think Pujara even moved as he watched it pass. Must be a bit demoralising.
I just wonder what sort of strain. I think Izzy hinted about this earlier on, about the sort of strains that go through your body, because you do hear about fast bowlers who do get injuries, and let's hope he doesn't. But it's all action, isn't it? He absolutely gives it absolutely everything. There's nothing left behind when he delivers the ball. He's on his way to bowl to Pujara. In and bowls, and Pujara covers up that bat again, looking a mile wide, plays it to mid-on. There is no run. He's faced 101 balls, Pujara, for his 56. Or maybe 100 balls exactly, actually. 229 for 3.
Sometimes worry he's going to fall over in his follow-through.
Yeah, I agree.
He does do that sometimes.
Yeah, I agree. He does look like that. Thank you, Graham, for getting in touch. Retiring, living in Spain. Very nice too, particularly during the winter. When the weather's, it's been really grim here this winter. It's just been wet and cold and horrible. In comes Dale running in over the wicket, bowls, and Pujara turns this wristily onto the onside, picks up a single to mid-wicket. He goes to 56, the total to 230 for 3 at the end of another over. If you missed us earlier on, Oliver Shouksmith is coming to watch us what we do today. He's going to be a student at Nottingham University next year, so we've enjoyed him being in the commentary box today, not least because he brought the biscuits in, which is a prerequisite of coming into the commentary box at Hove. So Oliver's going to guide us through the next 3 overs from this end of the ground.
And it's going to be Zafar Gohar for this over at least. Quite an open leg side field for Pujara. who's got an extra man. They've got an extra man in at the point region for Pujara that they haven't been having for Coles. As Gohar's in and defended into the covers from Pujara. Right on the money there from Zafar, who's tends to be dropping one slightly short every over, but they've got protection on both sides of the wicket. This is in now, and there is that one that drops short, but Pujara can't get it away as the fielder at point runs around and does the fielding and keeps it to a dot ball. Zafar spinning the ball between his hands as he comes in now to Pujara, who takes a couple of steps down the wicket, and it could have been a tight single but misfielded at mid-on, and the fielder Goodman at deep mid-wicket has to come round and clean up. Pujara came down the wicket there and set off immediately, but Coles was slightly on his heels, and had the mid-on fielder pick the ball up cleanly, it could have been a run-out chance. As it is a single for Pujara, bringing Coles on strike, who has 12 of 33 deliveries, and is back and defending this one straight back up the pitch to Zafar. Coles looking rather more comfortable against Zafar than he is the express pace of Singh Dale at the other end. Although, having bowled 4 overs, he may have potentially seen off Singh Dale. Zafar in for this next ball. It's just turned into the leg side for an easy single. Could have walked that single. The fielder from deep mid-wicket coming in to collect. Coles goes to 13. The score is 232 for 3. And again, the last ball of the over, the field comes up trying to keep Coles on strike for the next over. And this is punched and stopped well at cover, and it will be a dot ball. So Gloucestershire have their wish of James Coles facing Ajit Singh Dale for the next over.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio, Sussex, Bristol and Gloucester. Adrian Harms, Ollie Shook-Smith. Ed, what's the matter with me today? I've forgotten your Seba. What earth's the matter with me? Izzy Duncan, our commentary team today. We've got another 10 overs to go in the day. Graham's been back in touch from Spain. He says, hello, Montroy is half an hour inland from Valencia, or Valencia, is it? Near Montserrat. We're moving to Chivia, Cheiva. So there we are. I've been to Valencia, and just break off for a moment. In comes Dale over the wicket, bowls up on his toes. There's a try of catch it, but I think Coles did well to keep that down. Plays it to deep backwards square and picks up a single. He goes to 14, 233 for 3. They've got a very old football ground in Valencia, which I think they're looking to move to the outskirts. I forget the name of it, but it's quite a famous old ground. But also, I think there used to be a river running through Valencia, and I think it flooded really badly, and now it's been turned into beautiful gardens and tennis courts and football pitches. I think it was a really bad flood. Sorry? I think that's the case. Anyway, Graham will probably tell us.
I think it is.
Lovely city. In comes Dale, bowls, ducked underneath that to Pujara, through to Bracey. There is no run. I remember being there in November, and the weather was beautiful. It was about 20 degrees, and I'm thinking, oh, this is not a bad place to live.
Did you visit the City of Arts and Sciences? A very impressive building.
All crumbs.
It's a host of museums in there.
I don't think I did. So that's a bad mark for me, isn't it? I can't remember what else we did in Valencia. It was just a really nice, just a really nice city. In comes Dale again, bowls, and down the leg side, a cry of catch it, taken by Bracey, but I don't know who said catch it, but well, taken by Bracey down the leg side. There is no run. 9 overs left, 9.5 overs. Whether we'll get them all in, I don't know. There is some heavy cloud around. And this comes back to our point we were talking about yesterday. We all got to the ground today and said, why aren't we playing? It's 10:30. Why haven't we started? Because at the end of the day, we'll probably lose overs because of light. It does seem bonkers at this time of year, really. I mean, it's been a nice day. There's lots of blue sky around, but the light is just beginning to drift away. What's the time? 6:15. With a bit of heavier cloud. Daly's in bowls. Pujara forward, plays to mid on. There is no run. Runs have dried up again a little bit here for Sussex, haven't they? These two are doing a good job for Gloucestershire. 9 overs left after this one. I mean, you would think, you know, Sussex are still the best part of 200 runs behind. So that could take them...
At least a session.
Well, I was going to say a session, maybe a session, maybe up to 2 sessions to get to parity. And then they'll, if they've still got wickets in hand, they'll want it to be push on. So I guess at this stage of the day, they won't want to lose any more wickets. That's probably a priority. As in comes Dale, bowls to Pujara, who defends to mid-off, and there is no run, because they'll want to go into tomorrow with wickets in hand, and an opportunity, you'd have thought, to press on tomorrow, certainly perhaps after the first session of the day. Neil's been in touch, who says, "Hi Adrian, a good day's cricket. Young Oliver, very impressive." That's 2 fans. And the stadium in Valencia is the Mestalla, Mestalla. That's, I think it's a very old football stadium, and it's very famous. And I think when we were there, they were building the new stadium, and for some reason, all the work had stopped at it. I can't remember the reason why. Daly's in again. Bowls, and Pujara turns it onto... They've got a leg side trap for Chetishwar Pujara, but he turns that between the short leg and the leg slip fielder and picks up a single. He will pinch the strike, which I think will please James Coles. Coles on 14, Pujara on 59, 234 for 3.
Looks like it's going to be Zafar to continue.
Yeah.
Wonder if we might see some spin at both ends before the end of the day. Potentially Ollie Price coming back on.
I just wonder, Oliver, whether in this situation, if the light does start to go a little bit, whether Gloucestershire would like to stay out there, because there's not much for Sussex to gain here, is there? I just wonder whether Gloucestershire might think, you know what, we'll stay out here and bowl spin, because they might pick up a wicket. You know, Sussex are not going to take too many risks at this time of the day.
The only thing is, as Ed has been saying, the spinners have struggled for that control. So maybe with some control being regained here, with, as you said, the runs drying up. As here is Zafar into Pujara, and that's short and wide and keeps a bit low, as Pujara dabs it really to the third man fielder. Looked like it turned a bit, but was far too wide to cause any issues. And Zafar in again, and defending there is Pujara. It pops up slightly, but no short leg in place anymore.
Yeah, sorry, Oliver, I interrupted you there. I was just thinking, because the fielders all pointed as if to say, why isn't there a short leg?
Yeah. They had one at first when Zafar came back into the attack, but he's since been moved out as he comes in for the third ball of the over. Pujara's down the wicket and clipping this one to the leg side sweeper for a comfortable single. He moves to 60, the score is 235, as Sussex approach their first batting point at 250. I would imagine they'll get there tonight with still 8 overs left.
Yeah.
And Zafar in again. This is a nice late cut from Coles that's running away towards the boundary. I don't think it will reach, but they'll pick up a comfortable 2 runs as the backward point fielder goes and cleans up. Slightly short and wide again from Zafar, and nicely played. Just needed to get some bat on that, and there was a nice gap for a couple of runs as Coles moves to 16. Zafar in. This one's pitched up and comes forward in defence. Oohs and ahs from behind the stumps, as it wasn't quite out of the middle of the bat. But comfortably enough, played comfortably enough by Coles. 1 ball left in this over. Zafar comes in and onto the back foot. Pujara wanted the run, but it wasn't there, and Coles wisely sent him back as it was played to the short fine leg fielder.
Graham's been back in touch. He says Valencia is the third largest city in Spain. I believe the river was redirected and is now a big park. Went to see a lawyer on Valencia right next to the Science Museum, which looked amazing structures. There is also an oceanography with sea creatures you can walk under. But the football stadium is still the same. May have been rebuilt like Real Madrid and the one I've been to, Villarreal. So thank you, Graham. So yeah, I think you're right. The river was redirected after the flood. 8 overs to go. I'll do this one. Oliver will do the next one, and then Ed and Izzy will see you through the rest of the day. Zaman Akhtar is coming back into the attack. And he's going to bowl down the hill from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. The flood was in 1957 in Valencia. And this is dreadful. A significant damage to property. 81 people died. And it rerouted the river after that. In comes Akhtar, bowls, Pujara up on his toes, just plays it very comfortably and easily through backward point. And there is no run, 238 for 3. It's the Turia River, Turia.
I think it rings a bell. I was there earlier, well, last year, in fact, and there was definitely a big grass section with sports pitches, as you described, and bridges over it. So that must have been where the river used to be.
Tennis courts and various things. Akhtar is in, bowls, Coles defends into the offside, no run. I think this is very much now a case of Sussex laying out their stall for tomorrow. I feel if they can go into tomorrow sort of 250 for 3, trailing by 150 odd with 7 wickets in hand.
Strong position.
Yeah, they will feel they're in a decent position. Having said that, the new ball will be available first thing. In comes Akhtar, bowls, Coles defends into the offside, and there is no run. And Gloucestershire bowlers with a chance to put their feet up this evening. So that'll be an interesting session in the morning. Sussex think if they can get through this, maybe get through the first hour tomorrow morning, and see where the game takes them. There's a change in the field. This is interesting. James Coles does like the uppercut, and Ed was saying that earlier on. And they've always got a long stop down here, and I wonder if they remembered that game last year, Ed, where James Coles played a sort of uppercut and got caught down at third man. In comes Akhtar, bowls. Coles is right in behind it, and there is no run. Who's just fielding in front of us? He's got his jumper on, so I can't see his number. Tom Price. Ollie Price, thank you. Having a natter, we could pick up what he's saying in the microphone. He's just saying, nice bowling. He's talking to Zafar, who's fielding at fine leg. But he's almost a long stop in front of us, is Ollie Price. In comes Zafar, bowls. Coles is right up on his toes and steers that into the offside. And there is no run.
I can't imagine James Coles is going to get the uppercut out this late in the day.
You would be surprised, wouldn't you? Particularly having got himself in and been hit on the head and the hand. He's probably thinking, oh, I'm going to jolly well stay here and make sure I get some runs tomorrow as well. He waits. Akhtar is on his way. Around the wicket, bowls. Oh, that was a good delivery. It was short, and Coles played it well. He just stepped inside the line. It is the end of the over. 238 for 3. The numbers are shining quite brightly on the scoreboard. Pujara 61. Coles is on 16. 7 overs to go here on BBC Radio Sussex, Gloucester and Bristol. Adrian Harms, Oliver Shukesmith on commentary. Ed Seaborn will be back with you before the close of play, as will Izzy Duncan.
And it will be Zafar to continue from this C end. He's bowled well without really looking threatening. Not huge amounts in this pitch for him. He's got 15 overs, none for 59. And he'll come into Pujara now, who is down the track and looks to play expansively through mid-on, but doesn't time it. Almost yorks himself there, really, running down the wicket, and it rolls to mid-on for a dot ball. Zafar in again, and this time he's solidly forward in defence. The trademark big stride forward with the front foot from Pujara that he's done so many times today, looking very solid in defence. As Zafar's in again, and once again it's defended. A yelp from behind the stumps by Bracey, but again was played comfortably from Pujara. Just trying to up the energy levels at the end of a long day. As Pujara lets this one go past the off stump. No turn there from Gohar, but safely wide of the off stump. He'll be looking to join the dots here for his first maiden of the innings. 2 deliveries left to keep Pujara quiet as he loses his run up slightly, but now will come into bowl. And Pujara again using his feet and again turning it to this deep mid-wicket fielder. He's been doing that well against Zafar. Obviously, having played a lot of cricket in India, he's very comfortable batting against spin and often tends to use his feet very well against the spinners, does Pujara. As Zafar will end his over here, bowling to Coles. And it's defended on the back foot. So just the single from the over. Sussex are 239 for 3, with Pujara on 62 and Coles on 16.
Oliver, it's been a pleasure having you in the commentary box today. I hope you've enjoyed your day, and your commentary was excellent, so thank you. Now, you're off on some travels now, aren't you? Where are you off to?
Yeah, I'm flying to Warsaw on Monday.
Great. And what, a touring around? Are you sort of interrailing, or what are you doing?
Essentially interrailing. I don't actually have the Interrail pass,
Right.
but it's those sort of places, so...
Well, have a great time.
Thank you.
Come back and see us again sometime. And I'm going to leave you with Izzy Duncan and Ed Seaborn.
Thanks so much, Armsy. It is 6 overs left, and well, you know, yesterday evening we thought we were going to get all those overs in, and we did. Here's Zaman Akhtar bowling short and wide, and it's been cut by Pujara, and he'll potentially be a little cross with that because he's found the one fielder that could have stopped that from going for 4. Goodman has been busy on that boundary, whether that be for the spinner or now for the seamers. Pujara to 63, Sussex 240 for 3. And I've got to say, Oliver, embarrass you even more, but it was further ago than I care to admit my first time in a BBC commentary box, and I was given a couple of overs by Mark Church and Bob Hunt. This is on the hip of Coles, flicked away down fine, and Zafar Gohar will field right in front of Miles Hammond there and have a bit of a joke with him. 1 run taken, 241 for 3. I am pretty certain that I didn't do as well as that, so
Yeah, that was
congratulations.
pretty good. Now, has he been practicing in front of the telly?
It's a
Have
good
you done
thing
that?
to
'Cause that's
do,
a good way.
actually.
That's a good way of practicing. Put the telly on mute.
It's
And then
very
chat
hard,
away.
and you have to, you know, you don't get a summariser. Akhtar bowls, and this is guided by Pujara wide of slip. Ollie Price across to field, and it's another single taken. 242 for 3, so Sussex still inching their way forwards towards this first batting point. Yes, you do feel incredibly sad doing it, but I must admit, you know, I don't actually feel fully ready for the season unless I've actually done a bit of commentary in front of the TV.
Is that what you do?
Yeah, yeah, I do.
You don't need to.
Akhtar is in, bowls bumper. Coles has ducked it. And through to the keeper. I'm not sure whether that was somebody in the crowd shouting out for them bowling bouncers at our plucky young lads, or whether it was Gloucestershire screaming encouragement for the delivery. It's amazing watching from this angle, because you don't always get this particular view. There aren't too many commentary boxes around the circuit where you're behind the bowler's arm, but you're quite low down. So you really do see how close the ball whistles past, even to quite a comfortable duck. It just amazes me how they can get out of the way. Actor bowls. Oh, he's gone for the Yorker and just misses leg stump. Now they're trying to come through for a bye. Bracey misses the stumps with the throw. And all action all of a sudden. This is what cricket can do, isn't it? I mean, everything was quite, sort of meandering towards the end of the day. There wasn't a great deal going on. And then Coles, just terrific bowling from Zaman Akhtar, because he's noticed that Coles is going a long way across trying to play these short deliveries. So he's tried the leg stump Yorker, just missed leg stump. There was a lot of wood for him to hit there. And then Bracey half fumbling. It almost went onto the helmet, actually. It was a danger of it being 5 penalty runs, but he managed to save that. Then a potential run-out opportunity. Catch your breath. That's Akhtar bowls to Pujara, who's back to doing what Pujara does. No fuss. Just killing the ball into the leg side, and it's fielded at short leg. So 3 from the over plus the bye. 2:43 for 3. 5 overs left.
Oh, and a batting point approaching. Be the first batting point for Sussex when they get there. They will get there to 250, and they'll get there today. And that new ball, 4 overs away. There was that feeling, but before that, the chaos of that over, of that one ball, that Yorker, that there's a sort of feeling of killing time, just seeing out the rest of the day for Sussex, taking it easy, going in tomorrow with your 7 wickets. But then suddenly that happens. And it's a bit of a hiccup. Those 2 are still there. Coles will be facing young James Coles on 17. Quite circumspect. It's a bit of left arm. Wow, he's teed off here. That's enormous. That's gone over the tents at the hospitality area. And James Coles, hello, has had a go at Zafar Gohar. That was pitched up. And certainly got hold of that. It's a shortish boundary out towards us in the commentary box, but we got a good sight of that out towards us. That was a big hit. And they measure it in T20 franchises, don't they?
Yeah.
They always measure. What would that be?
Height now, as well as
60 metre radius.
That's not a very long hit.
It's not very long, is it? 249 for 3. As Gohar is in and bowls again, and this is flicked through the leg side. Will it go for 4 runs? Yes, it will. That's very well placed by Coles, who suddenly stuck the foot on the accelerator. We were talking about meandering along and killing time and using up the overs, but a switch has been switched on in the brain of Coles.
50 partnership. Another
50 partnership.
one. Yet another 50 partnership.
Here it is, 52 runs off 104 balls in 74 minutes. Pujara and Coles making music together. 1 slip in place. It's a staggered field. 1, 2, 3, 4 men on the boundary. There's a hop, skip and a jump as Gohar is in and bowls. Left arm around, just squares up to that one, Coles, and defends. There's only 2 men on the single on that leg side. A mid-wicket and a backward square leg on the 1. There's a deep square leg, long on, long off. And also out there in the covers, patrolling on the ropes. As Gohar's in and bowls and has a shy at the stumps. Whoa, I don't know if he hit the batter there. If Coles was hit, he doesn't look particularly ruffled. I think he was hit, wasn't he?
Hand of apology from Zafar, and now the umpires are going to discuss, I think, whether this is going to be 5 penalty runs, which, if it is given as 5 penalty runs, then I'd be a little bit surprised, because it did look as though Coles was out of his crease. Now the umpires are walking back, and I think they've said, okay, that's fine, because if the batter's out of their crease, the bowler is well within their rights, even if it hits the batter, to throw the ball at them. What they can't do is do it if the batter's not out of their crease.
Yeah,
then you're
right.
into warnings and penalty runs and all that.
Yeah, it was a chance, wasn't it? Let's hit the flesh of Coles. He's in again, Gohar. He's had another go. That's in the air. Is it going to be caught? Yes, it is. It's a lovely catch out there at deep mid-wicket. Rush of blood to the head there from Coles. Perhaps that hit to the flesh earlier turned his brain cells over. But he's out now on 27. That's broken up that partnership. Just reached the 50 partnership. and it's Gohar who has taken the wicket.
And
So Zafar.
Sorry,
No, carry on.
To say a hat tip to Adrian Thomas, because I had actually not noticed this in my pre-match preparation. It's passed me by, but that is Zafar Gohar's 100th first-class wicket for Gloucestershire.
Well done, well done. And here's James Coles's figures up on the board: 27 runs off 53 balls, 76 minutes, 3 fours and 1 6. And certainly, I think there was a bit of adrenaline pumping through James Coles, having teed off with that enormous 6 earlier. I think he felt like, I'm seeing the ball well here, I'm going to go big. But it came to a crushing end. So Zafar 1 for 70. Zafar Gohar 1 for 70 off almost 17 overs. He's got 1 ball remaining.
Yeah, you do just wonder how much that previous delivery did affect the mentality of Coles. It was an eventful stay at the crease for him. Got smashed on the helmet by Ajit Singh Dale. Concussion test was gone through, and now then that incident, after having slaughtered Zafar over long on for 6 earlier on in the over, 4 off the next ball, then that shy at the stumps from Zafar, which, you know, as I said, the umpires, they discussed whether to take the matter further, and I think certainly from this point of view, I must say we are front on, but it did look as though Coles was out of his crease, so as hard-nosed and aggressive as it was for Zafar to throw the ball, there was nothing actually wrong with doing that. And then very next ball he's tried to get his revenge for that happening and just come up short. It's not a long boundary either, and to be honest, even as badly as he hit that, I still thought maybe that had a chance to go, but Goodman taking a well-judged catch on the boundary. I mean, it was, to be honest, about as easy a catch as you could expect out there, but he still held on to it. And so they've sent out Carson.
Jack Carson out there of Northern Ireland, the off-break bowler for Sussex. So it's Gohar will continue with this slow left arm orthodox. Hops given a jump, he's in and bowls. There's a big shout here. Yes, he's been given. So umpire Neil Bainton sticks the finger up. LBW. That's flush on the pads. I think we'll get a replay. Let's have a look and see what we think about that. I don't think it was height. I don't think there was a problem with height. Well,
no.
I know you're not quite behind the bowler's arm there, Ed.
Well,
so
I must say, I thought that was out as out
Yeah.
can be, personally. Obviously, you can't judge the inside edge, but really, full straight, back pad, looking at that again. Back pad, it's turned a bit, which Carson himself will be quite pleased with. And the question was, has it turned too much? But I think probably because it's hit him on the back pad, it's basically in front of off stump.
Yeah.
Be interested to see how much that was hitting. I don't know that it was actually smashing into off stump like I thought it was initially, but the ball just doesn't have very far to go. So, you know, I still think probably the finger would have been being raised for that one, and Zafar Gohar will be on a hat-trick next over. A year ago today, Tom Price with his hat-trick for Gloucestershire, and there has never been 3 consecutive years in the history of Gloucestershire cricket where there's been a hat-trick taken by anybody, never mind individually, but there's never been a run of 3 years where a first-class hat-trick has been taken.
Yeah, wow.
And also, this is, he says, getting too excited because it's not going to happen. This is also the 100th anniversary of the year that the great Charlie Parker took a hat-trick of hat-tricks. So 3 hat-tricks in a year. So we've had 3 in a year, but we haven't had one in, you know, Tom Price did the job in 2022 and 2023. It would be absolutely ludicrous if it were to happen for Zafar Gohar today, but we're going to have to wait an over. Build up the tension.
Yeah, exciting. 4 overs remaining in the day, so he's going to have his chance. 2-5-3 for 5 now, Sussex, getting that first batting point, but 2 quick wickets, bang, bang.
Here comes Zaman Akhtar bowling to Pujara. This is turned into the onside to short leg. And Pujara, just wonder what's going through his mind at the moment, whether he's just still in his little bubble and ticking along and calm as calm can be, or whether actually he is starting to just feel day's closing in a bit here, can't lose another wicket, 3.5 overs left. If I get out now, then things start to look a little hairy, and Pajara is rightly pulled out there because mid-on was moving as Actor was coming into bowl. They've done that a few times actually of Gloucestershire, I have to say, and this is the first time that Actor's pulled out, pardon me, that Pajara's pulled out. Noticed that happened a couple of times. There was a fielder moving as the bowler was running in. Slip in place, leg slip, and a short leg. Actor round the wicket to the right-handed Pajara is driven off the back foot for 4 runs. Not really where the ball needed to be with this particular field, and I guess if he's trying to bowl at the hip, then maybe you come round the wicket to try and bring that leg slip into play. That's probably what was aimed for, but the angle, if you get it wrong, just suggests that sort of a shot, especially to somebody of Pajara's quality. Short boundary on the offside, 4 runs, 257 for 5. Actor bowls back of a length, but not really quick bounce there. It is an old ball, 78th over, so I'm not trying to have a go at Actor whatsoever, because he's also into his 15th over of work. But plenty of time for Pajara to rise up, play that one away. Now they've put deep point back, so perhaps they do want to have a go at John Simpson, who is at the non-strikers end. So 1 night watchman and that's it. Not getting another one, Mr. Simpson. Actor bowls, Yorker length delivery, squeezed out into the offside by Pajara. He'll trot through for a single, move the score to 258 for 5. So the deficit is 159 for Sussex. Gloucestershire now will be pinning quite some hopes, I think, on the second new ball tomorrow morning. The chance to rest up overnight, come in potentially, I'm going to say fresh, because I doubt they'll be exactly fresh after bowling fair few overs tonight. But Tom Price actually in particular hasn't bowled for quite some time, so whilst he's been busy in the field, and he's being pointed to another fielding position as I speak, he's had some time off from the attack this afternoon, and so potentially come back rested and see if Gloucestershire can make some further inroads tomorrow morning. But they'll be hoping for another one tonight. Simpson to face his first ball, Actor bowls to him, and that's let go. Rising delivery outside the off stump, and through the keeper it goes. No ball signal. Too many fielders behind square on the leg side. Deep square leg is moving guiltily back in front of square, but unfortunately too late. And actually it was Tom Price who had just moved to that position. Not that it's entirely his fault. Somebody should have noticed.
Well,
Plenty
you
of
noticed,
other people
Ed.
on the field.
You should be an umpire, Ed.
Well, I
spotted.
have done some, but it was the guilty walk of shame that he was doing which gave it away. So 2 runs to the total, 260 for 5. Actor bowls to Simpson, who looks for a single into the offside. There was hesitation there from Simpson, but point was quite deep, too deep, I might suggest, for the new man if they wanted Simpson on strike, because now he's got up the other end. 261 for 5.
So it goes down as 2 no balls. But does that go against the wicketkeeper?
That goes against the bowler.
Yeah, against the bowler.
And Actors, you know, in some ways, yes, this is sort of the thing somebody has to notice, whether it's the actual fielders themselves. I mean, Tom Price was presumably told to go and field in that position. I mean, you say it's only 2 runs. It's not, at least a wicket didn't fall off that ball from Gloucestershire's point of view. That would have been really criminal. Last ball of the over, Actor bowls to Pajara, who cuts and cuts for 4, past the dive of backward point. So that's ended up being a pretty expensive over, all told. Pajara has 73, Sussex 265 for 5, and they're not going to go gently into that good night, it seems. Pajara has laid into a couple that over.
Absolutely, and Simpson given a bit of an easy ride in that over as well, with the shenanigans going on. I don't think it wasn't intentional, but yeah, Tom Price, I saw that just sneaking in front, wasn't it? You saw him do that, prowling to get in front of square, but it was all too late, and the 2 no balls were a penalty. So, are we having a change of bowling?
I should think not. It's the
We're not
hat-trick
going to have a
ball.
change of bowling, of course we're not. For a
Imagine taking
moment,
Zafar out
can
of
you
the attack
imagine?
now.
Yeah. Right, this is it. Those 2 wickets of Coles and Carson. Carson the last man to go. First ball for naught, LBW. Here is Gohar from the C end. Bowling to Simpson, the skipper. Let's see what he can do. Can he make some history here? Gohar, Zafar Gohar, with his left arm. He's going to come over, tiptoeing in and bowls. Plenty of air, tempting the shot, leaves it alone, Simpson. It's good thinking, wants him to play a shot.
Yeah.
Chance of a wicket.
You've probably got to apply the seamers adage if you've got to make him play on the hat-trick ball.
Here he is again, go up. Wasn't good foot movement there from Simpson. Comes out of his crease, pushes the ball into the offside. Lots of yelps and theatre out there from Gloucestershire.
It's turned into a rather good day overall for Mr. Zafar Gohar after it was a little expensive early on, but with a 60 to his name, vital runs, now a couple of wickets.
Here he is again. Bowling, and that's just defended once again by Simpson. 2.3 overs remaining.
I'd have to change my close of play victim. I was thinking it would be Mr. Goodman, but perhaps it might be a Zafar Gohar day.
His figure's now 2 for 70 for Gohar. Hop, skip and a jump. He's in and bowls and almost backing onto his stumps there, Simpson. It keeps the ball out. Just really, we know now, Simpson, of course, is the new bat. Just wanting to see the ball out to the close of play because we're so close to it. 2.2 overs remaining. The new ball will be taken, no doubt, tomorrow. Of course, they have a choice in the matter. We'll see how Gohar does. A little bit quicker there from Gohar. Just reaches for it, Simpson. Stifles the ball. Short leg in place, one slip. We've got a fielder going out to the extra cover boundary. I'd be happy to give Simpson the single, get him facing tomorrow morning. First thing is the new bat. Gohar again, skipping in. Whoa, catches an edge, but it's on the ground and is stopped by slip, didn't carry. So 265 for 5 now. Pujara will be facing. He's on 73, end of another over, 2 overs remaining in the day, 79 bowled. Akhtar will continue, 0 for 55 are his figures. Let's have a look at Zafar's figures. 18 overs, 2 for 70, 1 maiden. 2 quick wickets for Zafar Gohar there. Didn't manage the hat-trick though.
No. Gloucestershire bowlers of yesteryear can rest easily in their graves for now. There's no history created in terms of hat-tricks. Got a trivia question, by the way, but I'll save it for tomorrow because I meant to use it today, but there's not enough time, and it would be perhaps quite nice if people could get involved via email. So we'll have to have the sort of year +1 anniversary of prices.
Okay.
Hat-trick +100.
Oh, okay.
So I think this was suggested by Oliver at one point, that we might have Ollie Price at one point at the end of the day, and that's what we're going to have. So I don't think Ollie Price has bowled from the Cromwell Road end yet, so he's coming in now and bowling, and this is played off the back foot into a vast chasm on the offside by Pujara. They clearly have no interest in bowling to him whatsoever at this point. Off you go, non-striker's end, and we'll bowl at Mr. Simpson. Thank you. 266 for 5. Pujara has 74. You almost wonder whether, yes, it's different in this situation because you want to bowl at the new bat, but do they really think they're going to get Pujara out? To be honest, we've said it. We called his 100, I think, probably before he'd reached his 50. Round the wicket goes Price, the off-spinner, bowling to Simpson, who's playing defensively again. And the second time he's done that, he's gone lunging after the ball, almost half in fear that it might go back onto the stumps. But both times he's done that, the ball's been absolutely nowhere near the stumps. But, he's within his rights to protect his stumps. Price bowls, on the back foot goes Simpson. Yow, go Gloucestershire. Hoping that it might have been pad first. I don't think it was.
Looking a bit twitchy out there, isn't he, Simpson? He's only got 1.3 overs to survive.
3 balls left this over. Price bowls, flight to delivery. Forward comes Simpson, respectfully playing with a defensive shot to Tom Price at cover point. Short leg and slip, so Gloucestershire haven't gone overboard in terms of close catches, but nobody's back on the boundary. As the sun goes in, Price O is in and bowls, and this is played off the back foot to Price T for no run. So the last ball of the day from the Cromwell Road end. Against all the odds, it looks as though we will get the overs in today, having got them in yesterday as well, although in very much gathering gloom. Ollie Price moves in round the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Simpson, who plays a leave. And Ollie Price, I have yet to see him display a doosra, which in itself I don't think is legal anymore, but one that turns the other way. It would have had to have done that to be threatening that off stump of John Simpson. And the over is complete. 266 for 5. We're going to finish before 7 o'clock.
Wow, that certainly beats yesterday, doesn't it? 7:15 finish yesterday. The sun has gone in. It is looking a bit gloomy, but we've got spinners on, so they'll complete this over to make that. Well, we've had 80 overs now, and it is Gohar who's going to carry on. New ball has been taken. Yes, it has. The new ball's been taken, but the spinner will continue. Gohar.
It's one of those moments. Ooh.
Gohar. Right. See if he can hit the seam and get a bit of bounce here from the spinner. Bit of grip with that prominent seam on the dukes. He's just drying his hands. Get a good grip on that new ball. For Zafar, can't take him off, can you? I mean, he's picked up 2 quick wickets. But it has been taken. A short leg, couple of slips in place, rearranging of the field. He's going to be bowling to Pujara. Doesn't really want to bowl to Pujara, but he's going to bowl to Pujara, who's on 74. Here he comes. Oh, no. He's pulled out of his run-up. Hasn't quite got it right.
He wanted to bowl to him so little that he just got halfway through and thought, oh, why am I doing this? Just have a single, mate. Get up the other end.
They're offering the single, that's for sure. He's in and bowls, and there's the single. That's nurdled into the leg side. They're going to think about the second, though they're not. Looking a little bit lackadaisical in the field, though. It's Goodman in the end who pounces on the ball and prevents that second run. But the single is taken. That brings Simpson to the crease. He'll be facing. Gohar will continue. So it's going to be a slow over. There's more discussions now. And waving at the pavilion. Perhaps they want another helmet and another man in.
I think so.
Nice
Why
and
not?
close. Let's get aggressive here. Let's crowd the bat. I'm assuming that's what they're asking for.
Yes, they're not getting at the moment either. Having said that, we're going to finish before 7 o'clock.
Exactly. This could be the slowest over of the day, and it happens to be a spinner's over. But doesn't seem to be a helmet handy, and nobody's taking any notice. Perhaps they've all gone home. The lights are out in the
tucking
pavilion.
into one of those pies, maybe, that I think were enjoyed at the end of yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. There's somebody rushing down the steps of the players' pavilion with a helmet. As we guessed.
Bit of willing being shown. I mean, I'm not going to get an extra time for this either. You know, this is still going to count towards your over rate. So
how is the over rate doing? Is it up on the board?
It does say level at
the moment. Yeah. Right, we've only had one ball, haven't we, of this over so far, with the new ball, with the spinner, with the slow left arm of Gohar. Zafar will continue, 2 for 71. Are we ready yet, boys? Someone's just shouted, come on, haven't they, from the crowd.
Oh, we haven't had that yet. I haven't heard my first, get on with
that. You get that in
of
Yorkshire.
The season.
You get that in Yorkshire very early on. 267 for 5. Gohar. Here he is. Left arm over. Bowls to Simpson. Simpson comes tentatively forward and just plays that into the offside. Not looking that convincing at the moment, Simpson. It's just a question of survival now. 4 balls remaining of the day's play. Gohar, ball in hand. Give it a little twirl. Oh, onto the back foot there, Simpson.
Oh, he hits the ball twice again. They'd be up for that in club cricket.
There'd be an appeal, you reckon, in club cricket?
Yes. Oh, somebody would do it. Somebody always does.
Well, they obviously don't know the laws of cricket, do they?
Quite.
Nervous twiddle of the bat there from Simpson. So 2 slips, short leg and a leg slip, and he leaves that alone. I'm not sure how far away from the stumps that was. As there are yelps and oohs and ahs from behind the stumps there. I'll have a look at the replay. It's going to come up in a moment. See how.
17.
Oh, is it
I've
frozen?
I've got it on. No, I've got it on slow motion.
Oh, you got it on,
so
so
it's
too
going to
slow.
take a little while.
It's too slow for me.
Might come up after the next ball.
There is 2 balls remaining now, Gohar. Here he is, tiptoeing in and bowling. His left arm comes forward, gets his head over the ball. Simpson looking a little bit more solid with that shot. Final ball in the gloom here at almost 7 p.m. at Hove. Gohar's last ball crowding the bat here of Simpson, who is the new bat. He's on 1 of 17 deliveries, 267 for 5. We're still waiting for the field to be adjusted. There's Gohar. In he comes. And bowls. He comes forward and plays that very well with soft hands, John Simpson, and survives. So Sussex 267 for 5 after 2 quick wickets taken by Gohar, who was on a hat-trick ball out of Coles and Carson. And that really sort of changed the face of this match with those 2 wickets. And now the new ball's been taken. It'll be interesting tomorrow morning, Ed, with that new ball. And as you said, the bowler's freshened up a bit with a good rest, a good night's sleep. And Simpson there at the crease. They'll be wanting to bowl at him yet again and engineering that. Bowl at Simpson as much as possible. Keep the ball away from Pujara.
Yes, he's held things together in the end, has Pujara, although it hasn't necessarily felt like that until right at the end, when he's there and a couple of partners have just fallen. And, you know, you kind of go back to Zafar Gohar, somehow create throw back